Three Books of Occult Philosophy or Magic, from the noble Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, gilded knight and doctor of law, counselor and archivist from the court of Caesar's Holy Majesty. Book 1. The Natural World. Chapter 1. How magicians collect virtues of the threefold world will be shown in these three books. There is a threefold world, that is, the elemental, celestial, and intellectual. Each inferior is ruled by its superior, accepting virtues flowing from the archetype and highest maker through angels, the heavens, stars, elements, animals, plants, metals, and stones. The maker transfers his omnipotent virtue into us, for whose service he placed and created all of these. Wise men do not find it irrational that we can rise by these same degrees through each world toward the same archetypal world, the maker of all and the first cause, from which everything exists and all proceeds. Not only can more noble things profit from these virtues, but they can also attract new virtues from above. Hence, from the virtues of the elemental world, magicians search through the mixtures of various natural things through medicine and natural philosophy. Then, with influences from the rays of the celestial world according to the rules of astronomers and mathematic disciplines, they connect with the virtues of the heavens. Next, they strengthen and confirm all manner of powerful intelligences through sacred religious ceremonies. I will now attempt to relate the order and processes of these things in the present three books, the first of which contains natural magic, the second of the heavens, and the third of ceremonies. I do not know whether it was presumptuous that I, a man of small talent and letters, should have thought myself worthy to freely approach such a difficult, arduous, and intricate work in my youth. Whatever is said by me here and below, no one should assent to any of it, nor will I, exempt for those things that the Catholic Church and Assembly of the Faithful have not condemned. Chapter 2. What is magic? What are its parts, and what is required of a professor of magic? Magical ability possesses great power, full of the highest mysteries, contemplating profound secret things, natures, powers, qualities, substances, and virtues, combined with the understanding of all of nature. It instructs us on how things are different from each other and how they agree. Wonderful effects are produced from magic, uniting virtues by applying things with each other and by accepting their congruity, and everything binds and marries inferior and superior gifts and virtues. This is the most perfect and highest science, the highest and most sacred philosophy. Finally, it is the absolute consummation of the noble philosophy, for all regulative philosophy is divided into natural science, mathematics, and theology. Natural science teaches about the nature of the world and its causes, investigating and probing its effects, times, places, manner, events, its whole and its parts. How many of those kinds of things called elements? What are the effects of heat, earth, of humid air? From where are the great primordial skies born? From where do the seas flow, or the various colors of the rainbow? What makes the clamorous thunder come from the clouds? Or from what ethereal halls are lightning hurled? What are the secrets of the flames at night? What causes comets to come? And what blind of force causes the earth to swell and violently shake? And what is the seed of gold and iron? All of nature's virtues are cleverly hidden. Natural science, the watcher of nature, embraces all of these. Virgil sings, "From where do the kinds of men and animals and rain and fire come? From where does the earth tremble? Why the strong sea swells high, breaking its barriers and subsiding again? The power of herbs, the angry souls of beasts, all kinds of fruits, stones, and reptiles." Mathematics teaches us of planes and the understanding of nature's movements, projecting it in 3 dimensions, and also the admiration of celestial progressions. Why do the golden stars rush to move so swiftly? Why do the moon become blinded and grow feeble, and suffer eclipses blocking the light of the sun? And Virgil sings, so that the parts of the circle can be reliably measured. Through the 12, the golden sun rule the stars. It shows the heavenly road and the stars. The solar eclipses and various labors of the moon, Arcturides and Pleiades and Hyades and twin bears, why the winter sun hurries to sink into the great sea, and what makes the night long, all of which can be discerned by mathematics. Hence, by the seasons, we can foretell the uncertain sky, from these harvest day and sowing season, and when it's time to push the oars against the treacherous sea, when to send out an armed fleet, or the time to overturn the pines, the woods. But theology teaches about God himself. What is mind? What are the intelligences? What are angels? What are demons? What is the soul? What is religion? What are sacred institutions, rites, sanctuaries, observations, and sacred mysteries? In addition, it instructs us about faith, miracles, the virtues of words and figures, about secret operations and mysteries of seals, and, as Apuleius said, teaches us to duly know and understand ceremonial law, sacred divine will, and even binding religious law. But now I have to collect myself. These three powerful faculties of magic embrace, unite, and actuate. Therefore, the ancients valued magic as the highest and most sacred science. It is found illuminated clearly in the writings of those important writers, especially Zalmoxis and Zoroaster, who shined forth to such an extent that many believed that they were the inventors of this science. These writers followed in their footsteps. Aberrus the Hyperborean, Charmandos, Damigeron, Exodus, Hermiphus. Other authors clearly stand out, such as Hermes Trismegistus, Propriary, Iamblichus, Plotinus, Proclus, Jordanus, Orpheus the Tricean, Cog the Greek, Germa the Babylonian, Apollonius of Tyana, Osthenes, whose books Democritus of Abdera plucked out of the grave and embellished with commentaries, is also an exceptional writer in this art. In addition, Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, and Plato traveled to learn this noble philosophy, and they returned proclaiming that its teachings held the highest sanctity and secrets. In fact, Pythagoras and Plato approached Memphite prophets to acquire knowledge and traveled through almost all of Syria, Egypt, Judean, and Chaldean schools so that they would be instructed in the sacred magical records and divine things. Therefore, whoever means to study these faculties, if they are not educated in natural philosophy, in which the qualities of things are declared and in which one can reveal hidden qualities of anything that exists, and if they are not a worker in mathematics and in the aspects and figures of the stars, from which anything with a sublime virtue and quality depends, and if they are not skilled in theology, where immaterial substances are shown, which all are dispensed and administered, they cannot understand the rationale of magic. Indeed, there is no perfect work in magic or any work that is truly magical that does not embrace these three faculties. Chapter 3. Of the four elements, their qualities and their mixtures with each other. There are four elements, and they are the primary foundation of all corporeal things: fire, earth, water, and air. All inferior bodies are composed from these elements, not by heaping them together, but by transmutation and union. Then, when corrupted, they are dissolved into elements. However, none of these sensible elements are pure, but are more or less mixed and are transmuted into each other, just as earth is dissolved into mud and water, then hardens and thickens with earth. But with heat it evaporates and crosses over into air. Then, when inflamed into fire, and when extinguished, reverts back into air. When cooled from burning, it becomes earth, stone, or sulfur, which is manifested from lightning. Plato thought that earth is entirely unchangeable, but the other elements change both into themselves and into each other. Therefore, earth is divided from the more subtle and not changed, but is loosened or mixed with the others where it does not entirely dissolve, and then returns back into itself again. Each of the elements has two specific qualities. The first quality is held as its own, and the other is, as it were, a middle in common with the next. Indeed, fire is hot and dry, earth is dry and cold, water is cold and moist, air is moist and hot. According to this manner, two elements of opposite qualities are opposite to each other, as fire is to water and earth is to air. Thus, in this way, the elements have their opposites. For instance, there are the heavy, as with earth and water, and the light, as with air and fire, of which the heavy are passive and the light are active, as said by the Stoics. Yet according to Plato, he distinguishes these in another way, where he assigns these three qualities. Fire is sharpness, thinness, and movement, but earth is dullness, thickness, and rest. According to these qualities, the elements of fire and earth are opposite, but the remaining elements borrow from these qualities. Thus, for air, two qualities are taken from fire, thinness and movement, and one from earth, dullness, and then to the opposite, water takes two from earth, the dullness and thickness, and one from fire, movement. But fire is twice as thin as air, 3 times as movable, and 4 times as sharp. Air is twice as sharp as water, 3 times as thin, and 4 times as movable. Water is twice as sharp as earth, 3 times as thin, and 4 times as movable. Therefore, as fire is to air, thus air is to water, and water to earth, and then as earth is to water, thus air is to fire. This is the root foundation of all bodies and nature's virtues and wonderful operations. One who has complete and ready understanding of the qualities of these elements and mixtures will bring about outstanding miraculous operations and will perfect in natural magic. Chapter 4 of the rationale of the threefold consideration of elements. There are 4 elements, as we have said, without perfect notice of which we can effectively produce nothing perfect in magic. Each of the elements is threefold, as such. 4 of each become 12, through 7 into the number 10, and they proceed to supreme unity. All virtues and wonderful operations depend on the elements, and progressions happen from them. Therefore, the first order of the elements are pure and are not compounded, not modified, and not allowed to mix. Yet they are uncorruptible, and the virtues of all natural things produce effects not by them, but through them. No one can explain their virtues, because through them all is possible in all things. Indeed, one who ignores them cannot complete any wonderful operations. The second order of elements is compounded, many-layered, varied, and impure, yet reducible by art to a pure simplicity. When they are returned to their simplicity, their virtue above all completes all occult and natural operations, and this is the whole foundation of natural magic. The third order of elements is foremost and by themselves not elements, but rather compounded from each other, varied and multi-layered, and changing between themselves. They are infallible, middle, and therefore they are called the middle nature, or the soul of the middle nature. Indeed, there are few who understand this profound mystery. In these, by certain numbers, degrees, and orders, is the consummation of all effects in whatever things are natural, celestial, or supercelestial. They are full of wonders and mysteries and can operate in magic as well as with the natural and the divine. Indeed, through the threefold nature, all things are bound, dissolved, and changed. There is knowledge and prediction of the future, the destruction of evil demons, and the connection with good spirits after their descent. Therefore, without the triplicities of the elements and the understanding of them, no one can confidently work in the occult sciences of magic and nature. But whoever can learn to reduce impurity into purity, multiplicity into simplicity, and also discernibly know nature, virtue, strength, and number, and degree in order without dividing substance, will easily possess the knowledge of all natural things, and perfect operations of celestial secrets. Chapter 5. Of the wonderful natures of fire and earth. For all wonderful operations, said Hermes, two are sufficient, fire and earth. Earth is passive and fire is active. Fire, as Dionysus said, is in everything, and through everything it comes and goes. It is anything that is bright, and is likewise secret and unknown when it is alone, with no other matter approaching it, in which it may be known by its own action. It is immense and invisible, and its own action is by its own power. Fire is movable, handing itself over in a certain manner to all that approaches it, renewing, protecting nature, enveloping with brilliant light, incomprehensible, clear, discreet, recoiling, bringing up, moving sharply, elevated, not accepting servile indignities, always moving and moving others, comprehending the incomprehensible, not needing another, secretly rising from itself, accepts materials, revealing themselves to its magnitude, active, powerful, and also invisibly present in all things. Fire does not allow neglect, but is resolved as if with a vengeance. It suddenly reduces in reasoning, generally and individually, impalpable, not lessening, taking all riches into itself. Fire is the immense and shameless portion of things, as Hilmi said. There is some doubt whether it is greater in destroying or producing. Fire is singular in itself, and it penetrates through all things. As Pythagoras said, it widens in the sky, illuminating, but in the underworld it narrows, dark and tormenting. And the middle shares from each, therefore fire is singular in itself. It is received in many ways in different things. It is distributed differently, as Clinthus testified to Cicero. Therefore, the fire we use comes from other things. It is in stones, in which it is shaken out by blow from iron. It is in earth, which smokes from digging. It is in water, which heats springs and wells. It is in the deep sea, which grows from being tossed by the winds. It is in air, which we often see growing hot. Each animal, all living things, and vegetables are nourished by heat, and everything that lives survives because of enclosed heat. The properties of heavenly fire are heat, which makes all things fertile, and light, which gives life to everything. The properties of infernal fire are a flame consuming all, and darkness, which fills everything with barrenness. Therefore, the celestial and bright fire chases away demons of darkness, and our ignited wood chases them away as well, because there is a similarity. And this ignited wood is a vehicle of the more superior light. About this, Jesus said, I am the light of the world, which is the true fire, Father of lights, from whom all good gifts come. He sends out a brilliant fire, sharing it first with the sun and the remaining heavenly bodies. Through them, as if they were middle instruments, the fire flows into us. Therefore, as the daemons of darkness are stronger in the dark, it follows that good daemons, who are the angels of light, grow in light, not only from the divine, the solar, and the celestial, but also from our common fire. Hence, it was decided by the first wise founders of religion and ceremonies that prayers, sacred singing, and consecration shall not happen without kindled light. For this reason, the Pythagorean symbol said, do not speak to God without a light. They ordered that lights be kindled to drive away evil demons from the corpses of the dead, and that the fires not be removed until sacred rites of the atonement were completed and the corpses put away in the earth. The Almighty himself required that all sacrifices be offered with fire, and that the fire always be burning on the altar. Also, at one time, the Roman Vestal priestesses continuously watched over and guarded their fire. Of all the elements, the base and foundation is earth. Indeed, it is the object, subject, and receptacle of the influences of all celestial rays. It holds seeds in itself and the seminal virtues of all things. Therefore, it is said to be animal, vegetative, and mineral. It is made fruitful from all the remaining elements and celestials, and everything is generated from it. It receives all fertility and is like the first parent and spring of everything. Earth is the center, foundation, and mother of all. Take something from earth, washed, purified, and subtle. If left for some time under the sky, soon the celestial virtues make it fertile and pregnant. From this plants are produced, then worms, animals, small stones, and bright sparkling metal. There are great secrets in earth. If it is ever purified through the method of fire, it is reduced to its simplicity through a harmonious washing. It is the first material of our creation and the truest medicine that restores and preserves us. Chapter 6. The wonderful natures of water, air, and wind. The remaining two elements are no less powerful, these being water and air, nor do their natures cease working wonders. Indeed, water is so necessary that without it no animal can live, and no herbs or plants can sprout forth without first being moistened with water. It is the seminal virtue of all things. First in animals, whose seed is distinctly watery, and also the seeds of fruit and herbs. Although they are more earthy, yet it is necessary to dissolve in the water, if they should be fruitful, or if they absorb the moisture in the earth, or dew, or rain, or whatever added on purpose. Accordingly, Moses said that only water and earth provide a living soul. But water has a twofold production, that is, things swimming in water and flying in air over the earth. Also, the same scripture testifies that earthy production is partially indebted to water, saying that after creation the brush and plants did not grow because God did not cause it to rain over the earth. This element is of such great power that spiritual regeneration cannot happen without water, as Christ himself testified to Nicodemus. It likewise has great power in religion, expiations, and purifications, and is no less necessary than fire. Its usefulness is infinite and many, and all things stand from its power, as well as generate, feed, and increase in strength. Thus, Thales of Miletus and Hesiod decided that water was the first of all things, older than all the other elements, and even more powerful, because it commands all the others. Indeed, as Pliny said, water devours earth, quenches flames, climbs high, is held in the clouds, claiming the heavens as its own, and then falls to earth, causing all things to grow. There are innumerable wonders of water written by Pliny, Solonus, and many other historical descriptions. Of these miraculous virtues, Ovid also recalled in his verse, "At midday, horned Damon, your water is cold and warm, at sunrise and sunset. The Althamanians apply water to kindle wood, it is said, when the moon recedes into its smallest orb. The Cyclones have a river that when drunk turns entrails to stone, and when things touch it, marbleize. The Crathis and Sibirus, neighboring your borders, make hair like amber and gold. What is more wonderful is that there are waters that have the power to change not only the body but also the soul. Who has not heard of the foul waves of Salamis, the Ethiopian lake, which, if one quenches their throat, suffers madness or wonderful heavy sleep? Whoever quenches their thirst from Clitor's fountain avoids wine and soberly enjoys pure water. Hence the flow of the river Licentius has an unequal effect, which whoever draws a small amount down the throat will stagger as if they had drunk unmixed wine. There is the lake of Arcadia, that the ancients called Phineus, who avoided its treacherous waters, which were feared at night. They are harmed when drunk at night, but without harm when drunk at light. Additionally, Josephus referred to a certain river between Archaea and Raphina, cities in Syria, that has a strange nature. It flows with a full riverbed through the entire Sabbath, and soon the fountain ceases as if it were stopped up for 6 full days, and you can pass over the dry riverbed and again on the 7th day. An unknown nature causes the previous water to return its abundance. For this reason, the inhabitants called it the Sabbatheum, because of the sacred Jewish seventh day. We read in the Gospel of a proven pool, in which after an angel agitated the water, the first person that descended into it was freed from their illness. We read of the same strength and power in the spring of the Ionian nymphs, which was in Elis in the village Heraclea, near the district of the river Cytheron. When a sick body is lowered into the pool, all defects are expelled from the body and thus arises sound and whole. Pausanias says that in Lycius, the mountain of Arcadia, there was a spring called Agria, which, whenever a dryness of the region threatened to ruin the crops, the priest of Lycian, Zeus, came after a victim was sacrificed and adored the spring with sacred prayers. He held an oak branch in his hand and lowered it into the bottom of the sacred spring. Then, with the water excited, vapor arose into the air and aroused the clouds. The assembling clouds spread over the entire sky, and somewhat later relaxed into rain, and the entire region was well irrigated. However, physician Rufus of Ephesus, more than any other authority, wrote of the miraculous wonders of water, which, as far as I know, are found in no other authority. It remains that I speak about air, that is a vital spirit. It passes through everything that exists, providing all life and substance. It binds, moves, and fills all. Hence, Hebrew teachers did not consider it among the elements, but as the middle and adhesive connection, differing things together, and, as if it were, the resounding spirit of the world's instrument. Indeed, it is the nearest to all celestial influences, and accordingly contains and shares them with other elements, and then mixes with each one. Air is also no less important to all things that are natural, as well as the artificial things and speeches of whatever kind. As if it were a divine mirror, it accepts and restrains them, and carries them off with itself. In human and animal bodies it enters their pores, nevertheless impressing its qualities on them, while asleep or awake. It provides the matter of miraculous foreboding and divinatory dreams. They also say that when someone happens to walk by a place where a man was killed, or even a recent hidden corpse, it is quickly moved with dread and fear. This is because of the air in that place is full of horrible type of homicide. The spirit of a man then breathes it in, and is affected by disturbances of a similar type, from which fear takes hold. For anything that makes a sudden impression confounds nature. Many philosophers believe the air is the cause of dreams and many other impressions of the soul by applying images, likenesses, or appearances that are detached from things and speeches that multiply in the air, until they come to the senses, and then to the imagination, where the soul receives them, that is, it is freed of cares and unimpeded. Appearances of this kind will not wait, and they shape the soul. Indeed, the appearance of things, although they are carried toward the sense of men and animals according to their own nature, are yet from the heavens. While they are in the air, they acquire some impression, and according to the aptitude and disposition, they can be brought more to the senses of one rather than to another. Hence, it is possibly natural and far from all superstition that with no other spirit intervening, for one man to be able to announce their mind to another man living in another place, regardless of whether the length of distance from him is known, this is possible to do in a short time, even if that time cannot precisely be measured. Although it is necessary to be within 24 hours, I have learned how to do this and have often done it, as has the abbot Trithemius. There are also some images, not only spiritual but also natural, that influence these things by a certain influence through bodies, from bodies. Those images grow strong in air, then through light, then through motion, then to vision, then to other senses. They can offer and show and reveal miracles to us, as Plotinus proved and taught. We see how in the south wind, air thickens into thin clouds in which images of distant fortresses, mountains, horses, men, and other things are reflected, as if in a mirror, then vanish when the clouds depart. Aristotle showed in meteorology that some rainbows are conceived in a cloud of air as if it were a mirror. Albertus said the effigies of bodies from the natural power of humid air are easily fashioned in the same way so that the images of things are in other things. Aristotle said that a man had a certain debility of vision where the air around him became like a mirror and the optical rays reflected toward him could not penetrate. From whichever direction he went, his image was opposite, and he saw his own face in front of him. Similarly, in the art of some mirrors, any image you wish can be produced in the air far away from the mirror. An ignorant man will think he sees daemons or shadowy souls, yet they are nothing but a certain likeness related to them without any life. It is well known that if a ray of sunlight enters a dark place free of all light through a small hole with a piece of white paper or a plain mirror placed under it, one can see whatever is illuminated by the sun. There is another astonishing illusion where if certain artificial images are painted or letters written and placed opposite the rays of the full moon on a certain night, their likenesses is snatched up and multiplied in the air and reflected back with the lunar rays. If some other person sees this from a long distance, they can read and recognize them in the disk or circle of the moon. Indeed, this art of reporting secrets is very useful for besieging villages and cities, a practice Pythagoras frequently engaged in, known today by some and also to me. Yet all of these and many more are in the foundation of the nature of air and their reason, as is in mathematics and optics. Just as these likenesses are reflected back towards sight, there are also some for hearing, detached as an echo, but there are more hidden arts such as the ability to hear from remote distances and the ability to understand what other whispers even in secrecy. Also from the element of air are winds. Indeed, there are nothing more than rapidly moving air. Of these there are four principles, flowing from the four directions of the sky. These four, or Notus from the south, Boreas from the north, Zephyrus from the west, and Paleotis or Eris from the east, which Pantanus included in these two verses. From the north in Bairos, indeed Notus blows Olympus, Zephyrus has the west, from the east comes Eris. Notus is the southern wind, cloudy and moist, warm and sickly. Jerome called it the cupbearer of rain. Ovid thus described, the south wind flies with dripping wings, his terrible face hid in black darkness. His beard is heavy with rain, his gray hair flowing waves. Mists settle on his brow, his bosom feathered with dew. But Boreas, the north wind, is opposite to Notus, violent and noisy, who shatters the clouds, then becomes serene air, and binds water with frost. Ovid introduces him thus: with ready strength I drive away the gloomy clouds. I violently toss the seas and overturn knocked oaks. I harden the snow and beat the earth with hail. Also, when I gather my brothers under the open sky, for what is my battlefield, I fight with such effort that our mutual strikes resound in the heavens, and fires burst forth from the hollow clouds. And when I enter the arching holes in the earth, and place my back against the deep caverns, I disturb the underworld, and with trembles that shake the entire globe. However, Zephyrus, who was also called Favonius, is the lightest wind blowing from the west. Blowing gently, it is cold and damp, resolves winter, and brings out sprouting flowers. To the opposite is Eris, who is also Subsolemnus and Apeliotis from the east, a humid wind, cloudy and rapidly voracious. Of this Ovid sang, at dawn Eris recedes from the kingdoms of Nabatea and Persia under the yoke of morning rays. Evening, whose shores grow warm in the setting sun, are closest to Zephyrus. Cynthia and the 7 plow oxen. The frightful Boreas invades against the earth, with constant clouds becoming wet with rain from the south. Chapter 7. Of the types of compounds, how they are according to the elements, and how the elements agree with each other, with the soul and senses and behavior. After the 4 simple elements follow the 4 kinds of perfect compounds, which are stones, metals, plants, and animals. Although each is generated from all of the elements compounded together, they follow and imitate a particular single element. All stones are earthy, since their nature is heavy and falling and thus solid with dryness, and are unable to melt. Metal is from water and dissolvable, which natural philosophers confess and alchemists prove, because they are a viscous water, or because they are generated from watery quicksilver. Plants agree with air, since unless they are under the sky, they will not sprout or coalesce. Thus, also in all animals, fire is their power, their heavenly source, and fire has such an affinity to them that if it is extinguished, life will entirely fail. Again, each of those types of things is distinguished by the degrees of the elements. For instance, among stones, which are called earthy and especially dark and heavy, they are some that are watery because they are transparent and thickened because of water, such as crystals, beryl, and pearls in conches. Some are airy because they float on top of water and are spongy, such as the sponge stone, and pumice and tophus. There are some that are fiery, which they are extracted from fire and are resolved or generated from it, such as lightning stones, pyrites, and asbestos. Similarly, among metals, lead and silver are earthy, quicksilver is watery, copper and tin are airy, and certainly gold and iron are fiery. Likewise, in plants, roots imitate earth because of their density, but leaves imitate water because of their juice. Flowers often after air because of their fineness, and seeds after fire because of their generative spirit. Additionally, some are called hot, some cold, some moist, and others dry, and they borrow their names from the qualities of the elements. Among animals, there are some earthy ones that stand out from others, because they live in the heart of the earth, such as vermin, worms, moles, and many reptiles. Others are watery, such as fish. Others are airy and are unable to live outside of the air. Some are fiery, inhabitable fire, such as the salamander and some cicadas, which are called pyrosta, and others who boil with a certain heat, such as pigeons, ostriches, and lions, which the Book of Wisdom calls beasts that breathe with a fiery vapor. Additionally, in animals, bones refer to earth, flesh to air, the vital spirit to fire, and the humors to water. These also share from the elements. For red, cholera belongs to fire, blood is air, plasm is water, and black bile is earth. Finally, in the soul itself, as Augustine testified, the intellect refers to fire, reason to air, imagination to water, and indeed the senses to earth. Also, the senses are distributed together among the elements, for vision is fiery, for it cannot perceive without fire and light. Hearing is airy, for sound is made from striking the air. Smell and taste refer to water, for without moisture neither smell nor taste happens. Finally, touch is entirely earthy, as it receives dense bodies for itself. Likewise, the elements guide the actions and operations of man. Indeed, slow and dense motion is signified by earth, fear, ignorance, and relaxed operations by water, a cheerful and friendly character by air, sharp impetuosity and anger by fire. Therefore, the elements are the first. Everything exists because of them. Everything follows them, and they diffuse their strengths to everything. Chapter 8. How the elements are in the heavens, the stars, in daemons, in angels, and finally in God himself. It is the unanimous opinion of all Platonists that, as in the archetypes of the world along things are in all, so also all things in the corporal world are in all, yet it is thus in different ways, that is, by according to the natures of these things. Thus, the elements are not only in these inferior bodies, but also in the heavens, in the stars, in daemons, in angels, and finally in the maker and originator of all. In these inferior bodies, the elements are of certain dense forms, heavier matter, and the material elements. In the heavens, the elements have their own natures and virtues, that is, with a heavenly and more excellent manner than the sublunary. Heavenly earth has solidity without density. Water and air have agility and flow from a distance. Fire has heat without burning, but it illuminates everything, and its heat gives life. Of the stars, Mars and the sun are fiery, Jupiter and Venus are airy, and Saturn and Mercury are watery. The earth inhabits the eighth sphere with the moon, which is thought of by most as watery. Clearly, the earthly images is attracted to the celestial waters. The moon drinks from these waters, and by its close proximity they flow onto us and are shared with us. Among the signs, some are fiery, some are earthy, some are airy, some are watery. The four elements rule the triplicities of the heavens, distributing each element to the first, the middle, and the end. Thus the first, for the fiery triplicity, is Aries, progressing and increasing to Leo, and finally to Sagittarius. The first earthy triplicity is Taurus, progressing to Virgo, and last to Capricorn. The first airy triplicity is Gemini, progressing to Libra, and ending in Aquarius. The first watery triplicity is Cancer, the middle is Scorpio, and Pisces as the end. Therefore, all bodies are made from the mixtures of the planets and signs, together with the elements. According to this reasoning, daemons are distinguished from each other. As such, some are called fiery, others earthy, others airy, and others watery. Hence, there are the four infernal rivers: fiery Plegathon, airy Cocytus, watery Styx, and earthy Acarian. We read in the Gospels of the fire of hell, and the eternal fire where the cursed are ordered to go. We also read in Revelations about the lake of fire, and Isaiah spoke of the damned, saying that the Lord will strike you with corrupt air. In Job, we read, they will jump from extreme heat to snowy waters. We also read in Job, the land of darkness and covered with the mist of death, the land of misery and darkness. Also, the elements are placed over the angels of the universe and the blessed intelligences. Indeed, the essence of stability is in them, an earthy virtue in which is the firm seat of God. Also, their pious mercy, a kind of watery cleansing virtue. Hence the Psalms spoke of water, where it says of the heavens, "You cover its heights with water." Also in them is air, the subtle spirit, love, and shining fire. Hence they are called in the sacred scriptures the wings of the wind, and elsewhere in the Psalms it says, "Makes your angels spirits and your ministers a burning fire." Likewise of the angelic orders, fire is the seraphim virtues and powers, earth the cherubim, water the thrones and archangels, and air dominations and principalities. Do we not also read about the archetype, the maker of all things? Let the earth open and bring forth a Savior. Surely the scriptures speak of fountain of living water, cleansing and regenerating. And is it not the Spirit breathing in some breath of life, in which also, as Moses and Paul testify, is a consuming fire? Therefore the elements are found everywhere and in everything. No man can deny their manner. First in the inferiors they are feculent and dense, and in the heavens they are pure and clear, and in the supercelestials they are truly living, and in all parts blessed. Therefore the elements are produced in the archetypal idea, are distributed powers in the intelligences, are virtues in the heavens, and are dense forms in the inferiors. Elements are in all things. Chapter 9. Of the virtues of natural things most closely depending upon the elements. The virtues of some natural things are elemental, such as to heat, to cool, to moisten, and to dry, and these operations are called primarily and secondary actions. In these are the only qualities that entirely change the whole substance, because none of the other qualities can do this. However, some qualities belong to things compounded from elements. These are greater than the primary qualities, such they are ripening, digesting, loosening, softening, hardening, constricting, purging, corroding, combusting, opening, evaporating, strengthening, soothing, binding, blocking, expelling, retaining, attracting, reflecting, stupefying, bestowing, lubricating, and many others. The various virtues of natural things. Indeed, elemental qualities do many things when mixed that they cannot do by themselves. These operations are called secondary qualities, because they follow the nature and measure of the mixtures of the first virtues, as in eloquently discussed in the medical books, for example, ripening as in operation of natural heat according to a certain measure in the substance of matter, and hardening as an operation of cold, such as freezing and the like. These operations sometimes act upon a determined member, such as provoking urine, milk, or menstruation. These are called the third qualities, which follow the second, as the second follows the first. Therefore, according to these first, second, and third qualities, many illnesses are cured and caused. Many wonderful artificial things. Men greatly admire many things that are artificially made, such as fire that burns in water, which they call Greek fire, and many compositions of which Aristotle taught in his treatise on that subject alone. In a similar way, it often happens that fire is extinguished by oil and is kindled when cold water is sprinkled on it. And fire that is kindled by rain, wind, or the sun, there is made a fire called burning water, the composition of which is well known, that will consume nothing except itself. Also, there are made extinguishable fires, incombustible oils, and everlasting lamps that may not be extinguished by wind, water, or any other method. These would be thought of as complete, incredible, except there was a famous lamp that once shone in the temple of Venus, in which the stone asbestos burned. When the lamp was kindled, it could never be extinguished. On the other hand, wood or some other combustible can be prepared so that fire cannot harm them. There are preparations made in which anointed hands can carry red-hot iron or be dipped into molten metal, or entire bodies can go into fire without any harm, and many other things similar to these. There is a kind of flax that Pliny called asbestos, which is not consumed by fire. Anaxagoras said that trees surrounded by asbestos muffle sound so that chopping blows cannot be clearly heard. Chapter 10. Of the occult virtues of things. There are also other virtues in things that are not from any element, such as driving away poison, driving away open sores, attracting iron or other things. These virtues are the result of the appearance and form of this or that thing, and though being small in quantity, they are not small in conducting their effects, which are not given to any elemental quality. These virtues, because they have many forms, can therefore do much with little matter, but an elemental virtue, because it is material, uses more to act and also needs more matter. They are called occult qualities because their causes are hidden, and because human intellect cannot entirely investigate them, whereby the greater number of philosophers attained This from very long experience rather than from searching by reason. We recognize that food is distributed to the stomach through heat. However, it is changed through a certain occult virtue of which we are ignorant. Indeed, it is not by heat, since it would otherwise appear to be changed by fire in a hearth rather than in the stomach. There are, in things we recognize, certain other innate virtues beyond the elemental qualities created by nature, which we admire and often amaze us. Though we may not know or rarely see such things, such as the phoenix, the only bird that renews itself, of which we read in Ovid, there is one bird that renews and reproduces itself, which the Assyrians call the phoenix. And elsewhere, Egypt came together to see this great miracle, and the crowd rejoiced to greet this rare bird. Maitreya once brought a great wonder to the Greeks and the Romans. He said he nourished the beast before him, who swallowed itself, and to this day many people anxiously search for the beast of Maitreya. Who would not marvel at the fishes dug from the earth, which Aristotle, Theophrastus, and Polybius the historian mention? Also wonderful are the singing stones about which the Pausanians wrote. All these works are occult virtues. The ostrich digests and distributes cold and hard iron into nourishment for its body, whose stomach, it is said, is not hurt by red-hot iron. Small fish known as the Echinese stops the impetuous wind and subdues the rays of the seas. However great, commanding, raging, and boundless these storms may be, stretching the sails of ships from the wind, the touch of that fish restrains and forces ships to stand so that they are unable to move in any way. Thus, of some small creatures, salamanders, peristae, live in fire, and though they seem to burn, they are not harmed. Similarly, there is a certain bitumen which is said to have been smeared all over the armor of the Amazons, that neither iron nor fire would loosen. This bitumen was also said to have been smeared over the bronze gates of Caspia by Alexander the Great. It is also said that Noah sealed the ark with bitumen and that it endured more than 1,000 years on the mountains of Armenia. There are many others of these sorts of things that are scarcely credible, yet from experience are recognized. For example, the ancients mention satyrs, which are animals with a figure half human and half brute, yet are capable of speech and reasoning. One of these spoke to Saint Anthony the Hermit and condemned the error of the Gentiles for worshipping common animals as he begged him to pray to God on his behalf. Saint Jerome recorded this, and he affirms that one was once seen alive in public and was chosen to be sent to the Emperor Constantine. Chapter 11. How occult virtues are infused into kinds of things by ideas through the world soul, the stellar rays, in which things are most abundant with this virtue. According to Platonists, all inferior ideas come from superior ideas. They define an idea as a form above bodies, souls, minds, singular, simple, pure, unchangeable, indivisible, incorporeal, and eternal. The nature of all ideas is the same, but they placed ideas in the good itself, that is, with God, through the manner of cause. They are only distinguished from each other by certain relative reasons. Or else whatever is in the world shall be one thing without variety, yet they agree with each other in essence, or else God would be a multiple of substance. In the second place is the intelligible, that is, the world's soul, through their own forms and absolute superior forms. They are different from each other. Thus, all ideas in God are indeed one form, but in the world's soul they are many. They are then placed in minds, or connected with bodies or separate bodies, with a certain participation, and by degree they are distinguished more and more. They are placed in nature as a certain inferior seed of forms infused by ideas, and they are finally placed in matter as shadows. In addition to this, there are as many seminal reasons of things in the world's soul as there are ideas in the divine mind. For this reason, it built figures in the heavens above, the stars, and impressed into them all of its qualities. Therefore, these figures, qualities, and all inferior kinds of virtues depend upon these stars. Thus, as every species has a celestial figure appropriate to it, from which comes a wonderful power of operation, and through the seminal method of the world soul, it receives a gift from its own idea. Indeed, ideas are not only the essential causes of any species, but also the causes of every virtue belonging to such species. This is what many philosophers say because of a certain virtue, that is, having a certain and stable reason, not accidental or causal, but effective, powerful, and unfailing, nothing frustrated, doing nothing in vain, and moving virtues that exist in natural things. Indeed, these virtues, which are the operations of ideas, do not err unless by accident, that is, from impurities and inequalities of matter. In this way, things are found more or less powerful in the same species according to the purity or confusion of matter. Indeed, all celestial influences can hinder through the confusion and unfitness of matter. About this, there is a Platonic proverb that says the merits of matter are infused by the celestial virtues, and which Virgil remembered in his poem. Fire is their power and their heavenly source, as great harmful bodies do not hinder them, whereby those things that are less immersed in the material idea, that is, taking a greater similarity with things that are separate, have powerful virtues in operating, like an operation of a separate idea. Therefore, we know that the placement and figure of the celestials are the cause of all noble virtues that are in more inferior species. Chapter 12. How different virtues are infused into different individuals and species. There are singularly individuals and many gifts that are as remarkable as in the entire species, which are also from the figures of the heavens and stars. Indeed, all individuals, when they start life under a determined horoscope and celestial constellation, assembled with a certain extraordinary virtues of labor and suffering, a wondrous thing, and also receive virtues from their species through celestial influences, and then through the obedience of generated matter and from the world soul. Such is the quality of the obedience of our bodies and souls. Indeed, we see this in ourselves because to whatever form we conceive, we move our body with delight, horror, or fear, and frequently heavenly souls, when diversely conceived, matter obediently moves toward them. Also, many prodigies appear in nature from the imagination of superior motions, and likewise different virtues that are in no way natural things but are conceived artificial things, especially if the soul of the operative strives to the same. About this, Avicenna said, "Whatever is made must pre-exist before the motion and conception of the stars and orbs." Thus, the virtues, effects of things, inclinations, customs are not only disposed from various materials, as most suppose, but also from the influences of variouses of diverse forms, indeed, not specific differences, but particular and individual. And these degrees are variously distributed by God and first cause, who distributes the rest each as he wishes. Yet he cooperates with the second causes, the angelic and celestial, disposing corporal matter and connecting all other things. Therefore, God infuses all virtues through the world soul, yet by a particular virtue of images and presiding intelligences, the coursing rays and the aspects of the stars, and a certain agreeing harmony. Chapter 13. From where occult virtues of things proceed. It is well known to all that there is a certain virtue in lodestones that attracts iron, and that the presence of a diamond destroys that virtue. Additionally, amber and the ballast ruby draw chaff when rubbed. The stone asbestos, once kindled, cannot be or can hardly be extinguished. The carbuncle shines in the darkness. The stone aetite, placed above a pregnant woman or fruit from a plant, strengthens them. If under the woman or fruit, destroys them. Jasper stops bleeding. The echinus stops ships. Rhubarb expels choler. And chameleon's liver, burned on the top of a roof, raises rain and thunder. The stone heliotrope blinds the eyes and makes the wearer invisible. The stone Lincurius removes deceptions from the eye. The fumigation of Liparus summons all beasts, and Sinochides summons infernal shades, but Anichides makes the images of gods appear. The Enectus placed under someone causes oracle dreams. There is an Ethiopian herb that dries pools and causes everything to be uncovered. And there is an herb called Laticum that Persian kings gave to their legates so that wherever they go, they will have an abundance of things. There is a Spartan or Scythian herb that, when tasted or held into the mouth, will allow the Scythians to endure 12 days of hunger and thirst. Apelius said that he was taught well by God, and there were many kinds of herbs and stones which can give perpetual life to men, but could not speak of this knowledge for men to understand, since men have a short time to live. Eagerly desire evil, and do nothing that is not wicked. If their time is extended, the gods themselves would not be spared. However, from where these virtues come, no one has explained, but many remarkable volumes have been produced about the qualities of these things. Not even Hermes, Bacchus, Aaron, Orpheus, Theophrastus, Thabit, Signothamus, Zoroaster, Evax, Dioscritus, Isaac the Jew, Zacharias, the Babylonian, Albertus, or Arnaldus, yet all of them admit, which Zacharias and Mithridates wrote, that great power and human faith are in the virtues of stones and herbs. Therefore, to know from where these come requires a higher speculation. Alexander the Peripatetic supposed, not departing from his essence and qualities, that they come from the elements and their qualities, which is perhaps true if the qualities are of the same type. But there are many operations of stones and not of the same type or kind. Consequently, the Academy, together with Plato, attributes these virtues to ideas, the fashioneer of things. But Avicenna reduced these operations to intelligences, Hermes to the stars, and Albertus to the specific forms of things. Although these authorities saw each other as adversaries, none of them, if correctly understood, departed from the truth, since all spoke to the same effect in most respects. Indeed, God is the primary beginning and end of all virtues. His attendants, the intelligences, administer the seals of the ideas who, as faithful executors, seal each things they believe to be an ideal virtue. Meanwhile, the heavens and stars as instruments dispose the matter for receiving those forms that reside in the divine majesty, as Plato said in the Timaeus, and are called by the stars. Then the giver of forms distributes them through the ministry of intelligences which he placed as rulers and guardians over his works, to whom he entrusts the facility in things, such as the virtue of all stones, herbs, metals, and all other things that are from the presiding intelligences. Therefore, form and virtue emerge, first from the ideas, then from the presiding and ruling intelligences, then from the aspects set in the heavens, and finally from the elements disposing the complexion of the corresponding celestial influences from which the elements themselves are disposed. Therefore, these sorts of operations are managed in more inferior things through distinct forms, but in the heavens by disposing virtues, in the intelligences through meditating reason, in the archetype through ideas and exemplary forms. All of these must agree to bring about the effect and virtue of each thing. There is a virtue and wonderful operation in each herb and stone, but more so in the stars, which are beyond even the presiding intelligences that provide many things. Such things come especially from the Supreme Cause, to whom everything mutually, perfectly, and concordingly corresponds, with a harmonious song, as if it were a certain hymn, always praising the highest Maker. It is just as in Scripture when the holy children in the Chaldean furnace were encouraged to sing, "Praise the Lord of all things that grow in the earth, and all that moves in the water, and all the birds in the sky, beasts and cattle, and the sons of men." Therefore, there is no cause for necessary effects other than all things connected with the first cause, corresponding to the divine model and eternal ideas, from where each thing has its limit, in their particular archetypal place and from where it lives and draws its origin. And every virtue of herbs, stones, metals, animals, words, prayers, and all exists are implanted by God. Although operated by the intelligences in these inferiors, sometimes God omits these intermediaries or suspends their duties and immediately accomplishes this himself. Such acts of God are called miracles. The authority of the first cause and the rank of the second cause, which Plato and others call handmaids, necessarily drive and produce their effects. Yet sometimes God by his pleasure frees or suspends them, that they shall thoroughly stop their necessary command and rank, and these are the greatest miracles of God. Thus the fire in the Chaldeans' furnace did not consume the children. Thus, by Joshua's command, the sun receded from its course for the space of 1 day. Thus, from the petition of Hezekiah, it receded for 10 degrees, or 10 hours. And thus, from the sufferings of Christ, the full moon darkened the sun. In the accounts of these operations, no rational discourse, no magic, no great occult or profound science can investigate or attain. They are only learned about and inquired into by divine oracles. Chapter 14. Of what the world spirit is and how it binds occult virtues. Democritus, Orpheus, and many Pythagoreans carefully studied the celestial virtues and inferior natures, saying that all things are full of gods, not without cause, since there is nothing that is of such excellent virtue and devoid of divine assistance that is in content with its own nature. But they called divine virtues in a variety of these things gods, which Zoroaster called false gods, and Synesius called symbolic allurements. Others called them living, and still others called them souls. The qualities of things were said to depend on these virtues because it is only the soul that operates by extending from one matter out to many things around it, as in man who extends his intellect to the intelligible and his imagination to the imaginable. This is what they understand. This is what they understood, that the soul of one being moves and advances to the other and bewitches it so that its operations are impeded, like a diamond impeds a lodestone so that it cannot attract iron. It is true that the soul is the premium mobile, moving by its own will. However, the body or matter is unable to move by itself, and if separated from the soul will degenerate. Therefore, they consider the operation more excellent with the medium, such as something that was almost not a body, but now almost a soul, or something that is almost not a soul, but now almost a body, so that clearly the soul is connected to the body. They imagine that such a medium is the world spirit, which is what we call the quintessence, because it is not from the four elements, but is a certain fifth, subsisting above and beyond them. Therefore, in such a spirit, it is necessary to acquire a medium for celestial souls to belong to dense bodies and grant wonderful gifts. Indeed, this spirit is close to what is indeed the body of the world, as is what is in our own human bodies. In the same way as the virtues of our souls are applied to the members of our bodies, the virtues of the world soul are extended to everything by the quintessence. Nothing is found in the entire universe that is without a spark of its virtue. It is greatly, and indeed most greatly, infused into those things that have drawn the most from the spirit, drawing from the stellar rays, inasmuch as things make themselves conform to them. Therefore, this spirit propagates all occult qualities in herbs, stones, metals, and animals through the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars above the planets. However, this spirit can be more useful to us if one understands how to remove it from the other elements, or at least use those things that are most abundant with this spirit. Accordingly, these things, where the spirit is less immersed into the body and less confined to matter, act more powerfully, and perfectly, and also more readily, generate their like. For in them are all generative and simial virtues. For this reason, alchemists try to separate spirit from gold and silver. When they are duly removed and extracted, if afterward there was any matter of the same kind, this was added to any metal. By doing this, gold and silver were immediately made. We have learned how to make this and have sometimes seen it, but were not able to make more gold, unless it was the same weight as that from which the spirit was extracted. Since spirit is an extended form and not contracting, it cannot change an imperfect body into a perfect one beyond its measure. I will not deny this, yet it might be possible by a different art. Chapter 15. How we must investigate and test the virtues of things by way of acceptance and similarity. It is well known that qualities of occult things are not from elemental natures, but are engrafted by the heavens. Hidden from our senses and in fact scarcely understood by our reason, indeed these qualities are from the world spirit through their stellar rays, which we cannot investigate except by experience and conjecture. From where you who are anxious to feign effort into this study must consider this, because each thing moves and turns to its like and inclines according to all of its abilities and qualities, that is, in occult virtue as well as in quality, and of course elemental virtue. It is also always in the substance itself, as we see in salt, for whatever stands for long in salt becomes salt. Indeed, every agent, when it begins to act, does not move toward an inferior of itself, but as long as it can, the inferior will be made equal and agreeable to it. We also clearly see this in sensible animals, in which the nutritive virtue of food does not change into herbs or plants, but into sensible flesh. Therefore, in those things where there is an excess of any qualities or properties such as heat, cold, boldness, fear, sadness, anger, love, hatred, or any other passion or virtue, whether if it belongs to itself by nature or sometimes by skill or chance, such as the boldness of a prostitute, these things move and provoke such a great quality, passion, and virtue. Thus, fire moves to fire, water moves to water, and boldness moves to boldness. It is well known by physicians that the brain helps the brain and the lungs help the lungs. They say that if the eye of a frog is suspended around the neck in a cloth in the original color, it will cure the eye inflammations. The right eye for the right, the left for the left. The same is said about crabs for the eyes, likewise the feet of a tortoise, where collected for gout and bound suspended upon the body of the afflicted individual, feet by feet, hand by hand, right to right, left to left. They said in the same way that all barren animals provoke sterility, and to especially use their testicles in womb or urine, if these are given to a woman and she takes it, or if something is infused with it, she will not conceive for an entire month. Therefore, if we wish to work with some quality or virtue, we must search for an animal or other thing that belongs to such an excellent quality, and from this take the part in which such quality or virtue especially thrives. For instance, if we wish to promote love, we search for some animal that especially loves, which are pigeons, turtle doves, sparrows, swallows, and wagtails. From these we take the members of the parts from strengths as the greatest vulnerable appetite, which are the heart, testicles, womb, penis, sperm, and menses. This must happen at a time when that animal is most affected by captivation and intensity. Indeed, then they are greatly provoke and draw love. Likewise, for increasing boldness, we must search for lions or roosters, from whom we take the heart, eyes, or forehead. Thus, we must understand what Celius the Platonist said, that dogs, ravens, and roosters are good for watching. Also, nightingales, bats, and owls have the best heads, hearts, and eyes. Therefore, they said, if you carry the heart of a raven or bat about you, you will not feel sleepy until it is discarded. The same is true of the head of a bat that is dried and bound to the right arm of someone who is awake, for if it was placed while sleeping, they will not wake until it is discarded. In the same way, frogs and horned owls make one talkative, and of these especially is the tongue and the heart. Thus, the tongue of a water frog placed under the head makes one talk in their sleep. The heart of a horned owl placed under the left breast of a sleeping woman will cause the effect of pronouncing all secrets. Also, the same effect happens when the heart of a swallow and the fat of a hare are placed over the breast of someone sleeping. In the same way, all animals who are long-lived confer long life, and whatever can renew their life grants renewal of life to our bodies and restores youth, which physicians have shown to accept many times, and is shown in vipers and serpents. It is well known that stags renew their old age by consuming serpents, and in the same way the phoenix renews by a fire that it makes for itself. And a similar virtue is in the pelican, whose right foot, if placed under warm dung, a pelican will be born from it after 3 months. Therefore, some physicians made confections out of vipers and hellebore and certain animals' flesh, which promise to renew youth. Sometimes they do restore, just as Medea promised to restore the aged Pele. It is likewise believed that the blood of a bear, if drawn by the mouth from a fresh wound, is a potion that will increase strength in the body. This is because that animal is the strongest. Chapter 16. How the operations of different virtues are transferred from one thing to another, and how they are shared with each other. You must know about the great power of natural things that not only affect things brought near to them, but also infuse into them a like power, causing them to affect other things through the same virtue, such as we see in lodestones. Indeed, this stone not only draws iron rings, but also infuses a power into the ring, where the same effect becomes possible, which Augustine and Albertus report they saw themselves. According to this, it is said that a public prostitute who exudes boldness and shamelessness affects everything near her with these qualities, which are then transferred to others. Therefore, they say that if one dresses in the garments or shirt of a prostitute, or if one has a mirror in which a prostitute gazes daily, they will become bold, intimidating, shameless, and extravagant. They say in a similar manner that cloth that was used in a burial will contain some quality of sadness and Saturn. Likewise, a hanging noose has some wondrous qualities. The same is written by Pliny, that if you place earth under a blended green lizard in a glass vase, you should include rings of solid iron or gold. When, looking through the glass, the vision of the lizard appears to have returned, take out the rings. They will relieve inflammation from the eye. The same is also said with weasels and rings, because it is agreed that if weasels' eyes are plucked out with a point, their vision will be restored again. In the same manner, rings are placed at certain times in the nests of sparrows or swallows, which afterward are used for love or favor. Chapter 17. How the virtues of things are investigated and tested by hatred and friendship. It is now time to consider that everything has friendliness and unfriendliness amongst themselves, and that everything has something that is fearful, horrible, unfriendly, and destructive to it. Conversely, everything has something that exalts, delights, and comforts them. Thus, in the elements, fire is against water, air is against earth, but fire and air and water and earth agree with each other. Again, in the heavens, Saturn is friendly to Mercury, Jupiter, the Sun, and Moon, but unfriendly to Mars and Venus. Jupiter is friendly with all the planets except Mars. Thus, all the planets except Venus are enemies with Mars. The Sun loves Jupiter and Venus and is an enemy to Mars, Mercury, and the Moon. All of the planets except Saturn love Venus. Mercury is friendlier with Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, and is an enemy with the Sun, Moon, and Mars. However, the moon is friendly with Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, and enemies with Mars and Mercury. There is another enmity among the stars, that is, when they have opposite houses, such as Saturn toward the luminaries, Jupiter toward Mercury, Mars toward Venus. That enmity is stronger in those planets whose exaltations are opposite to theirs, such as Saturn with the Sun, Jupiter with Mars, and Venus with Mercury. However, the strongest friendships are those of a harmonious nature, quality, substance, and power, such as Mars with the Sun, and Venus with the Moon. Likewise, Jupiter with Venus, it is also friendly with one's exaltations, is in the house of another, such as Saturn with Venus, Jupiter with the Moon, Mars with Saturn, the Sun with Mars, Venus with Jupiter, and Moon with Venus. Whatever has friendly or unfriendly inclinations in the superior realm will exhibit these same tendencies among subordinate things in the inferior. Therefore, the conditions in friendliness or unfriendliness are nothing else than certain inclinations of things toward each other, desiring various things if absent, moving toward them unless impeded, resting when acquired, fleeing what opposes them, dreading their approach and not resting. Therefore, Heraclitus professed his opinion that everything happens through hatred and friendship. However, inclinations of friendship in vegetables and minerals are such that magnets attract iron, emeralds attract wealth and favor, jasper in childbirth, and agate in eloquence. In a similar manner, naphtha draws fire and leaps into whatever direction it sees. Similarly, the herb aproxis draws fire from afar, like naphtha. There is the same inclination in the masculine and feminine palm tree, that when one branch touches the branch of the other, they embrace each other in mutual affection, and the female will not bring fruit without the male. The solitary almond tree is less fertile. Vines love elm trees, and opium, olives, and myrtles love each other. Olive and fig trees are similar. In animals, there is true friendship between blackbirds and thrushes, crows and herons, between peacocks and pigeons, and turtle doves and parrots. Above this, Sappho wrote to Phone, often white pigeons are joined with birds of different colors, and black turtle doves are loved by green birds. Again, small fish and whales are friends. Friendship is not only among animals, but also with other things, such as with metals and stones and with vegetables. Thus, felines and cats delight in the herb of catnip, which they rub, surrendering themselves to conception, and with the lack of a male. Mares in Cappadocia expose themselves to the blowing wind, and from that force conceive. Thus, frogs, toads, and serpents and other poisonous reptiles delight in the plant that is called laughing parsley, which physicians say if one consumes it, they will die laughing. Friendships of animals with other things. Marjoram. Again, tortoises, when poisoned by a serpent, eat wild marjoram, and they are cured. A stork, when it has eaten a serpent, seeks to heal itself from wild marjoram. A weasel, when fighting a basilisk, eats the herb rue, from which we recognize that wild marjoram and rue possess a virtue against poisons. Thus, in some animals there are natural skills and innate medical arts. For toads, when bitten by another animal and wounded by poison, customarily search for rue or sage. They rub the place of the wound with this and cure themselves of danger of the poison. What men have learned from beasts. Thus, beasts have taught men very well about many remedies from sickness and the virtues of things. For instance, swallows have shown us that celandine is helpful for sight, in which they heal the eyes of their chicks. Magpies, when sick, bring a laurel leaf into their nests and then grow stronger. Likewise with laurel, wood, pigeons, jackdaws, partridges, and blackbirds purge their nauseous stomachs. Similarly, ravens and chameleons also extinguish poison with that plant. Lions, if feverish, will grow stronger if they eat ape. Hopos, if injured by eating a grape, are healed by maidenhair. Thus, stags have taught us that dittany is a useful herb for extracting arrows since they eject the piercing dart by eating that herb. It is the same for Cretan goats and deer, somewhat before they give birth, purge themselves with a certain herb that is called heartwort. Likewise, when venomous spiders wound deer, they, the deer, eat crabs to restore their health. Also, pigs, when serpents bite them, cure themselves by eating crabs. Ravens, when they feel that they are poisoned by a toxico gallico, use an oak, or others say the carvativam, to seek a cure. Elephants, when they devour a chameleon, help themselves with the wild olive. Bears, when hurt by the mandrake, escape danger by eating ants. Geese, ducks, and other aquatic birds heal themselves with the herb ironwort. Pigeons, turtle doves, and hens heal themselves with the herb hexine, and cranes heal themselves with rushes. Leopards heal themselves against wolfsbane with human feces, boars with ivy, and deer with the herb artichoke. Chapter 18 of the inclinations of enmities. On the other hand, there are unfriendly inclinations. These are inclinations of odious nature, like an anger or indignation or a certain powerful opposition. Things thus affected flee their opposite or are propelled as if fleeing the shape of it. Examples of these kinds of inclinations are rhubarb against chlorella, thorax against poison, sapphires against anthrax, fiery fevers and afflictions of the eyes, amethyst against drunkenness, jasper against flowing blood, and harmful phantoms, emerald and chaste tree against lust, agate against poisons, peony against falling sickness, coral against the delusions of black bile and stomach pain, topaz against spiritual fires such as greed, extravagance, and all excessive love. Likewise is the inclination of ants against wild marjoram, and a bat's wing against the heart of a hoopoe, which, if present, will flee. There is a poisonous ant that is opposed to wild marjoram and resists salamanders, and the ants have such an enduring hatred of cabbage that they destroy each other in turn. Thus, cucumbers hate oil to such an extent that they will bend themselves into a hook so that they do not touch it. It is said that a raven's gall, with certain other things, chases away and frightens men from the place where it is hidden. Likewise, a diamond disagrees with the lodestone to such an extent that if a diamond is placed near the stone, iron will not be attracted to that lodestone. Sheep flee frog parsley as if it were deadly. What is more wondrous, nature has painted this sign of death on the livers of sheep, where the figure of the frog parsley we described naturally appears. Goats also hate basil, as if nothing was more destructive. Antipathy and disagreement of animals. Again, among animals, mice and weasels disagree, so that with cheese, if the brains of a weasel are added to the rennet, mice will not touch it, and the cheese will not spoil with age. Scorpions so oppose lizards that even the sight of them causes fear and freezes them in a cold sweat. Therefore they putrefy the lizard in oil, and with it kill them, and also anoint scorpion stings. There is also enmity between scorpions and mice. We read that if a mouse is placed under a scorpion's sting, it will be cured. There is an enmity between scorpions and stalabores, asps, and ichneums. It is also said that there are no such adversaries as serpents against crabs, as if a pig is stung, it will eat a crab and be healed. Also, when the sun is in Cancer, serpents are tormented. Scorpions and crocodiles destroy each other. If the feather of an ibis touches a crocodile, he will be immobilized. The bird called a bustard flies away when it sees a horse. A stag will flee when it sees a ram, and also flee when it sees a viper. Elephants react with fear at sound of a grunting pig. just as lions do when they see a rooster. Leopards will not touch something that is anointed with the broth of a hen, especially if garlic is boiled in it. There is also an enmity between foxes, swans, bulls, and crows. Likewise, among birds, there is a perpetual battle between crows and owls, kites and ravens, tails and turtle doves, Becuthus and Pagris, yellow thrush, turtle doves, agape and eagles, stags and dragons. Among the aquatics, there are also enmities such as between dolphins and whales, citruses and the wolffish, and eels and congers. Likewise, crustaceans frighten polyps to such an extent that when they see one nearby, they suddenly die. Crustaceans are against congers, and again, congers destroy polyps. Likewise, leopards are said to be in fear of hyenas to such an extent that they cannot withstand it, and in any way touch the hyena's skin. If the skins of each are hanged one against the other, the hairs of the leopard skin will drop off. As Harpalo said in the hieroglyphs, if one is girded with the pelt of a hyena and walks in the midst of his enemies, he will not be hurt and will calmly pass. Likewise, lambs have an enmity with wolves, which, of in them, can flee from them in dread. They say that if a wolf's tail, skin, or head is hung over a sheep pen, the sheep are sad, will not eat, and are fearful for it. Pliny reported that the small bird Esselin breaks the eggs of ravens whose chicks are antagonized by the fox, and that she will in turn pluck the fox's young. If a raven sees an Esselin, it will help the fox as they are facing a common enemy. The acanthus, a small bird living among thorn bushes, hates asses because they eat the flowers of its thorn bushes. However, the small bird Agathis has such a great descent with asses that their blood cannot be mixed together, and the bellowing of an ass will kill the eggs and young of an Agathis. Likewise, there is such a great descent between olives and prostitutes that if she plants it, the olive will either perpetually be unfruitful or it will wither up entirely. Lions fear nothing more than burning torches, nor is anything believed to subdue them more than this. A wolf fears neither iron nor spear, yet when stones are thrown, they cause wounds that beget worms. Horses fear camels to such an extent that they cannot endure to see camels' appearance or perceive it. A raging elephant, when seeing a ram, is subdued. A snake fears a nude man, but when a man is clothed, the snake attacks. A raging bull is bound to a fig tree, weakens its attack. Amber draws everything to it except basil, and that which is smeared with oil, with which it naturally disagrees. Chapter 19. How the virtues of things are investigated and tested, which things belong to the entire species, or what things are developed by being granted to particular individuals. You must also consider the virtues belonging to things according to certain species, such as boldness and courage in lions and roosters, timidity in hares and lambs, greed or ferocity in wolves, craftiness and fraud in foxes, flattery in dogs, greed in ravens and crows, arrogance in horses, anger in tigers and boars, sadness and melancholy in cats, desire in sparrows, and the like. Indeed, the greatest part of natural virtues accompanies the species. There are dual virtues in things. However, some things belong according to the individual, such as some men vehemently abhor the sight of a cat, and are therefore unable to see them without heavy shivering, or indeed the shivering does not belong to them according to the human species, because that is obvious. Avicenna wrote of a man who lived in this time whom all poisonous things avoided, killing anything that by chance seized and bit him, but he was entirely uninjured. Albertus referred to a girl he saw in Cologne, who hunted spiders for food, which she delightfully ate. Likewise is the boldness of a prostitute and the timidity of a thief. About this philosopher said that some individuals who never suffered sickness, oppose all sicknesses. Therefore, they say that suspended the bone of a dead man who never had a fever over a patient cures quartan. There are also many virtues belonging to similar, singular individuals infused by the celestial bodies, as we have shown above. Chapter 20. How natural virtues in some things are throughout their entire substance, but in other things in certain parts or members. Again, you must consider that the virtues of some things belong to the whole, that is, according to their entire substance, even all of its parts. For example, the fish Echinus, by only its touch, brings a ship to stop. This happens not because of any particular part, because of its entire substance. Also, the hyena, because of its entire substance. Its shadow touches dogs will cause them to lose their speech. Chapter 20. How natural virtues in some things are throughout their entire substance, but in other things in certain parts or members. Again, you must consider that the virtues of some things belong to the whole, that is, according to their entire substance, even all of its parts. For example, the small fish, Echinus, by only its touch, brings a ship to a stop. This happens not because of any particular part, but because of its entire substance. Also, the hyena, because of its entire substance. Its shadow touching dogs will cause them to lose their speech. Likewise, the celandine restores sight, not according to any particular part, but according to all of its parts. No less in the root than the leaves and seeds, and so on. However, some virtues belong to things according to some of its parts. For example, only the tongue, eyes, or other members or parts. Thus the eyes of a basilisk and Catoblepus have the most violent virtue to kill men when they see them. Likewise, the virtue of the eyes of a hyena is that whenever an animal hesitates its step and investigates it, the animal will be stupefied and will not be able to move. A similar virtue is in the eyes of some wolves, as if they first see a man, they become stupefied and hoarse as if trying to shout without having a voice. Of this Virgil recalled in his song. Likewise, the voice of Moeris. The wolves now flee, seeing Moeris first. Why enchanters chiefly use the eyes and not other parts. Also, some women in Cynthia, Illyria, and Tribalia often killed people by angrily looking at them. Likewise, the Telchian people of Rhodes extremely corrupted all who saw them. For this reason, Jupiter drowned them. Therefore, enchanters for this reason use the eyes of animals for eye salves and for similar sufferings operating through enchantments. In a similar manner, ants flee from the heart of a hoopoe, and not from the head, feet, or eyes. Thus, a lizard's gall rubbed in water is used to gather weasels, and not the tail or the head. Also, a goat's gall, enclosed in a bronze vessel buried under the earth, gathers frogs. A goat's liver repels butterflies and all moths. A dog's heart makes other dogs flee. Likewise, foxes will not touch chickens that have eaten the liver of a fox. Thus, many things have different virtues dispersed throughout their various parts, as they receive according to different celestial influences, just as the human body, bones, receive nothing but life, the eyes, sight, and the ears, hearing. In the human body there is a certain small bone, which the Hebrews call, that is the size of a clean chickpea, and cannot be corrupted or be conquered by fire, but is always preserved uninjured. From this bone, it is said, just as plants resurrect from seeds, our animals' bones sprout from the dead. These virtues are not declared by reason, but by experience. Chapter 21. Of the virtues of things that belong to themselves only in their lifetime, and those virtues that remain in them even after death. In addition, you must know that certain qualities belong to things only in life, and also that certain qualities endure after death. For example, the fish Echinius stops ships, and the basilisk and Cataplebus kill with their sight while living. However, after death, nothing happens. Thus, they say that with colic, if a live duck is placed near the stomach, it repels the illness and the duck will die. Similarly, Archytas said, if you take a heart freshly extracted from an animal, still warm and living, and suspended it over a patient with quarter fever, the fever will lift. Also, if you swallow the heart of a hopa, swallow, weasel, or a mole that is living and beating, it helps with memory, recollection, understanding, and divination. Parts must be taken from animals while still living. Hence, from this, there is a general precept that whatever is collected from animals or stones, members, or waste such as hair, dung, or hooves, that these should be taken from animals that are still living and, if possible, remain alive afterwards. From this it is taught, if you collect the tongue of a frog, then throw the frog alive back into the water. If you collect the tooth or eye of a wolf, do not kill the wolf, and so on. Thus, Democritus wrote that if the tongue of a living sea frog is removed, with no other part of the body attached to it, and the frog dropped into the sea, and the tongue then placed over the beating heart of a sleeping woman, she will respond truthfully to whatever is asked. In a similar way, if a frog's eyes are bound to a sick person before the sun rises, the frog thus blinded be released into the water, it promises to cure tertian fever. Also, a nightingale's flesh bound in the skin of a deer is excellent for staying awake and keeping sleep away. Similarly, the ray of a stingray bound to the navel makes easier childbirths, if the ray is taken while living. The stingray must be thrown in the sea again. It is said that the right eye of a serpent bound to a patient is useful against watering of the eyes. If the serpent lives, then release it. There is a certain fish or great serpent called Murus, whose eye, if it is plucked out and bound to the forehead of the patient, is said to cure inflammation of the eyes. However, the fish's eye will be born again, but the other eye should be taken if it cannot be released alive. Likewise, the teeth of all serpents, when removed while they are living and suspended above the patient, are said to cure quarter fever. Also, the teeth removed from a live mole, which is then released, cure toothaches. Dogs will not bark at those having a tail of a weasel that was released. Democritus said that a chameleon's tail, if taken while living, is good for exerting influence in the outcome of judgments and also for healthy childbirth near the home. However, beware that it not be brought inside the home, because it might be destructive. Things after death may retain their powers. There are also qualities that remain after death. Platonists say that in things that are less immersed in material ideas, these qualities that are still immortal after they are dead and finished do not cease to operate wonders. Thus, in herbs and plants, when torn and dried, thrive and operate their virtues previously infused by ideas. Because of this, an eagle in life surpasses and conquers all other birds, and also when dead, its feathers destroy and corrode all other feathers and plumes. For the same reason, the pelt of a lion consumes all other pelts, and the pelt of a hyena destroys the pelt of a leopard, and the pelt of a wolf corrodes the pelt of a lamb. Drums made from different skins have different effects. Some of these act not only by corporal contact but also by vocal harmony. For instance, a drum made from the skin of an adib, that is, a wolf, will silence a drum made from the skin of a lamb. Likewise, a drum made from the skin of a Aedisi mirini chases away all reptiles, from whatever distance a sound of this sort is heard. Also, nothing will be heard in harmony from a lyre or kithara made with the strings tensed from the intestines of a wolf, if also tensed with strings made from a sheep. Chapter 22. How inferior things are under celestial bodies, and how the human body activities and customs of man are assigned to the stars in signs. It is undoubtedly that all of the inferior are beneath the superior. In a certain way, as Proclus said, they belong to each other, that is, the lowest supreme and the highest inferior. Thus, in the heavens, there are earthly things that have their causes as if in a celestial manner. Likewise, on earth, there are celestial things existing in a terrestrial manner, that is, by effect. Therefore, we say that some things are solar, some things are lunar, in which the sun or the moon cause some of their virtues, from where things of this kind receive many operations and qualities similar to the qualities and operations under the star and figure. For this reason, we recognize that solar things regard the heart and the head. Because Leo is the house of the sun, Aries exalts the sun. And again, Mars directs the head and testicles because of Aries and Scorpio. Hence, if wine intoxicates by staggering the senses and hurting the head, a quick remedy is to place the testicles in a cold water or diluted vinegar. Indeed, concerning this, it is necessary to know how the human body is distributed among the planets and signs. Therefore, know that according to Arab traditions, the sun rules the head, heart, thigh, marrow, right eye, and vital spirit. Mercury, however, rules the tongue and other sensory instruments or organs interior or exterior, and also the hands, feet, legs, nerves, and imaginative virtues. Why there was an effigy of a navel in the temple of Jupiter Ammon. Saturn rules the spleen, stomach, bladder, womb, right ear, and receptive virtues. Jupiter rules the liver and fleshy parts of the stomach, and likewise the belly and navel. The ancients wrote that in the temple of Jupiter Ammon there was an effigy of a navel. Additionally, some assign the ribs, breast, intestines, blood, arm, right hand, left ear, and natural virtues. Moreover, Mars rules the blood, veins, kidney, gallbladder, nostrils, back, and descent of sperm, and irascible strength. Venus rules the kidneys, vulva, womb, genitals, and the virtue of desire. Venus additionally rules the flesh and fat, stomach, breast, navel, that which services Venusian operations as the sacrum bone, backbone, and loins, and also she is accurately said to rule the head and lips where one kisses as a symbol of love. The moon, however, although claiming the entire body and individual members through the different signs, is yet personally appointed the brain, lungs, marrow of the bone, stomach, menstrua, all excrements, the left eye, and the power of increase. Indeed, Hermes said that there are 7 holes in the head of an animal distributed to the 7 planets. These are the right ear to Saturn, the left to Jupiter, the right nostril to Mars, Venus the left, the right eye to the sun, and left to the moon, and the mouth to Mercury. Which parts of the human body are under the planets and signs of the zodiac? Likewise, the individual signs of the zodiac attain to the members. Thus, Aries rules the head and face, Taurus the neck, Gemini the forearms and shoulders, Cancer the breasts, lungs, stomach, and upper arms, Leo governs the heart, stomach, liver, and back, Virgo cares for the intestines and the bottom of the stomach, Libra governs the kidneys, thighs, and buttocks, Scorpio the genitals and vulva and womb, Sagittarius rules the thigh and groin, Capricorn rules the knees, Aquarius the legs and shins, and Pisces rules the feet. Also, as the triplicates of the signs correspond and agree in the celestials, thus they also agree in the members, which is agreed enough by experience. Because if cold inflicts the feet, stomach, and breast, these members respond to the same triplicity. Accordingly, if a medicine is appointed to one, it is useful to the others, such as if heat is added to the feet, pain in the stomach ceases. Remember and know this succession, because things that are under any of the planets have a certain singular appearance or inclination attributed to that same planet, and especially its domicile or exaltation. The remaining dignities are less than these, that is, the triplicities, terms, and deacons. Therefore, according to this rationale, Peony, citron, clover, citrus, peel, marjoram, dorinicum, cinnamon, saffron, lignum aloe, frankincense, amber, musk, and partially myrrh cure the head and heart because of the sun, Aries, and Leo. Thus the greater plantago and martial herb heals the head and testicles, according to Aries and Scorpio, and so on. Additionally, Saturn brings sadness and melancholy, Jupiter joy and authority, and Mars audacity, violence, and anger. The Sun brings glory, victory, and boldness. Venus brings love, desire, and longing. Mercury brings eloquence. The Moon is for common life. Human customs and activities are under the planets. Men's activities and customs are also assigned to the planets thus. Saturn rules the aged, monks, melancholy, hidden treasure, and that which is acquired with difficulty through long journeys. Jupiter, however, has the religious, prelates, kings, and leaders, and gains lawfully acquired. Mars has barbers, surgeons, physicians, officers, executioners, butchers, keepers of furnaces, bakers, and soldiers that everywhere are called martial. Similarly, the remaining stars signify men's activities which are described in astrological books. Chapter 23. How we shall know under which star natural things are and which things are solar. It is truly very difficult to understand which star or sign a thing is under, yet they are understood through the imitation of their rays, movement, or figure of the superiors. Some are also understood by colors and scents, some also through the effects of their operations agreeing with certain stars. Thus, among solar things are elemental fire and bright flame. In humors, pure blood and vital spirit. Among tastes, mixed sharp and sweet. Among metals, the sun has gold because of its splendor and because gold has its strengthening heart from the sun. Among stones, however, are those with golden drops that imitate the sun's rays, such as the stone aetite, which has virtue against falling sickness and poison. Also, the stone that is called the eye of the sun has a figure similar to the pupil of an eye, and from its center it emits a ray that strengthens the brains and sharpens the eye. The cubicule shines at night and has a virtue against all airy and vaporous poisons. The stone chrysolite is weak in color and a clear green. When placed opposite the sun, it emits a golden star. It strengthens the spirit and helps asthma. When chrysolite is pierced, the whole being filled with the hairs of an ass and bound to the left arm, it chases away phantoms and melancholy terrors, as well as repels folies. The stone itis, similar in color to the crystal, is frequently found as a hexagon. When under a roof and part of it placed opposite the rays of the sun and other part held in the shadow, it collects the sun's rays into itself. It then projects the reflection, making a rainbow appear on the opposite wall. Likewise, the stone heliotrope, green in the manner of a jasper or emerald, with starry red drops, makes one constant, glorious, and famous, brings long life. It also has a wondrous virtue that if it is in the sun's rays, it is said to change into blood. That is, it appears to look like blood, as if the sun suffered an eclipse. Evidently, when it is anointed with the juice of the herb of some name and placed in a vessel filled with water, there is another more wondrous virtue in the eyes of men, which offends the sight and blinds the vision, so that it will not permit men to see those who bear it. It does not happen without the help of the herb of the same name, which is called heliotrope, that is, following the sun. These virtues are confirmed in the writings of Albertus Magnus and the William of Auvergne. The stone chrysolite, the stone itis, the virtue of sapphire, hierophilus. Hyacinth also has a solar virtue against poisons and pestilential vapors. When carried, the person carrying it is rendered safe and acceptable. It brings health and talent as well as strengthens the heart. When held in the mouth, hyacinths exceedingly cheers the mind. There is also the pyrophilos, a stone of mixed red. Albertus testified that Alcephius wrote this in one of his letters about Octavian Augustus, that this poison was so cold that the heart of a man is preserved from death by burning. Thus, if it is placed in the fire for some time, it is changed to stone. For this reason, it is called pyrophilos, from fire. It has a wonderful virtue against poison, and it renders the bearer ambitious and formidable against adversaries. But above everything that is solar is the stone called Pantara, which is said to have been found by Apollonius. It draws other stones to itself, like lodestones with iron, and is effective against all poisons. Others call it Pantherus because it has spots like the leopard. Likewise is the stone called Panthochoros, which contains all colors. Aaron called this Evanthum. Other solar stones are the topaz, chrysoprase, ruby, and balas ruby. Likewise solar are the orpiment and other things golden colored and very bright. Among solar trees and plants, there are those that turn to the sun, such as heliotrope. There are others that interweave their leaves at the setting sun, and when it rises again, unfold their leaves gradually. The lotus, which is a small solar tree, as testified by its fruits and leaves, is one such plant. Also, the peony, swallowwort, citrus, ginger, gentian, dittany, and verbena are likewise excellent for prophecy, atonement, and chasing away evil demons. The laurel is sacred to Phoebus, as are the cedar, palm, ash tree, ivy, and vine. And this goes for any plant that repels poisons and lightning, is very green, and does not fear the cold of winter. Also solar are mint, mastic, zideri, saffron, balsam, amber, musk, yellow honey, lignum aloe, clove, cinnamon, aromatic, calamus, pepper, frankincense, marjoram, and rosemary, which Orpheus calls the incense of the sun. Why the Egyptians painted baboons on their fountains. Among animals are those that are noble, courageous, eager for victory, and ambitious, such as the lion, kings of beasts, crocodile, lynx, ram, male goat, and bull, king of herbs, which to the Egyptians at Heliopolis was sacred to the sun. They called the bull Viritum. In Memphis, the Apis bull, and in Hermonthis, a bull was called Pathum. Wolves are sacred to Apollo and Latona. Also solar are baboons, which through each of the 12 hours of the day bark, and during the equinox urinate at each of the 12 hours, even at night, which is why the Egyptians sculpted them on their fountains. Likewise, solar among birds are the phoenix, a one-of-a-kind bird, and the eagle, queen of birds, and also solar are vultures, alar, or swan, and those that applaud or call a hymn at the rise of the sun, such as roosters and ravens. Also solar are hawks, which in Egyptian theology are the symbol of spirit and light, and counted by Papyri as among the solar. Moreover, whatever is called as solar has a likeness to an operation of the sun, such as worms shining at night. For instance, there is the scarab, which is called a cat. It has a bright form that is also said to be a vessel, and it rolls little balls. It incubates and generates others from above, according to the Apian's interpretation. These qualities are similar to the operations of the sun, and come from it. Animals whose eyes are vary according to the course of the sun are judged solar. Fish that are especially solar are sea calves. These resist lightning. Likewise solar are mollusks and jellyfish, which shine at night. Starfish, because of their scorching heat. Strombi, who follow their king, and Margari, who also have a king, are dried and hardened into stone and have a golden color. Chapter 24 Of Things That Are Under the Moon. The lunar among elements is earth. Also water, such as the sea and rivers, all humid things, moist trees and animals, and especially white things such as egg whites, fat, sweat, plasm, and excess flesh. For tastes, the moon has the salty and tasteless. Among the metals, the silver is lunar. Among stones are the crystals, silver, marcasite, and all that is white and green. Other stones are selenites, which are lunar because they are translucent and bright with a honey brightness. They imitate the changing phases of the moon. Having the figure of the moon in themselves, they reflect that figure by waving and waning each day. Likewise are pearls, which are generated from mollusks, from drops of water, and similarly with crystals and beryl. Lunar plants and trees. Among lunar plants and trees are the celanthropon, which turns toward the moon, such as heliotropes turn toward the sun. Also palm trees, which send out a single branch with each moonrise, as well as the hyssop, rosemary, and small trees and large plants, sharing from each. Also, lunar is the chaste lamb or chaste tree and olive. Similarly, the herb chinosates, which increases and decreases with the moon. That is, in substance and number of leaves, not only in moisture and virtue, which is in a certain way common to each planet except the martial onion, which is uniquely contrary to the moon, increasing when the moon is decreasing, and decreasing when the moon increases. Just as among flying things is the quail, Saturnine bird, which is unfriendly to the moon and sun. Lunar animals. Among lunar animals are those that rejoice in human company, and those that naturally excel equally varying in love and hatred, such as all kinds of dogs. Also lunar are chameleons, who always dress in colors in front of the various colors of objects, such as the moon shows its various natures on behalf of the various signs. Also lunar are pigs, deer, female goats, and any animal that observes and imitates the motion of the moon, such as baboons and leopards. Indeed, there is a spot on a leopard's shoulder similar to the moon, visible as a circle, bearing horns, but curved. Cats, whose eyes become larger or smaller with the moon, are lunar. Of this kind are the many wondrous and strange things that are made with menstrual blood by magicians. Also hyenas, who change gender and are guilty of various enchantments, and all animals that are called amphibious, who live on land as well as water, such as beavers, otters, and those that hunt fish. Additionally are all strange animals, those without obvious seed or ambiguous generation, such as mice, who generate from coitions and from decaying earth. Lunar birds. Among lunar birds are geese, ducks, grebes, and all aquatics and hunters of fish. Those that equivocally produce, such as wasps from out of the cavities of horses, bees from rotting cows, small flies from corrupted wine, and scarabs from an ass's flesh. However, especially lunar is the two-horned beetle, which is called bull-like, who buries the little balls and leaves them there for 28 days, which is the total measure of the lunar zodiac. But on the 29th day, which it thinks will be a conjuration of the luminaries, it uncovers the ball and throws them into the water, from which then scarabs emerge. Lunar fish. Among lunar fish are the Ailurus, whose eyes turn according to the moon's changes, and whatever aquatic animal that watches the movement of the moon, including electric rays, echines, crabs, oysters, shellfish, and frogs. Chapter 25. What is Saturn? Saturnine things among elements are earth and water. Among humors are black bile. Saturnine things among elements are earth and water. Among humors are black bile, which is moist, and of tastes the acidic, sharp, and heavy. Among metals and lead, because of its weight. Among stones are gold, marcasite, onyx, Ziaza, camoenus, sapphire, smoky jasper, chalcedony, lodestone, and all stones earthy, dark, and heavy. Among plants and trees are the aspodal serpentaria, rue, cumin, hellebore, sulphium, mandrake, and opium. Any botanical that stupefies, does not sow, does not bring fruit, has black berries, or produces black fruit, such as the black fig or pine, is under Saturn. Cypress, a finery tree that does not grow berries, is also of this kind. Again, anything that is grim, bitter tasting, has a violent odor, is colored in an unpleasant shade with a bitter resin, bears unnecessary fruit, and or is uncorrectly hard, is similarly presided over by that planet. Also, plants that are associated with death and sacred to this, such as parsley, with which the ancients covered tombs before corpses were placed into them. This is why in festivals it was lawful to tie all herbs and flowers to garlands except parsley, because parsley was mournful and did not bring cheer. The funerary cypress tree. Parsley was once forbidden in garlands. Of animals, creeping things that are removed, solitary, nocturnal, sad, contemplative, or thoroughly dull, avaricious, timid, melancholy, very laborious, slow-moving, eating filth, and devouring their young, belong to Saturn. Therefore, of these are moles, asses, wolves, hares, mules, cats, camels, bears, pigs, apes, dragons, basilisks, toads, all serpents, and crawling things, scorpions, ants, and those creatures born from decaying earth, in water or in ruined buildings, such as mice and many worms. Among Saturnine birds are those that have long necks and coarse voices, such as cranes and ostriches. Peacocks are sacred to both Saturn and Juno. Also Saturnine are screech owls, small owls, bats, hoopoes, ravens, and quails, the most envious of birds. Among fish are eels, which live separately from other fish, marsupials, and dogfish, who devour their young. Also Saturnine are tortoise, oysters, conches, sea sponges, and those that are from them. Chapter 26. That which is of Jupiter. Jupiter has among the elements air. Among the humors, Jupiter has blood and vital spirit, and also that which augments and nourishes life and vegetation. Of tastes, he has the sweet and agreeable. The metals under Jupiter are tin, silver, and gold, because of its temperament. Among stones, the hyacinth, beryl, sapphire, toothia, emerald, green jasper, and perpetually green and airy colors. Among plants and trees are Jove's beard, basil, prickly ox tongue, mace, spikenard, mint, mastic, elecampane, violet, lily, and henbane. Also poplar, and those trees that are happy, such as the aesculus, oak, holm oak, beech tree, hazel tree, poplar, service tree, white fig, pear tree, apple tree, vine, plume tree, dogwood, and also olives and their oil. He also has grain, barley, wheat, raisin, licorice, sugar, and all that is sweet, clear, and subtle. Jupiter shares anything that tastes estrangement and sharp, such as nuts, almond, pine, filbert, pistachio, peony, root, myrbelan, rhubarb, and manna. Orpheus likewise assigns the styrax. Among animals are those that carry such a dignity and prudence, and those of mild and good discipline and good customs, such as stags, bulls, elephants, and those animals that are tame, such as sheep and lambs. Among birds are those with temperate complexions, such as hens and their egg yolks. Likewise are partridges, pheasants, swallows, and pelicans. Also are cucumber and stork, which signify affection and gratitude. The eagle is sacred to Jupiter. The eagle was the insignia of emperors and the symbol of justice. Among fish are the dolphin and chia and sheatfish because of their loyalty. Chapter 27. That which refers to Mars. The martial element is fire, and in an equal manner all scorching and sharp things. Among humors he has choler, among taste he has bitter, sharp, and burning the tongue, and that which is said to cause tears. Among metals, iron, red, brass, and all things fiery, red, and sulphurous, are martial. For stones, Mars has the diamond, lodestone, bloodstone, many kinds of jasper and amethyst. The plants and trees are the hellebore, garlic, euphorbium, cartabana, ammoniac, radish, laurel, wolfsbane, scamani, and all that are poisonous and abundantly hot. Those plants protected by pointed spines, or which burn, prick, or cause swelling when touching the skin, are martial, such as the thistle and stinging needle. Mars also rules that which, when eaten, causes tears. This includes onion, shallot, leek, mustard, and castor. It presides over all trees that are thorny and horned. Of animals, Mars has those that are warlike, grabbing, bold, and of a transparent imagination, such as horses, mules, male goats, kids, wolves, panthers, wild asses, and likewise serpents and dragons, which are poisonous and hostile. In addition, whatever disturbs men, such as fleas and gadflies, and baboons because of their anger. Mars has all grasping birds, carnivorous, and breakers of bones. These include eagles, falcons, and those birds that are said to be dreadful and deadly, small owls, tawny owls, kestrels, krites, and those that are always hungry, grasping, and emit a strangling voice when swallowing, such as ravens and crows. Magpies, among the others, are most sacred to Mars. Of fish are pikes, red mullets, stingrays, aries, arcum, lipum, glaucum, and those that are likewise voracious and grasping. Chapter 28. That which is of Venus. Venus has among the elements air and water. Among humors she has plasm with blood, spirit, and seed. Among taste she has the sweet, oily, and delicate. Among metals are silver, and both the yellow and red tapes of brass. For the stones are those that are agreeable, such as beryl, chrysolite, emerald, sapphire, green jasper, cornelium, aetite, lapis lazuli, coral, and all minerals that are beautiful, multicolored, and colored white or green. For plants and trees, there are verbena, violet, maidenhair, and the herb lucia, or valerian, which the Arabs call fu, and thyme, labdunan, amber, musk, sandalwood, coriander, all increases and delicate and agreeable fruit, such as the sweet pear, fig, pomegranate, which poets say was first sown by Venus in Cyprus. Also dedicated to her are the rose of Lucifer and myrtle of Hesperus. Among animals, Venus has the luxurious, delicate, and strongly amorous, such as dogs, rabbits, young sheep, the female and male goats, and other animals who breed quickly, who is said, couple again 7 days after begetting. Also Venusian, or bulls because of their contempt, and calves because of their playfulness. Male goats are lustful. Among birds are swans, wagtails, swallows, pelicans, and Egyptian geese, who especially love their chicks. Ravens and pigeons are sacred to Venus, as are turtle doves. These birds were used in offerings for purifications for birth. Sparrows are also sacred to Venus and were appointed by law to be used in purifications for leprosy, a martial disease, which resists nothing else beneficial. Also, the Egyptians called eagles venereal because they are prone to be Venusian. Or if the female is conquered 30 times a day, and if a male calls, she charges again. The Venusian fish are the libidinous grus, the Silesioscari, the Murale, because they love their young, the crab because it fights for its mate, and the spurge because of its fragrant and sweet scent. Chapter 29. Of what follows Mercury. Of elements, Mercury has water. Although it surreptitiously moves among all elements, among humors it is especially mixed. Mercury also regulates the animal spirit, and among tastes, the various exotic and mixed. Of metals, he has quicksilver, tin, and silver marcasite. For stones, Mercury has emerald, agate, porphyrite, topaz, and all with many colors and many shapes engrafted by nature, or in artificial art, such as glass and those that are mixed yellow and green. Among plants and trees that belong to Mercury are hazel, quinquefoil, dog's Mercury, fomentary, barnet saxifrage, marjoram, parsley, and those that have shorter and smaller leaves, mixed natures, and are composed of various colors. Of animals, Mercury has the sagacious, clever, active, and those of a versatile nature, running swiftly and having an easy manner with men. These are dogs, apes, foxes, weasels, stags, mules, hermaphroditic animals, and those who change sex in turn, such as hares, hyenas, and the like. Among birds are those who are naturally clever, melodious, musical, and versatile, such as the goldfinch, ficedulae, blackbird, thrush, lark, nightingale, calandrus, parrot, magpie, ibis, porphyria, and one-horned scarab. The mercurial fish of the trochus, which enters into himself, who is said to be male and female. The octopus, because he is deceitful and changes colors, and the stingray because of its skill. The gray mullet, who discards bait off the hook of its tail, is likewise mercurial in nature. Chapter 30. How the entire sublunary world, and that which is in it, is distributed among the planets. Whatever is found in the entire world is caused according to the lordship of the planets and obtains their virtues. Thus, with fire, the life-giving light is with the sun, and heat Mars, and earth the various surfaces of the moon, Mercury, and the starry heaven. But the entire mass is with Saturn, and the middle elements, which rule moisture, air is under Jupiter, and water with the moon. But both are mixed under Mercury and Venus. In a similar way, natural active causes follow the sun. However, matter is with the moon, fertile active causes follow Jupiter, material fertility is Venus, sudden expeditious effects are with Mars and Mercury, Mars for its vehemence, and Mercury for his dexterity and his many facets virtues, but Saturn is dedicated to the permanent continuation of all. In vegetation, we consider all fruits as belonging to Jupiter, all flowers as belonging to Venus, all seeds and bark to Mercury, all roots with Saturn, all wood with Mars, and leaves with the moon. Everything that brings fruit but does not flower is with Saturn and Jupiter. Those that blossom in seed but not produce fruit belong to Venus and Mercury. Those that produce voluntary with no seed and with the moon and Saturn. Those that produce voluntarily with no seed are with the moon and Saturn. All that is beautiful is from Venus, and all that is strong is from Mars. Each planet rules and disposes to those to which it is alike. Similarly, in stones, their heavens, adhesiveness, and constrictiveness are with Saturn, kindness and temperateness with Jupiter, hardness with Mars, life with the Sun, grace and beauty with Venus, occult virtue with Mercury, and common kindness with the moon. Chapter 31. How the planets are distributed among the provinces and kingdoms. The kingdoms and provinces of the orb of the world are distributed among the planets and signs. For instance, Saturn with Capricorn is over Macedonia, Thrace, Illyria, India, Urania, Gordiana, and much of the area of Asia Minor. Saturn with Aquarius rules over the kingdom of Sarmatia, Oxiana, Sogdania, Arabia, Azania, Media, Ethiopia, and the regions concerning the greater part of inland Asia. Jupiter with Sagittarius has Tuscia, Celtica, Spain, and Arabia Felix. Jupiter with Pisces has Lycia, Libya, Cilicia, Pamphylia, Nessamonia, and Garamantica. Mars with Aries rules Britain, Gaul, Germany, Carstania, and the round part of Syria, Idumeum, and Judea. However, Mars with Scorpio has Syria, Comeganum, Cappadocia, Metagontitum, Mauritania, and Gutulium. The Sun with Leo has Italy, Apulia, Sicily, Phoenicia, Chaldea, Orsini, or Orcini. Venus with Taurus has Cyclades, the Sea of Asia Minor, Cyprus, Parthia, Media, and Persia. With Libya, she rules Bactria, Caspia, Cyrrhae, Thebes, Oasis, and Troglodytis. Mercury with Gemini has Arsania, Armenia, Motanima, Cyrenaikum, Marmaricum, and Lower Egypt. However, with Virgo, Mercury has Greece, Aceh, Crete, Babylon, Mesopotamia, Assyria, and Elam, which is what is called Elamites in the scriptures. The moon with Cancer follows Bithynia, Phrygia, Chalkis, Narmadia, Africa, Carthage, and the entire region of Carthage. We collected these from the opinion of Ptolemy, which, according to the writings of other astrologers, many others can be added. However, those who have divisions of the provinces according to the distributions of stars, with the ministry of the ruling intelligences and the blessings of the tribes of Israel and the lots of the apostles, and accept the typical seals of sacred scripture, obtain great prophetic oracles over each region, and are able to foretell the future. Chapter 32. Of what is under the signs and the fixed stars and their images. In a similar manner, everything belongs to the figures of the fixed stars. Thus, celestial Aries is over the terrestrial rams, celestial Taurus is over the terrestrial bulls, Cancers with crabs, Leos with lions, Virgos with virgins, Scorpio over scorpions, Capricorns with goats, Sagittarius over horses, and signs Pisces over fish. Similarly, the celestial Ursa presides over bears, Hydra over serpents, Sinus major over dogs, and thus for each constellation. Apuleius distributed particular signs and planets among certain herbs, such as Aries with sage, Taurus with straight vervain, Gemini with bent vervain, Cancer with comfrey, Leo with cyclamen, Virgo with calmant, Libra with scorpion weed, Scorpio with mugwort, Sagittarius with pimpernel, Capricorn with sorrel, Aquarius with dragonwort, and Pisces with aristolchia. Of planets, Saturn the housekeep, Jupiter agrimony, Mars hogsfennel, the Sun heliotrope, Venus calotretum, Mercury pholomon, the Moon Ione. However, Hermes Trismegistus, whom Albertus followed, said the planet of Saturn is aspodel, Jupiter henbane, Mars greater plantain, the Sun knot grass, Venus verbana, Mercury cinquefoil, and the Moon chinestason. I also know by experience that asparagus is under Aries and basil under Scorpio, for where the shavings of a ram's horn are planted, asparagus and basil grow, and when bruised between two stones, scorpions are born. Of the wonderful sowing of asparagus, the production of scorpions. In addition, I will point out some of the insignias of the stars according to the writings of Hermes and Tebet. The first star is called Kaput Algol. Among stones, it presides over diamonds, and among plants, black hellebore and mugwort. Second are Pleiades. Among stones, they preside over crystals and deodo. Among plants, Dicedon, frankincense, and fennel. Other metals, quicksilver. Third, Aldebaran, as among stones, carbuncles and rubies, and among planets, spurge and woodruff. Fourth is called the goat. It has among stones sapphire, among plants horehound, also called periseum, mint, mugwort, and mandrake. Fifth is Canis major. It has among stones beryl, among plants savin Jupiter, mugwort, and dragonwort, and among animals the serpent's tongue. Sixth, Canis minor. Has among stones agates, and among plants is heliotrope flowers and pennyroyal. Seventh, the heart of the lion. Has among stones garnet, and among plants swallowwort with mugwort and mastic. Eighth is the tail of Ursa minor, and it has among stones the magnetic lodestone, among plants chicory, the leaves and flowers of which turn toward the north, mugwort and periwinkle flower, and among animals the tooth of a wolf. Ninth is called raven's wing, who has among stones onyx, black, among plants the greater burdock, the four-cornered kind, henbane, and comfrey, and among animals the tongue of a frog. The 10th, spica, has among stones emeralds, among plants sage, trefoil, periwinkle, or promerellum, mugwort, and mandrake. The 11th is called alchemeth, who has among stones the jasper, and among plants the greater plantain. The 12th is Elphia. It has among stones the topaz, and among plants it presides over rosemary, trefoil, and ivy. The 11th is alchemeth, who has among the stones the jasper, and among plants the greater plantain. The 12th is Elphia. It has among stones the topaz, and among plants it presides over rosemary, trefoil, and ivy. The 13th is called the heart of the scorpion. Among stones it has over the sardonyx and amethyst. Among plants the long aristolochia and saffron. The 14th is called the falling vulture, and it has among stones the chrysolite, and among plants savory and fumitory. The 15th is called the tail of the Capricorn. It has among stones chalcedony, among plants marjoram, mugwort, catnip, and that which is called calamint, similar to fleabane, as well as mandrake root. However, besides these, we must know that no stone, plant, animal, or other thing is ruled by only one star, but many. They also receive many influences, not separate but together. For example, among stones, chalcedony is under Saturn and Mercury with the tail of the Scorpion and Capricorn. However, sapphire is with Jupiter and Saturn and the star Alhaeoth and Teuthia with Jupiter and the luminaries. Emeralds are with Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, and Spica. Amethyst, according to Hermes, is under Mars with Jupiter and the heart of the Scorpion. The many kinds of jasper are under Mars, Jupiter, and the star Alchemeth. Chrysolite is with the Sun, Venus, and Mercury, and the star that is called the falling vulture. Topaz is with the Sun and Elphia. Diamond is with Mars and Kaput Algol. Similarly, among vegetation, the herb Ceratonia is under Saturn and celestial serpent. Mastic and mint are under Jupiter and the Sun, but mastic is also under the heart of the lion, and mint is under the goat. Also, the hellebore is with Mars and Caput al Gol, musk and sandalwood under the Sun and Venus, and coriander under Venus and Saturn. Among animals, the sea calf is under the Sun and Jupiter. Foxes and apes are under Saturn and Mercury, and domestic dogs are under Mercury and the Moon, as we have taught before. Chapter 33 of the seals and characters of natural things. All the stars have their own natures, qualities, and conditions whose rays produce seals and characteristics even in inferior things, in elements, stones, plants, animals, and in members. From these, each thing obtains a harmonious disposition, and from its star shining upon it, some special seal or character is impressed upon it. These stars or harmonies are significant and special, containing a virtue different from any other matter, type, species, or number. Those stars or harmonies are significant and special, containing a virtue different from any other matter, type, species, or animal. Each thing has its own character. Everything has its character impressed upon it by its star for some singular effect, especially those stars that hold rulership above all other things. These characters contain and retain their stars' individual natures, virtues, roots, and similar operations in other things, upon which they reflect, provoke, and help the influence of their stars, planets, or fixed stars, images, and celestial signs, that is, often in their appropriate material and time, and made with appropriate ceremonies. Ancient wise men considered this working hard to investigate the occult agreements in things. Planets are fixed stars, images, and celestial signs, that is, often in their appropriate material and time, and made with appropriate ceremonies. Ancient wise men considered this working hard to investigate the occult agreements in things. Stellar images, figures, seals, sigils, and marked characters, which nature itself through the stellar rays painted into more inferior things, some in stones, some in plants, the joints and knots of twigs, and some in different members of animals. From where shoulder blade divination come? From where shoulder blade divination came. For instance, laurel, lotus, and heliotrope are solar plants. In their clipped roots and knots, they show their solar characteristics. Thus, in animals, a kind of divination was created from their bones, shoulders, and shoulder blades. In stones and stone quarries, characters and celestial images are often there, since such great many things are not found in traditional knowledge. A few prudent people can perceive them. Therefore, leaving these investigations now in plants, stones, and other things, and the many animals' members, we limit ourselves only to human nature. Man is the most complete image of the entire universe, containing in him all celestial harmony, and without a doubt abundantly discoveries all of the seals and characters of the stars and celestial influences, which indeed is more effective, since he is less removed from the celestial nature. However, as only God alone knows the number of stars, no human intellect can completely grasp their effect, and seals upon more inferior things. Of these, very few have become known. Those the ancient philosophers and chiromancers understood partially by reason and partially by experience. Thus, many natural treasures are closed and hidden. The signs of celestial influences are abundantly found in human nature. Therefore, we will note only a few certain planetary seals or characters, which the ancient chiromancers recognized in the hands of men. Julian called these letters sacred and divine, since according to the Holy Scriptures, the lives of men are written in their hands. The letter of any nation and language are also similar to these and permanent, which later more recent chiromancers added additional letters to the older ones. If anyone wishes to learn this, it requires a book, It is enough to show from where these natural characters originate, for which things one is required to search. The shapes of the divine letters follow: the letters of characters of Saturn, the letters or characters of Jupiter, the letters or characters of Mars, the letters or characters of the Sun, the letters or characters of Venus, the letters or characters of Mercury, the letters or characters of the Moon. Chapter 34. How, through natural things and their virtues, we can draw and attract influences and virtues of celestial bodies. Now, if you wish to accept a virtue from any part of the world or star, use that which the star holds under its particular influence. Just as wood prepares with sulfur, pitch, and oil, accepts flame. Nevertheless, when certain species or individual things, many of which are scattered, that conform to the same idea and star are used correctly, suddenly through this appropriate prepared matter, a singular gift is infused by reason of the world soul. Now, when I say appropriately prepared, I mean under a harmony similar to the harmony of the former virtue that was infused into the matter. Although we spoke about things having some virtues, those virtues are hidden because seldom do works from such virtues become visibly perfected. As a grain of mustard is bruised, its hidden sharpness is awakened, as the heat of a fire makes visible letters within in the juice of an onion or milk that were hidden earlier, as letters written on stone with the fat of a goat are absolutely hidden. When the stone is submerged in vinegar, they appear standing out as if they were prominently sculpted, as the touch of a broom or stick awakens a sleeper to madness. Thus, heavenly harmony is hidden and its material virtues are produced, awakened, strengthened, and its effects are manifest. Its power, as I say, is led into action when those things are duly exposed at the appropriate celestial time. For example, if you wish to attract a virtue from the sun, and search for solar things among vegetables, plants, metals, stones, and animals, those things with the most power are higher in the solar order. Indeed, collect more of these. Thus you will draw a singular gift from the sun's rays and the world spirit, and will likewise be appropriately received. Chapter 35. Of the mixtures of natural things with each other and their usefulness. We have learned that in inferior nature all gifts of superior bodies cannot be found enclosed in one certain thing, but are dispersed among many kinds. For example, there are many solar things, yet each one does not contain all of the solar virtues. Different things have different solar properties. Because of this, it is sometimes necessary in operations to make mixtures, as if 100 or 1,000 solar virtues were scattered among as many plants, animals, and the like. We can gather these similarities and reduce them into one form, where we will see these virtues contained into one whole. Twofold virtue in mixtures. However, there is a twofold in mixtures, one in which its parts were previously engrafted and is celestial, and the other is through specific and artificial combinations of many things mixed together according to certain properties and proportions, such as with heavenly agreements, acquired under certain constellations. These virtues descend through the similarities and conditions of certain things toward each other with their superiors, inasmuch as following the preceding corresponding virtues by a degree, where the receiver especially accommodates its giver above him. Thus, from certain compositions of herbs, vapors, and the like, made with natural philosophy, and then astronomy, results a common form imbued with the many gifts of the stars. This is similar to the honey of bees who remove the juice from innumerable flowers and reduce them into one form, containing all of their virtues by a divine and admirable art. What is no less wonderful is the artificial honey prepared by Exodus Genitus, in which a certain tribe of giants in Libya learned how to make honey from flowers, which was very good and was seen as not very different from the honey from bees. But all mixtures, which consist of many things, are most perfect when all of its parts are cemented together as one, every side being of itself and not easily scattered. We sometimes see this in stones and diverse bodies, with a certain natural power, that are thus cemented and united, and inside they are seen as one, such as with trees that are grafted, and oysters, with the strength of stones by a certain occult nature. We have seen animals turned into stones, and thus they are united with the substance of stones. Now as one body can be seen as effectively homogeneous. Thus, ebony is in a manner a kind of wood and a kind of stone. Therefore, when any mixture is made from any materials under celestial influences, then indeed there is a variety of celestial actions. Hence, the true natural power is gathered and causes certain miracles through unguents, collyrius, fumigations, and the like. And such kinds were clearly gathered. Quirinides, Arcades, Democritus, and Hermes, who wrote the book of Alcorath, and many others. Chapter 36 of the union of mixed things, in the introduction of more noble forms and the senses of life. Now that the nobler a form something is, that thing is more prepared and more ready for receiving influences and also more power for acting. Therefore, incomprehensible things become wonderful, that is, when materials are mixed and prepared at appropriate times to make them alive, acquiring life from the stars, a sensible soul, and a nobler form. Such is the great power of prepared matter, which we see, then see again, life, when a perfect mixture of qualities seems to break the previous contrariety. However, the more perfect takes life, but by as much as their complexion is removed from contrariety. Indeed, the heavens are a very powerful cause from which each thing is initiated into generation. By the concoction and perfect common together of matter, it grants celestial influences and wonderful gifts with life, as much as is contained in life itself and in the sensible soul, these qualities being present according to more noble virtues and sublime conceptions. Additionally, celestial virtue often lies asleep elsewhere. For example, sulfur is far from flame, but in living bodies it is often inflamed as kindled sulfur. Then its vapor fills all that is near it. Thus, certain wonderful works are produced, as in compiled in the book Nemeth, and written in the book Laws of Plato. Generations of this sort of monstrous, unless they are produced according to the laws of nature. The procreation of various animals. Indeed, we know that gnats are generated from worms, wasps are generated from horses, and from calves and cows come bees. Scorpions are generated from a crab, if its feet are removed and buried. Frogs are generated from a dried duck, when ground under powder and thrown into water, but if baked into a cake, cut into pieces, and left in a damp and underground place, it will generate toads. Scorpions are generated from the herb basil, if rubbed between two stones. If the hair of a menstruating woman is placed under dung, it will produce serpents. If the hair from the tail of a horse is thrown into water, it will conceive life, and will turn into dangerous worms. There is an art in which an egg generates a form similar to a man, of which I have seen and learned to compose. And magicians say holds wonderful virtues, and they also say this is true of the mandrake. Therefore, you must recognize which and what kinds of materials, either by nature or art, begun or completed, or collected from many things, which celestial influences they are able to receive. Indeed, the agreement of natural things is sufficient for drawing from celestial influences, because nothing hinders these celestials from pouring down their light toward the inferiors, and they permit no matter from being void of their virtues. Wherever as much matter is perfected and pure, it is not unfit for receiving celestial influences. Indeed, there are connections and continuities between matter and the world soul, which flow daily over natural things and all things prepared by nature, as it is impossible for a prepared material to not influence life or a certain nobler form. Connections of matter to the world soul. Chapter 37. How with certain reliable natural and artificial preparations we may attract certain celestial and vital gifts from above. As the Platonists say, and Hermes Trismegistus, Icarus Brachiomenus, and the Hebrew Machabellum agree, what is under the orb of the moon in the inferior world is subject to the generation and corruption. This is also the same in the celestial world, but in a certain celestial way, and also in the intellectual world, but in a much more perfect and good way. Finally, the most perfect in the archetypal world, and with this sequence, each inferior has its superior, and responds to the most superior of its kind, and receives from it. Indeed, the heavens receive those virtues from the divine, which is called the quintessence, or the world soul, or the middle nature. However, from the intellectual world, it receives a spiritual and living vigor, transcending all qualities of virtues. Finally, from the archetypal world through these intermediaries, it receives of the world perfection according to the degrees of the original power. Hence, each thing can be appropriately reduced from these lowest inferiors to the stars, from the stars to the intelligences, and then from the archetypal world to each one. From this sequence arises all magic and occult philosophy. Indeed, something natural is drawn daily by skill, and daily something divine is drawn by nature. The Egyptians saw this and called nature magic. That is, the power of magic is an attraction of like with like, and agreement with agreement. But the Greeks called this kind of attraction through the mutual agreement of things with each other, of superiors with inferiors, sympathy, empathy, likeness, or like, affection. Thus, earth agrees with cold water, water with moist air, air with hot fire, fire agrees with matter. In heaven, fire cannot be mixed with water unless through air, nor can air be mixed with earth unless through water. Thus the soul cannot be mixed with the body unless through spirit, and the intellect cannot be mixed with spirit unless through the soul, from where magic emanates. Thus, we see nature producing the form of the human body. With this preparation, it immediately entices the spirit from the universe. As dried wood is prepared to receive oil, this oil is the food for fire, and fire itself is the vehicle for light. Thus, spirit is the kindling wood for connecting the soul with the body, and subsequently, the soul is the kindling wood in the spirit, body, for the intelligence and mind of God. From these examples, we see how certain reliable natural and artificial preparations can accept certain celestial gifts from above. Indeed, stones and metals agree with herbs, herbs with animals, and truly animals with the heavens with the intelligences, and the intelligences with divine qualities and attributes together with God, to whom all likenesses and images are created. But the first likeness of God is the universe, man of the universe, animal of man, zoophytum of animals, zoophytum with plants, but plants of metals and of metal stones represent similar images. Among in spirituality, plants agree with beasts in vegetation, beasts with man in senses, man with daemons in intellect, and daemons with God in immortality. Divinity is connected with mind, mind with intellect, intellect with intention, intention with imagination, imagination with senses, and finally the senses with things. The wonderful connections of nature. Indeed, this is the connection and continuity of nature, as all superior virtues flow from each inferior and along in continuous sequence, dispersing their rays to the furthest and the inferiors through each of their superiors reach the highest. Thus, inferior and superior are connected with each other as the influence from their head and the first cause, as it were with a certain tense string, stretched as far as the lowest. If one end is stretched, suddenly the entirety will tremble to the extent that each end will resound and move. The inferior and superior move as one, which corresponds, as it were, like a well-tuned string in a cithara. Chapter 38. How gifts are not only celestial and vital, but also received from certain intellectual and divine gifts from above. Magicians teach that by inferiors conforming to superiors, inferiors can draw appropriate celestial influences from the heavens. Thus, likewise, through these celestials and celestial daemons, as they are the attendants of the stars, can be acquired and insinuate themselves onto us. Hereby, certain reliable materials have a natural power of divinity and a natural harmony with the superiors, rightly collected, partially with natural science, partially with astronomy, and subtly aroused on all sides. The gifts are not only celestial or vital, but certain intellectual, daemonic, and divine gifts were received from above as well. This is confirmed by Limbiticus, Proclus, Synesius, and the whole Platonic school. Hermes Trismegistus wrote of certain special things about a particular appropriate daemon, that is, where an appropriate image is composed and animated by the appropriate daemon. Augustine also remembers this in the 8th book of City of God. Indeed, this is the harmony of the universe, as the superior celestial can be drawn down by the celestial, so the supernatural can be drawn down by the natural. This is because one operative virtue is diffused through all kinds of particular things. Indeed, this virtue is produced by occult reasons. Thus, the magician takes these manifestations so that he attracts occult things. For example, one may attract the rays of the stars through fumigation, lights, sounds, and natural things that agree with the celestials. Besides their corporal qualities, these things also belong to incorporeal and divine reason, senses, numbers, and measurements. Magicians attract occult things from manifestations. Thus we read that the ancients often accepted something divine and wonderful through certain things. For example, a stone that is produced in the pupil of a hyena's eye, if held under the tongue, excels in allowing one to speak predictions. The same is said of selenites and lunar stone. Also the stone anchidite is said to summon images of gods. The cinochatide, when held, summons inferior shades. Similar, the herb Agliopotus, which is also called marmuriotitis and grows on the side of marble in Arabia and Persia, is also effective, as Pliny said, and magicians use this when they wish to summon the gods. As well, magicians can prophesy with the herb called Thangelidium when it is drunk. Besides these, there are also herbs with which the dead can come back to life. The historian Xanthus wrote that with a certain herb called Bali, a young dragon that was killed was brought back to life. And a certain man named Tilon, who was killed by a dragon, was brought back to life. Judah reported that in Arabia a man was brought back to life with a certain herb. Tilon restored to life by an herb. However, whether such things are possible to men from the power of herbs or any other natural thing will be discussed later. But if they are possible in other animals, it is certain and known. Thus, if a drowned fly is placed in a warm ash, it will come back to life, and drowned bees will likewise receive the juice of a catnip. Eels that are dead from not enough water, if their entire bodies are placed under dung and vinegar and the blood of a vulture is added, will revive after a few days. It is said that if an Echinus is cut into small pieces and thrown into the sea, After a while, parts will become together and come to life again. Likewise, we know that a pelican, when killed, can restore its chicks to life with its own blood. Animals can be restored to life, but not man. Chapter 39. That which certain reliable materials of the world can draw the divine world and their divine ministering daemons. Nor one ignores that evil daemons can be drawn with evil and profane arts. As Salius said, Gnostic magicians customarily performed powerful curses and abominable discrepancies and disgraces in the past, such as sacrifices to Prophets, and served idols named Panor, to whom they sacrificed with their genitals uncovered. This is not unlike, if this is true, and not a fable, what we read about the Templars, detestable hearsay, and there are similar hearsays of female witches, where indeed demented old women are often shamefully approached in error. Evil daemons are easily drawn by evil arts. Therefore, from these and the like, evil daemons are drawn and conspire, just as the malignant daemon said to John about the magician Synops. All the powers of Satan inhabits that place, and he enters into a conspiracy with all principalities, and we with him. Synops obeys us, and we obey him. Again, no one ignores the opposite, that supercelestial angels can be received by us through good operations with a pure mind, mysterious orations, devoted supplications, and the like. Good angels are received by good operations. Therefore, no one can doubt that in a similar way and with certain reliable materials of the world, we can likewise draw gods of the world, or as many daemons, the ministers of footmen of these gods, as Hermes Trismegistus said, daemons of the air, not supercelestial, and less high. Thus we read that ancient priests made statues and images that predicted the future and infused them with the spirits of the stars. These spirits were not confined in such material, but were happy there. They found that material agreeable to them, always and willingly inhabiting there. While there, they spoke and brought about miracles. Nothing other than daemons can inhabit human bodies. Chapter 40. Of what bindings are, how they are made. We have spoken about the virtues and wonderful effects of natural things. It now remains to speak of things of great wonder, and that is the binding of men in love or hatred, in sickness and health, and so on. Likewise, there are bindings for thieves and robbers, so that they cannot steal from a place. There are bindings for merchants, so that they cannot buy or sell from a place. There are bindings for armies, so that they cannot cross a border. There are bindings for ships, so there is no strong wind, and that endless wishes will not allow a wind to send them to port. Likewise, there are bindings for mills, so that nothing will allow it to turn. There are bindings for cisterns or fountains, so that no one can drink their water. There are bindings for places, so that nothing can be built there. There are bindings for fire, so that it cannot be kindled in some place, and nothing strongly combustible placed there will burn. Likewise, there are bindings for lightning and storms, so that they cannot harm. There are bindings for dogs, so that they cannot bark. There are also bindings for birds and beasts, so that they cannot fly or flee, and the like, though scarcely credible, are yet often known by experience. Many kinds of bindings, ways bindings are made, but there are bindings of this kind through sorceries, chylleries, unguents, potions, or philters, bands of suspensions, through rings, bewitching, strong imaginations, excessive feelings, through images and characters, incantations and curses, through light, sound, numbers, through words and names, invocations, sacrifices, abjurations, exorcisms, consecrations, devotions, and through superstitions and observations and the like. Chapter 41. Of sorceries and their power. The power of sorceries is said to be so great that they are believed to subvert, dry, and change all inferiors, as Virgil sang. These herbs and poisons gathered in Pontus, which abound there, were given to me by Moetus. I have often seen Moetus change into a wolf and hide in the woods, often raising souls from the grave, and seen him sow crops in others' fields. Likewise elsewhere from the companies of Ulysses, of men whom with powerful herbs the fierce goddess Circe changed into shapes and forms of wild beasts. And later, Picus, tamer of horses, who was captivated by desire for his bride, was pierced with her golden wand, and with her poisons changed him into a bird, and Circe sprinkled his wings with colors. But of these kinds of sorceries, Lucan wrote of the sorceries of Thessaly, who summoned the dead, saying, "Mixed from whatever sinister things produced by nature, the froth from the mad dog which fears waters, the entrails of a lynx, nor the hard knot of the hyena, nor the marrow of a stag on which serpents feed is wanting. The Ichines which stops ships against the bellowing east wind, and the eye of a dragon." Apuleius wrote about Pamphile, who worked sorcery for love, for which the slave girl Photis brought hairs of goat that were shaved from an inflated bag instead of bringing the hair of a young Boeotian. Pamphile, she said, her mind being made, climbed to the top of the tiled roof that was open on the other side of the house to the east and the other directions, where she stayed in secret especially for these arts. In advance she prepared the customary instruments for her deadly workshop, all kinds of spices, plates, with unknown letters engraved on them, and petrified remains of unfortunate birds on nails, the various lamented and buried members of corpses scattered, noses and fingers, nails with flesh hanging on them, elsewhere a store of blood from slaughtered men, and skulls mutilated by the teeth of wild beasts. Then she chanted over the quivering entrails, making offerings of various liquids, now spring water, now cow's milk, now with mountain honey and honey wine. Then she took the borrowed hairs and tied them together, and then into knots, and threw it into burning charcoals with many scents. Then, with invincible power of her magic and the blind force of her gods, the hairs violently crackled and smoked, and changed into the spirit of a man that sensed, heard, and walked, led by the odor of the hair, coming on behalf of the young Boeotian, eagerly bounding to the door. Men suddenly turned into cattle. Likewise, Augustine wrote that he heard of a certain female sorceress who was learned in the arts such as when men were given cheese, they were immediately changed into beasts of burden, and then, when the work was finished, restored them back to men. Chapter 42. Of the wonderful virtues of certain sorceries. I will now tell you about certain sorceries, as these examples will prepare a way for you to consider the entire subject. The power of menstrual blood. For example, menstrual blood has a great power in sorceries, for as they say, if the blood is added to fresh new wine, the wine will turn sour. If the blood touches the wine will be damaged forever. If it touches crops, the crops will become barren, killing them. It also destroys plants in the garden and causes fruits on trees to fall. It causes the reflections in a mirror to darken. It blunts the sharpness of an iron barbed knives, dulls the beauty of ivory, and causes iron to immediately rust. Also, when it touches copper, it causes a terrible odor and makes it rust. Dogs are driven into madness when tasting it, and if one is bitten by such a dog, the wound is incurable. If it touches beehives, it will kill the bees, and will make them flee. If boiled with linen, the linen will turn black. Mares will miscarry if they touch it while pregnant. It will also cause a miscarriage in pregnant women if they are smeared with it. Asses will not conceive for many years as long as they eat grain contaminated with the blood. Ashes of menstrual cloths if sprinkled over cloths being washed, will change their purple color, and it will remove the color from flowers. Tertane and quartane fevers are driven away if menstrual blood is enclosed in a silver bracelet with a black ram's wool. It is also said to be effective against tertane and quartane fevers if placed under the feet of a sick person. It is more effective if done by the woman herself and the patient is ignorant of it. It also cures attacks of epilepsy. But all agree that if one is bitten by a dog and dreads water or drinking of it, if a cloth dripped in menstrual blood is placed under their cup, the fear immediately disappears. It is also said that if a menstruating woman walks nude through a field, grubs, worms, beetles, blister beetles, and all harmful things fall. But beware that this does not happen with the rising sun, or the crops will wither. Similarly, it expels hail and whirlwinds, and is against lightning. Pliny himself wrote about the many of these. Remedy for hydrophobia. You must know that the poison is greater if the moon is waning, and even stronger when the moon is silent. But if it happens while in an eclipse of the moon or sun, the poison is beyond cure. It is truly the most powerful and vigorous during the purity of the first years and during virginity, for if it touches all the posts of the house, all maleficence will be ineffective therein. It is also said that the threads of garments that have touched menstrual blood will not be burned by fire, and if thrown into fire, the fire will not increase. It is likewise said that if peony root with castor is smeared on a menstruous cloth and given to a patient, epilepsy will be cured. If the stomach of a stag is burned or roasted and fumigated with a menstruous cloth, crossbows will be useless for hunting. The hair of a menstruating woman placed under dung will beget serpents, and if the hair is burned, serpents will flee from the scent. For this poison is so powerful that it is poisonous to venomous creatures. Hippomanes. There is the piece of tissue called hippomanes, which among sorceries is no less famous than menstrual blood. It is the size of a fig, black in color, and appears on the forehead of a newborn foal. Unless the mare immediately swallows the hippomanes, her soul will turn away from her child, and she will never feed it. Because of this, it is said that it has great power for stirring up love, when it is pulverized, mixed with the blood of the lover, and drunk by the beloved. There is another sorcery called by the same name of hippomanes, which is a venom flowing from the groin of mares when she is in passionate love, as remembered by Virgil. Hence, at last, that which shepherds call hippomanes. The venom slowly drips from the groins, hippomanes which evil stepmothers often gather and mix with herbs and harmful words. And from the satirist Juvenal, I will sing of hippomanes and speak of cooking poisons given to stepsons. Apollonius wrote in his Agronautica about the herb Prometheus, which he said grows from the gore and blood dripping into the earth from Prometheus's liver when the vulture lacerated and devoured it in the Caucasus Mountains, which flower, it is said, is similar to saffron, colored yellow, double-stemmed, and measured a cubit high. The roots are underground, and its fleshy cut flesh and juice coming from it is black as if it were beech. The herb, if they were able, before completing their devotions to Persephone, should be smeared on the body, so that they will not be harmed by either weapon or fire. Saxo Grammaticus wrote of the garment of a certain man named Frode, which, while on, could not be pierced by any spear or anything sharp. For instance, as referred by Pliny, its blood applied to doors posts damages the skills of magic, so that one will neither be able to elicit or talk to the gods in any way. Likewise, the ashes of hyenas, left ankle, boiled with the blood of a weasel and smeared all over, causes hatred. This also happens with a boiled eye. Additionally, the tube of the outer intestine counteracts powerful iniquities from leaders and administrators for successful petitions and for influencing the judgments of lawsuits if anyone has a small amount of the intestines with them. Likewise, if the intestine is bound to the left arm, it will prompt love when they see a woman, and she will follow him. The skin of the forehead resists bewitchings, sorcery of basilisks, and their blood. Likewise, the blood of a basilisk, which they call the blood of Saturn, is said to be such a powerful sorcery that bearing it is powerful for granting success in petitions, praying to gods, curing sickness, and favor in appointments. Likewise, they say that if a tick is pulled from a dog's left ear, and that tick only be the color black, it augurs great strength in life. For instance, if a person brings such a tick to a sick person, stands at their feet, asks about his illness, and the sick person responds, it is a certain hope for life. It is likewise said that a stone bitten by a rabid dog has the power of discord if it is placed in a drink. One will not be barked at by dogs if a dog's tongue is placed in the shoe or under the big toe, especially if joined with the herb of the same name, that is, hound's tongue. The same happens with the membrance of a dog's afterbirth. But dogs flee from those carrying a dog's heart. Pliny wrote about frogs called rebuterum, which are only found in thorn bushes, are full of sorceries and make wonderful things happen. For instance, the small bone that is on its left side will immediately boil cold water if thrown into it. It will restrain attacking dogs and stir up love and quarrels if added to potions. If bound to someone, it will incite lust. The opposite bone, because it is on the right side, will cool boiling water, and the water will not boil afterwards unless removed. It will cure quartan fevers if bound in fresh lambskin, and it inhibits other fevers, love, and lust. However, the spleen and heart from this frog helps against sorceries which come from it. Pliny wrote this: it is said that a piece of iron that has killed a man has wonderful powers among sorceries. For instance, if a horse's bridle or spurs are made from it, they say that all horses, even the wildest, may be easily ruled and tamed. If added to the horse's feet, it will make them very swift, and the horse will not tire easily from the effort of running. Additionally, certain characters and names can be inscribed. It is also said that if one dips a sword that beheaded a man into wine, any sick person who drinks this will be cured of quartan fever. It is also said that a drink made from a bear's brain and drunk from its skull will cause the madness of a bear. Thus, a man drinking this will believe himself transformed into a bear and think that all things he sees to be a bear. Thus, the madness will continue until which time the power of the drink relaxes and no other evil is perceived in their complexion. Chapter 43 of Fumigations, their reasons and their power. Certain fumigations are also suitable for many of the stars, inasmuch as air and spirit can excessively affect things by grasping appropriate celestial gifts under the rays of the stars. Indeed, our spirits are very much changed by these vapors because each is a vapor similar to the other. Also, air through these vapors is easily affected by inferior and celestial qualities, continuously and suddenly entering our breasts, bringing us wonderful qualities. This is why fumigations are used to summon mental images for prophecies, which are suitable for certain divinities for confirming us to accept the divine inspiration. Thus, it is said that fumigations made from flax and psyllium seeds, violet roots, and parsley cause visions of future things and bring prophecy. Fumigations conducive for prophecy. No one can truly wonder how great fumigations are in air. Propriety believe that certain reliable vapors exhaling from special fumigations immediately draw and introduce airy daemons, inducing thunder and lightning and the like. For example, burning a chameleon's liver on the top of a roof arouses rain and thunder. Similarly, a chameleon's head and throat, if burned with oak wood, also makes violent rain and thunder. Also, fumigations under appropriate stellar influences makes the images of daemons immediately appear in the air or elsewhere. They say that if a fumigation is made with coriander and parsley, or henbane with hemlock juice, daemons immediately gather. Hence, those herbs are called spiritual. It is likewise said that a fumigation mixture made from the root of ferulae with hemlock juice, henbane, tessebarsi, red sandalwood, and black poppy seed causes daemons and unusual figures to appear. If parsley is added to this, daemons will flee from all places and destroy the images. In a similar way, a fumigation made from calamint, peony, mint, and a castor oil plant drives away all evil spirits and harmful phantoms. Spiritual herbs. Additionally, it is said that certain fumigations cause some animals to gather near or to chase the animals away, such as fumigations of Liparis, mentioned by Pliny, summons all beasts. Thus, the bone at the top of the throat of a stag gathers serpents, but a fumigation of a deer's antler chases them away. The same effect happens with serpents with a fumigation of peacock feathers. Similarly, burning an ass's lung chases away all venomous things. A fumigation of a horse's hoof chases away mice from the house. The same happens when the hooves of a she-mule and flies are likewise chased away if the left hoof is burned. It is said that if a house is fumigated from any place with the gall of a cuttlefish mixed with thymiamate, roses, and lignum alloy, and then, if seawater or blood is left in that place, the entire house will be seen as full of water or blood. If the fumigation mixture is left there with plowed earth, the earth will be seen as quaking. But vapors of this kind will affect anybody, although these virtues influence and persist daily, as can be observed in the same way as any contagion or poisonous pestilent vapor. If they are kept in the walls of a house beyond 2 years, the vapors inflict the inhabitants, and with epidemics or leprosy hidden in clothes when worn daily, will infect the wearer. Images and rings and the like are magical instruments, and certain fumigations summon hidden treasures, of which no less than Propriary testified. Thus it is said, if one can bury gold, silver, or any other valuable with the sun and the moon conjunct, the imam coele, then fumigate the place with coriander, saffron, henbane, parsley, and black poppy seed in equal weights, bruised and steeped in hemlock juice. At no time will this be discovered or stolen, because thus hidden it is always guarded by daemons. If anyone attempts to steal from there, they will be vexed and fall into madness. Hermes says that there is nothing equal to fumigation of spermaceti, the drawing daemons, if it is steeped with lignum alloy, costus, musk, saffron, and thymiamate, with the blood of hopa, and made into a fumigation, it gathers airy spirits very quickly. It is fumigated around the graves of the dead. It gathers shades of the underworld and shades of the dead. Thus, often, when we direct operations for the sun, we use solar fumigations, for the moon, lunar fumigations, and similarly for the rest. And you must know, as there are oppositions and enmity in the stars and spirits, it is also the case in the fumigations for them. For example, lignum alloy and sulfur are contrary to each other, as are frankincense and quicksilver, and spirits induced by burning lignum alloy and sulfur will flee. Proclus gives an example of a spirit who usually appeared in the form of a lion, but by throwing a rooster before it, it soon disappeared, because roosters are certainly contrary to lions. Thus, consider and practice this in a like fashion. Check 1, 2. Chapter 44. The composition of certain fumigations appropriate to the planets. We make a fumigation for the sun from saffron, amber, musk, lignum alloy, balsam wood,
and laurel berries, with cloves, myrrh, and frankincense. These are all bruised and mixed in certain portions, that is, when it makes an agreeable scent, and incorporated with the brain of an eagle or the blood of a white rooster. The substance is then rolled into pills or small balls. For a fumigation for the moon, we compile the dried head of a frog, the eye of a bull, white poppy seed, frankincense, and camphor. This mixture is incorporated with menstrual blood or the blood of a goose. For Saturn, we combine black poppy seed, henbane seed, mandrake root, lodestone, and myrrh. This is mixed with the brain of a cat or the blood of a bat. For Jupiter, take the ash seed, lignum alloy, storax, benzoin, gum, lapis lazuli, and the top of a peacock's feather. Incorporate these with the blood of a stork or swallow or brain of a deer. For Mars, we take euphorbium, balium, ammoniac, the roots of each, black and white, hellebore, lodestone, and a little sulfur. Incorporate everything with the blood of a raven, blood of a human, and blood of a black cat. For Venus, make a fumigation from musk, lignum alloy, red roses, and red coral, and compile with the brain of a sparrow and blood of a pigeon. For Mercury, make a fumigation of mastic, frankincense, cloves, the herb cinquefoil, and the stone agate. Incorporate everything with the brain of a fox or weasel, and with the blood of a magpie. In addition to these fumigations, of Saturn are all fragrant roots, costus, and the herb frankincense. Fumigations of Jupiter are fragrant fruits, such as nutmeg and cloves. Of Mars are all fragrant woods, such as sandalwood, cypress, balsam, and lignum alloy. For the Sun are all gums, frankincense, mastic, benzoin, storax, labdanum, amber, and musk. Of Venus are flowers, rose, violet, saffron, and the like. Mercury has all bark from wood and fruit, such as cinnamon, acacia wood, mace, citrus peel, laurel grain, and all fragrant seeds. The moon has for fumigations vegetation and all leaves, such as malabar leaves, myrtle, and laurel leaves. You must also know that according to the opinions of magicians, you must use fumigations that are good, fragrant, and costly in all good operations, such as for love, favor, and the like. But in malefic operations, such as for hatred, anger, disaster, and the like, you must use fumigations that are foul and smelling and cheap. Additionally, there are fumigations for the 12 signs of the zodiac, such as myrrh for Aries, costus for Taurus, mastic for Gemini, camphor for Cancer, frankincense for Leo, sandalwood for Virgo, galbanum for Libra, apopanax for Scorpio, lignum alloy for Sagittarius, assam for Capricorn, euphorbium for Aquarius, and thymiama for Pisces. But the most powerful fumigation, as described by Hermes Trismegistus, is compounded by 7 spices from the power of the 7 planets. The recipes for the Saturn, costus, Jupiter, nutmeg, Mars, lignum alloy, the Sun, mastic, Venus, saffron, Mercury, cinnamon, and the Moon, myrtle. Chapter 45. Of the virtues of cauleries, ointments, and love potions. Cauleries and ointments harmonize natural and celestial powers around our spirits. They multiply, change, transform, and change in shape. They also transpose those forces that belong to themselves. Not only can they act in their own body, but also near them, and by visible rays, through bewitchings and touch, by a certain similar quality. But our spirits are a vapor of blood, subtle, pure, lucid, airy, and unctuous. We therefore make collieries, uniting similar vapors which are more agreeable to our spirits in substance. Then, because of their great similarity, those collieries draw, attract, and change the spirit. Some ointments and other confections hold similar virtues. Such substances work through contact, whether anointed by the hands or garments. These may induce sickness, poison, or love. Similarly, through kisses, certain things held in the mouth induce love, as we read in Virgil of Venus's entreat to Cupid. As your lap accepts happy ditto, among royal tables and Bacchium drink, she will embrace you and plant sweet kisses. You will arouse with a hidden fire and deceive with poison. Seeing is purer than hearing. But sight, because it is the purest of the senses, perceives the clearest and sharpest, and fastens us to the highest things, is greater and more appropriate than the other senses for spiritual imagination. This is because spiritual insight appears in dreams, which we see offered more often than by sound or the other senses. Therefore, then, collieries transform visual spirits. Those spirits easily affect the imagination. These, indeed, affect different appearances and forms, transmitting these by the same spirit to the external sense of sight, which in that way cause by chance the sensation of appearances and forms. As if moved by that exterior object, one sees terrible images in this way, daemons and the like. Therefore, collieries are made so that we can immediately see shadowy daemons of the air or elsewhere, of which I have learned to make from a preparation of the gall of a man, the eyes of a black cat, and certain other things. Also like this is a preparation from the blood of a hoopoe, bat, and a male goat. As it is said, if you take a steel mirror with the juice of mugwort and fumigate, it makes it possible to see hidden spirits. Thus certain fumigations or ointments are made to make one speak in their sleep, walk and perform the work of those who are awake, or some work that working people will sincerely dare to do. Some make us hear horrible or pleasing sounds, the sources of which are not present. It is because of this that some deranged and melancholic people believe themselves to see or hear other things that are nowhere else than inside the fantasy of their imagination. Hence they fear things that should not be feared, fall into strange and false suspicions, flee attackers that are not there, get angry and fight people who are not there, and fear where there is nothing to fear. From where the affections of the deranged and melancholic come. Of these kinds of passions there are also magical confections, induced that happen through fumigations, collieries, ointments, potions, poisons, lamps, and lights, mirrors, images, incantations and songs, sounds and harmonies made from certain animal sinews, and also through various rites, observations, ceremonies, religions, and superstitions, which will be discussed in their places. Not only by these arts are these kinds of passions and apparitions and imaginations induced, but, in fact, other things. Also, things and men can be exchanged and transformed into various forms, such as the poet wrote about Proteus, Periclymenus, Archelaus, and Metra, the daughter of Erysichon. Circe changed the companies of Ulysses, and as once happened with the sacred Lycaean Jupiter, who ate the entrails of a sacrifice, changed a man to a wolf. Pliny said that this happened to a certain Democritus. Augustine thought the same. He said that while in Italy, certain women gave travelers sorceries and cheese that changed them into mules and then back again. When the load, the women, wished to be carried, was finished, the mules were restored to men. The father of a certain Prestantius also befell this accident. The sacred scriptures themselves testify that pharaohs, magicians, changed their wands into serpents and water into blood, among other things. Chapter 46 of Natural Allegations and Suspicions. The World Soul. since by its virtues all things naturally generated or artificially are made fertile, infuses its celestial qualities for operating wonderful effects. It affects things that not only through fumigations, collieries, ointments, potions, or anything else in this matter, but also when appropriately wrapped by allegations, suspended by the neck, or placed anywhere else, or by the lightest contact. By such methods, it imprints its virtues into us. Therefore, through these allegations, suspicions, wrappings, substitutions, and contact with the body, the soul is accidentally changed through illness, health, boldness, fear, sadness, gladness, and the like. The world soul returns to the wearer's kindness or fright, acceptance or rejection, honor and esteem, or distaste and abomination. By these kinds of passions are said to be infused by no other reason than as is known in the grafting of trees, where the vital virtues are transferred from the trunk to the branch, grafted onto it, bound to the other, as if by contact but not touching each other. For example, when a female palm tree approaches the male, her branches bend toward him and curve. When gardeners see this, they bind the branches from male to female, then return to their straight positions, as she has now inherited the male's virtues through the continuity of the rope. Female palm trees incline to the male. Torpedo fish induce shock. In a similar way, we see that the torpedo fish strikes the hand of those who touch it, even from a distance with a long rod. Also, if one touches a sea hare with a hand or stick while ill, their mind will become defective. It is also said that if a starfish with the blood of a fox is fastened to a door with a copper nail, one will not be able to be harmed by evil medicines. It is also said that if a woman takes a needle and stains it with dung, then wraps it in dirt where a human corpse is buried, and carries it with her in a cloth that was used in the funeral, no man will have intercourse with her while she has it with her. Now, from these examples, we see how some virtues can be received by certain things, allegations, suspicions, simple contacts, or by some continuation of a thread. Allegations and wrappings, and how they should be made. We should learn the laws of these allegations and suspicions, and the suitable manner of their art, such as being made under a certain constellation. It is said that allegations of suspicions can be harmoniously made with metallic thread, silk, hair, sinew, fur, or bristles from a certain animal. However, wrappings can be made from the leaves of herbs, animal skin, or certain clothes, and the like, as long as they are things that agree with each other, such as if you wish to acquire the virtue of some solar thing, wrap these in laurel leaves or lion skin, and you can suspend this from the neck by a golden or yellow silk thread, while the sun is in its ruling sign in the sky. Thus you will indeed share the solar virtues of that thing. If you wish the virtue of some Saturnian thing, especially if it is devoted to sadness, then in a similar way, wrap the allegations in an ass's pelt, or funerary garment, and hang it by a black thread, while Saturn is dominating. In a similar way, consider the rest.
Chapter 47. Of Rings and their Composition. Additionally, rings, which the ancients always esteemed, send out their virtues to us when appropriately made. They do this in a similar way to allegations and suspicions. By wearing them, they affect the spirit of the wearer with happiness or sadness, mildness or frightfulness, boldness or timidness, friendliness or hate. As such, they also fortify us against illnesses, poisons, enemies, cacodemons, and against any other evil, or can bind us to the evils itself. Moreover, the manner of constructing these kinds of rings is this. Clearly, when some fortunate star is rising in the moon is in a good aspect or conjuncted, we must take a stone or herb subordinate to the star and the ring made from a metal similar to the star, fasten the stone in the ring, placing the herb or root under it. Finally, do not forget to inscribe the image's name, characters, under that star and the star's fumigations. We will discuss this elsewhere in the treatises on images and characters. the composition of rings. Thus we read in Philostratus that Iarchus, the wise Indian prince, commissioned 7 rings to be made with the virtues of the 7 planets and their names marked on them. These he handed over to Apollonius, who wore each of them for each of the days named for each planet. By this favor, Apollonius lived for more than 130 years, and always retained the brightness of youth. In a similar way, Moses, Hebrew lawgiver and prince, instructed in the magic of Egypt, prepared rings for love and oblivion. According to Josephus, he was also said to be Aristotle. That among the Cyrenes there was a ring of Bacchus that was for gratitude and honor. We additionally read in Adamus, a certain philosopher, of a ring that was prepared against serpent bites, bewitchings, and daemons. Josephus said the same about Solomon, who also read in Plato about Gyges, the Lydian king, who had a ring with the wondrous and unusual virtues. When Gyges held that ring's sigil in his palm, he would change so that no one could see him, but he could see everything. By revealing on the opportunity of that ring, Gyges killed the man who was then king, shamed the queen, and killed whoever opposed him. No one was able to see him while he did these deeds. From the benefit of this ring, he became king of Lydia. Chapter 48 of the virtues of places and the places corresponding to each of the stars. There are wondrous virtues for places, whether from things in those places, from stellar influences accompanying them, or from any distant method. For instance, Pliny refers to the cuckoo, saying that in the place where one first hears the bird, if one traces around one's right foot and then digs that spot up, fleas will not breed in that spot. Thus it is said that if bees are sprinkled with the dust collected from the track of a serpent, they will return to their beehive. Likewise, the dust in the place where a she-mule has rolled, if sprinkled on the body, will soften the fires of love. Moreover, if the dust in which a hawk has rolled itself and bound with red linen, it cures quartan fever. Also, a small stone collected from a swallow's nest is said to immediately cure epilepsy, and if bound will perpetually protect from it, especially if a swallow's blood or heart is wrapped with it. It is said that if one has a cut vein, and while they are fasting, walks over to a place where someone recently fell into an epileptic state, they will catch that sickness. Pliny wrote that an iron nail fastened in the place where the head first fell into an epidemic state will cure him of that evil. Also, if the herbs growing in the head of a statue are collected and bound in any garments with a red thread, pain in the head will immediately weaken. Furthermore, whatever herbs are collected from the streams or fountains before sunrise and bound to the left arm will cure quartan fever. That is, if no one sees them collecting the herbs and if the sick person is unaware of it. Places responding to the planets. Among places that are appropriate to the stars, Saturn corresponds to places that are stinking, dark, subterranean, religious, and sad, such as graveyards, tombs, homes deserted by men and old and unready to fall down, places that are obscure and horrible, solitary caves, hollows, wells, and also ponds, pools, and swamps, and the like. To Jupiter is appointed any places of privilege, royal assembly places, tribunals, chairs, gymnasia, schools, and all shining places that are refined with various agreeable scents scattered about. Mars holds all places that are fiery and bloody, furnaces, bakeries, provision markets, crosses, gibbets, and places where wars, massacres, and surrenders have been made, or where torture and the like have taken place. The Sun has bright places, serene air, kings' palaces, and princes' courts, pulpits, theaters, thrones, and all royal and magnificent places. But Venus inhabits beautiful fountains, green meadows, flowery gardens, ornate beds, and brothels, as Orpheus believes Venus has the sea and seashore as well as baths, dancing places, and all things feminine. Mercury holds offices, schools, shops, trading places, and the like. The moon inhabits deserted places, forests, cliffs, and immense rock, mountains, woods, springs, waters,
rivers, the sea, the shore, and ships. It is likewise said to have various established groves, public roads, repositories for crops, and the like. With this reasoning for operations for love, one customarily takes the instrument of their art, rings, images, mirrors, and other things, and buries or hides them in a brothel during some specific time, as that place will cause in them certain Venezuelan abilities. It is not thought otherwise. Things standing in foul-smelling places bring about foul smells, and things in aromatic places make aromatic and pleasing scents. This also concerns the positions of the world itself. Hence, if collecting Saturnarian material or Jupiterian herbs, look to the east or the south. The first, because they are happy when oriental from the sun. The other is because is their chief domicile, that is, Aquarius, Scorpio, and Sagittarius are signs that are southern. It is the same with Capricorn and Pisces. However, collecting things that are venereal, mercurial, or lunar, look towards the west, because they are happy in the west, or to the north, because their chief domiciles are Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, and Virgo, signs that are northern. Thus, in solar operations, you must look against the east or south, but rather always toward the body of the sun itself and the light. Quarters of the world subject to the planets. Chapter 49. Of lights and colors, lanterns and lamps, and colors distributed among the stars, houses, and elements. Light is also a quality that has many forms and has simple actions on the intelligences and images. It is first diffused by the divine mind to everything, but in God the Father, who is the Father of lights, is found the true first light. Then it diffuses into the Son a glorious magnificence and exuberance, in the Holy Spirit a burning brightness surpassing all of the intelligences, and then, as Dionysius said, the seraphim and angels are diffused a shining intelligence and lavish joy to all bounds of reason, yet received in separate degrees, according to the nature of the intelligence accepting it. Light successfully descends to the celestials, where it makes an abundance of life and the capability of propagation. And also a visible splendor. In fire is a certain natural vigor engrafted from the celestials. Finally, in men is the clear course of reason, understanding of divine things and all reason. But this has many layers, either from the disposition of the body, as believed by peripatetics, or, more truly, on behalf of the pleasure of bountiful cause, who divides each according to its wishes. It passes then to the imagination, yet above the senses, but only the imaginable, and finally to the senses, especially to the eyes. In the eyes happens a visible clarity, extending out to evident bodies in which color and beauty happen, but in the dark, certain benefic and generative virtues penetrate as far as the center, where color is fogged, tormented, and boiled up. There those rays are collected narrowly. All things are invigorated by light as much as they can be. They altogether connect themselves with an enlivening heat. It passes through them, uniting those qualities and virtues to all. Therefore, magicians forbid sprinkling the shadow of a sick person with urine, and also prohibit a sick person to be naked against the sun or moon. Because the rays of light suddenly penetrate the diseased body, harmful qualities are transferred to the sick person in this way, and those qualities negatively affect them. This is why bewitchings are observed in shadow, because this protects the bewitcher. Thus, touching the shadow of a hyena silences dogs. There are also artificial lights from certain lamps, lanterns, candles, and the like. These are generated from choosing certain reliable things and fluids and from the stars, patterns, and harmonious compositions of them. When they are kindled and shine alone, they often produce wonderful and celestial effects which men admire. Pliny wrote this from Anaxagoras.
that the poison of mares after copulation kindled in lamps shows monstrous visions of the heads of horses. It is similar with asses. Furthermore, flies roughly mixed with wax and lit causes visions of flies. Similarly, the skin of serpents kindled in a lamp causes visions of serpents to appear. It is said when grapes are in flower, if you encircle a vial filled with oil with them and leave them while they mature, then afterward light a lamp with that oil, it causes visions of grapes. This is also true with other fruits if one mixes together centauri with honey and the blood of hopa and places that mixture in a lamp. Things standing around it will appear larger. If illuminated in this way on a clear night, the stars will seem to wander among each other. The ink of a cuttlefish also has power. For instance, if added to a lamp, Ethiopians will be seen. It is also said that a candle made from certain saturnine things, if lit then extinguished in the mouth of a man who recently died, afterward will cause great sadness and fear to anyone standing around it any time it shines alone. Many similar lanterns and lights of this kind are reported by Hermes, Plato, Chironides, and later Albertus, who devotes a certain treatise to these, the colors of the planets. Colors are also certain lights, whereby they expose those things that are customarily mixed to the stars and celestial bodies that agree with them. We will speak later about which colors are in the lights of the planets, and afterward, we will speak of the nature of the fixed stars, which one can also summon with the flames of lanterns and lamps. But here we will speak of how the colors of inferior mixed things are assigned to the various planets. Of all the colors, black, clear, earthy, laden, and dark refer to Saturn. The colors sapphire, airy, evergreen, clear, purple, dark, and gold, and silver mixed refer to Jupiter. The colors red, glowing, fiery, flaming, violet, purple, sanguine, and iron refer to Mars. The colors gold, yellow, purple, and bright refer to the Sun. All colors that are white, beautiful, various ruby, slightly yellow or purple refer to Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. Of the houses of the sky, the first and the seventh have the color white, the second and the 12th have the green, the third and the 11th yellow, the fourth and the 10th red, the fifth and the ninth honey, and the sixth and the 8th black. The colors of the houses. The elements also have their colors, by which natural philosophers judge the complexion and qualities of nature. Indeed, earthy colors caused by coldness and dryness, dark and black bile, promise a saturnine nature. Blue towards whiteness shows phylum, or cold whitens, and moisture and dryness darkens. Reddish color shows blood, but fire or flaming shows choler, which, because of its subtlety, easily mixes with everything and causes various colors. Or if it is mixed with blood, it will dominate and be strongly red. If choler dominates, it will become somewhat red. If equally mixed, it will make a weak red. If blood is mixed with choler, it makes a scorched hemp color, or red with blood dominating, or somewhat red with choler dominating. But if mixed with melancholic humor, it makes black. But if melancholy and phylum are equally mixed, it makes a hemp color. If plasm is very abundant, it makes a muddy color. If melancholy dominates, it makes a blue-gray. But if only plasm is mixed in certain portions, it makes citron. If one more than the other, it makes a pale or pale-like color. The colors of the humors. But all colors are more powerful when they're in silk, metals, evident substances, or precious stones, and in those things that closely resemble the celestials, but especially in living things. Chapter 50. Of Bewitchings and Their Art. What bewitchings are. Bewitchings are a binding in which the spirit of the enchanter enters the eyes of the bewitched until it reaches the heart. However, the instrument of bewitchings is spirit, that is, a certain pure vapor, which is clear, subtle, and generated from the pure blood and heat of the heart. Enchanters always emit sympathetic rays through the eyes. These rays send out a spiritual vapor with them. That vapor is a blood, as is evident by the inflamed and red eyes of such people. These rays emit a vapor of corrupt blood when they are exposed to the eyes observing them, and this infects the observing eyes with sickness and similar afflictions. The instrument of bewitchings is spirit. Rays are the vehicles of spirit. Thus, with the bewitcher's eyes opened and fixed on the subject, with a strong imagination and with stinging rays, which are the vehicle of spirit, the spirit is shot to the other's eye. Indeed, that subtle spirit strikes the bewitched eyes, then pierces the aroused breast to the region assigned to it. The heart is wounded, and the spirit is corrupted by that foreign spirit. From Apuleius, your eyes through my eyes fall upon my secret breast. My very marrow is sharply aroused with fire. How bewitchings are made. Therefore you must know that men are most bewitched when a repeated sharp stare from an eye meets a direct sharp gaze from other eye. When this happens, rays are joined with rays, and lights are joined with lights, and spirit is joined with spirit and fixed by sparks. Thus strongly bound, the sharp rays of the eyes, or a certain sudden gaze, kindle strong love, as if penetrating the entire body by spear or a blow. Then, with the spirit and amorous blood injured, the passions aroused by this gaze are carried by the lover and bewitcher and no other. The blood and spirit of vengeance of the slaughtered fall upon the slaughterer. About this, Lucretius sang about the amorous bewitchings. The desires of the body from whose mind is wounded by love, as all often fall wounded by it. Blood leaps from the parts of each blow. The enemy seizes the flowering red fluid. So great is the power of bewitchings, especially when the vapors of the eyes are subject to affection. Therefore, bewitchers use cauleries, ointments, allegations, and the like. They do this to obtain the assistance of spirits, or to otherwise affect and strengthen their enchantment. For instance, they induce love by using Venusian cauleries from hippomanes, pigeons, or sparrow blood, and the like. For inducing fear, they make use of the martial cauleries from the eyes of a wolf, hyena, and the like. For disaster or sickness, they use Saturnine cauleries. They similarly make those cauleries from each method. Chapter 51. Of certain observations producing wonderful virtues. Likewise, it is said that certain acts and observations possess the power of certain natural things. For instance, it is believed that certain illnesses can be removed by introducing some of these. Quartan fever is said to be alleviated if the clipped nails of a sick person are bound around the neck with a living eel in a bandage, after doing which the eel is to be released in the water. Pliny said that if the clipped nails from the feet and hands of a sick person are mixed with wax, this is supposed to cure quartan, curtain, or ordinary fever. If fastened to another person's door before the rising sun, this mixture of nails and wax will cure that person's illness. In a similar way, when nails clippings are left near ant holes, take the first ant that begins to draw one and bind it to the neck of the sick person. This will cure illnesses. When wood that was struck by lightning is thrown behind the back by hand, any disease will be cured. Taking a fragment of nail from a cross wrapped in a bandage and bound to the neck will cure quartan. As well, a rope taken from a cross and placed in a cave that the sun cannot touch. It is confirmed that if the hand of a person who had an untimely death touches the throat, it will cure tumors of the throat and ear, the effects of clipped nails. It is likewise said that difficult births can be eased immediately by passing over the bed in which the birth is happening a stone or missile that killed any of these three animals with a single blow. A man, a boar, or a bear. The same effect happens with a spear pulled from the body of a man if it does not touch the earth once it has been pulled. Also, arrows drawn from a body will bring love if they are placed under someone lying down, as long as they do not touch the earth after removal. It is said that epilepsy can be cured with meat from the flesh of a wild beast, if it is killed from the same iron that killed a man. One will never have faulty and sore eyes if they touch their eyes 3 times with the same water in which they washed their feet. Sexual organs are healed by taking a thread from a loom and tying it into 9 or 7 knots, and with each knot naming a widow. Likewise, a sheep's spleen stretched over a painful spleen is said to be a medicine to heal spleens, after which the sheep's spleen is to be enclosed in the wall or roof of a sleeping room and sealed with a ring and a prayer spoken 27 times. The same disorder is cured if the urine of a green lizard is placed in a pot and suspended in front of a sleeping room, with the sick person touching it with their hand when leaving and entering. Likewise, it is said that a lizard killed in the urine of a man will restrain that man's lust. However, it is said that if a dog's urine is mixed with a man's own urine, it will relax lust, and his loins will feel numb. It is said that if one's own urine is dropped on the feet early in the morning, it will be contrary to all evil medicines. The small frog that climbs in trees, if spat from one's mouth let go, is said to cure coughs. The effects of splita, or saliva. Likewise, wonderful but easily experienced is what was mentioned by Pliny, that of one regrets a blow inflicted from afar or near and immediately spits into the middle of their hand that hit. Immediately the hurt of the blow is lightened. This is approved for injured 4-footed animals who are immediately cured by such remedies. Also, certain blows before they happen are made heavier when carrying spittle in the hand. Similarly, spittle in the right shoe before getting dressed is beneficial when about to cross into a place that is dangerous. Likewise, we spit to repel the contagion of epilepsy. We also spit in our laps, hoping for a pardon from the gods for having too much boldness. In a similar manner, it is customary to spit 3 times in prayer for all medicines, for helping their effects. How to prevent wolves from the borders. It is said that wolves will not approach fields if one is captured, its feet broken, and a knife driven into it, with its blood gradually scattered around the boundary, then buried in that place where it first set foot. The Methanian people of Terrazania had a certain quick-acting remedy that was always verified by experience against injury to vines from the south wind. If that wind blows, a white rooster is pulled into 2 pieces down into the middle by 2 men. Having done this, each holds onto their part and walks into the vineyard, moving around the border until they reach the original place. There, they bury the rooster's pieces. It is also said that if one holds a viper over a vapor with a staff, they will predict the future. Likewise, a staff that has shaken out a frog from a snake will aid birth. Pliny himself wrote these. It is also commended that when collecting roots and herbs, we must first draw 3 circles around them with a sword, then dig them up, but additionally we wary of an opposing wind. It is likewise said that if one measures a dead man with a rope, first from the elbow to the largest finger, then from the shoulder to the same digit, afterward from the head to the feet, making all measurements 3 times, anyone afterward who is measured with the same rope in the same manner will have a lack of prosperity and misfortune and fall into disaster and sadness. And Albertus writes from, if a woman has maliciously bound one with love, take her shirt and urinate through her hood and right sleeve outdoors. Take her shirt and urinate through her hood and right sleeve outdoors. Then the maleficence will dissolve. And Pliny said that if sitting with someone who is pregnant, or when medicine is given to anyone, one should hold their fingers together like the teeth in a comb. This is a spell verified when Alcmene bore Hercules. It unluckier if they are around one or both knees. Similarly, sitting with legs crossed is a spell and is therefore forbidden in councils with leaders and powerful men, as it hinders all actions. It is said that if one stands in front of a door, calls the name of a man who is lying with a woman, he responds, and then a knife or needle is fastened to the door, broken and then point discarded, he will not be able to lie in intercourse as long as it is there. Chapter 52 of the face, gestures, habits, and figure of the body, to which stars these respond, and from where the arts of physiognomy, metaphoscopy, and cryomancy have their foundations. Faces and gestures, motions, positions, and shapes of the body are conducive for obtaining celestial gifts from above and expose us to the superiors and produce certain effects in us. For instance, with hellebore, when collecting that herb or leaf, pull up or down, for this causes those humors to be drawn up or down. Faces and gestures greatly affect the imagination. No one can ignore how much the face and gestures affect sight, imagination, and animal spirit. Thus, through intercourse for procreation, often the parents' faces, whose actions or imaginations affect their appearance, are often imprinted on their children when born. Thus, mercy and joy in the faces of city princes delights people, and forcity or sudden sadness frightens them. Thus, gestures and the figure easily move others to pity, to mourning, and thus the figure easily excites people to love. But you must know that gestures and figures of this kind are, as it were, a harmony of the body that is exposed in no other way to the celestials than by odors, spiritual medicines, and passions of the inner soul. Or just as in medicines and passions of the soul, certain celestial dispositions coalesce. Thus, also, certain celestial influences produce effects in gestures and movements of the body. Which gestures refer to which planets? Moreover, there are gestures that refer to Saturn, that are gloomy and sad, that are for mourning and for striking the head. Likewise, religious gestures of genuflecting, with fixing one's gaze downward in one prayer, or striking the breast or face alike. These gestures of austerity are displayed by Saturnine men, as described by the satirist, with head lowered and eyes fixed to the ground, murmuring to themselves and rapidly gnawing in silence, and words weighed with stretched out lips. Jupiter referred to faces that are cheerful and honest, honorable gestures, joining hands with applause or praise, and also genuflecting with the head elevated as if in adoration. Mars refers to gestures that are sharp, warlike, cruel, angry, wild, and likewise in faces. The Sun has the courageous, honorable, and the same in faces, likewise, walking and bowing on one knee as if honoring a god. Venus has dancing, laughing, friendly, and happy faces. Mercury has gestures that are inconstant, active, deceitful, and the like, and the same with faces. The moon has gestures that are movable, sorcerous, youthful, and the like. Just as we spoke about gestures, there are also specific figures of men. Indeed, Saturn indicates in men among colors black and yellow, thin, bent, rough skin, prominent veins, a hairy body, small eyes, joined eyebrows, a thin beard, large lips, gazing at the ground, heavy steps, shuffling the feet as he walks, crafty, clever, a seducer, and a killer. The figures to which the planets respond. However, Jupiter signifies the colors white suffused with red, a beautiful body, good stature, bald, having somewhat large eyes, not absolutely black, wide pupils, a short, unequal nose, teeth somewhat forward, a curly beard, a good soul, and good morals. Mars makes a man red, with red hair, round face, yellow eyes, a horrible and sharp appearance, bold, festive, arrogant, and crafty. The sun signifies a man of a brown color between yellow and black suffused with red, a short stature, yet with a beautiful body, bald and uneven hair on the body, yellow eyes, wise, faithful, and eager for praise. Venus signifies a man who is white, tending toward blackness, yet more white, and adorned with red, a beautiful body, a beautiful and round face, beautiful hair, beautiful eyes, which are black and intense, good morals, benevolent, patient, and pleasant. Mercury signifies among figures a man not very white nor black, an oblong face, high forehead, beautiful eyes not entirely black, a straight and rather long nose, thin hair, and having long fingers, clever, a subtle investigator, and subject to changing and various fortunes. However, the moon signifies a man colored white mixed with red, a beautiful stature, a round face, and often marked, eyes not entirely black, and joined eyebrows, benevolent, easy, and sociable. The signs and the deacons of the signs have their figures, which of one wishes to know, one may search in astrological books. Finally, there are arts that derive information from the body, such as physiognomy, metaposcopy, chiromancy, and other divinatory arts that depend upon figures and gestures. These figures do not predict future events as causes but as signs, similar effects produced by similar causes. Although these kinds of divinations may be considered to prophesy by inferior and weak signs, yet do not judge them harshly nor condemn them when such prognostication is made not from superstition but from a harmonious correspondence of all parts of the body. Whoever best imitates the celestials in nature, study, action, motion, gesture, face, disposition of the soul, and opportune time is more likely to receive the gifts from these superiors. Chapter 53 of Divination, Auspices, and Auguries. There are certain other kinds of divinations that depend on natural causes that are evident from skill and experience in different things, which physicians, farmers, shepherds, and sailors each prognosticate from probable signs. Much of this was handled in Aristotle's book on times. Among the kind of divinations, the chiefs are auspices and auguries. The Romans once held these in such great value that no public or private business would be completed without auspices being performed. However, the Etruscan people especially excelled in the art, which Cicero eloquently declared in the book on divination. The Romans did nothing inauspicious. Kinds of auspices. There are many kinds of auspices, for some are called walking, which are taken from four-footed animals. Some are auguries, which are from birds. Some are heavenly, which are from thunder and lightning. Some are falling, such as falling from temples or elsewhere. Some are sacred, which are taken from sacrifices. Of these, some were called criminal or sad auspices, as when the sacrificial victim ran away from the altar, or made a loud noise when perceived, or fell on the wrong part of their body than they should have. To these an added desecration, as when the staff fell from the hand of the augur, from which observations and auspices were customarily taken. 12 kinds of auguries. Mikhail Scott received 12 kinds of auguries, that is, 6 from the right hand, which are said to be called Frenova, Fervitas, Comfort, Imponenten, Sonasarnava, Sonasarvitas, and another 6 on the left hand, which are called Confernava, Confervitas, Virum, Heranum, Sarsanava, Sarsavitas. He then explains the names. Vervana is an augury when you leave your house for some reason and you see a man or a bird passing or flying, and they are placed in front of you on the left. This is a good sign over your work. Brevitas is an augury when you leave the house for some reason, and in front you discover or see a bird or man resting on the left side. This is a bad sign over your work. Virum is an augury when a man or bird is passing or flying before you, passing you on the right side, and bends to the left and vanishes. This is a good sign over your work. Confernava is an augury when you first see a man or bird passing or flying, and you discover them pausing before you on the right. This is a good sign over your work. Convervitas is an augury when you first discover or see a man or bird, and you see them bending toward the right side. This is a bad sign over your work. Simasarnava is an augury when a man or bird follows behind you and passes you, but before he reaches you or pauses somewhere, you see them on your right side. This is a good sign for you. Simasarvitas is an augury when you see behind you a man or a bird pausing on the right side. This is a bad sign for you. Skasanova is if you see behind you a man or a bird, but before they reach you or come toward you, you see them pause on the right side. This is a good sign for you. Scarsavitas is if you see a man or a bird passing and then it pauses on the left. This is a bad sign for you. Imponentum is when a man or bird comes from the left and passes to the right, vanishing from your sight but without resting. This is a good sign for you. Artenum is an augury if a man or bird comes from behind on the right side, passing to the left, and then you see them pausing somewhere. This is a bad sign. This is from Scott. The ancients also had auguries from sneezes, which Homer remembers in the 17th book of the Odyssey, because they were taught to have proceeded from a sacred place, that is, they head from where the intellect thrives and operates, and from whichever unexpected speech that comes from the mouth or mind early in the morning is said to be some prognostication or augury. Chapter 54 of some different animals and other things that have significance in auguries. Auspices must first be taken at the beginning of each operation. For example, if at the beginning of a labor you see that a mouse has chewed your garment, abandon the work. If going out you stumble on the threshold, or on the way strike your foot, hold your journey. If you run into bad omens at the beginning of your work, delay that beginning lest the entire purpose be frustrated or your accomplishments will be useless. Wait for a fortunate hour to take action with a better omen. We see that many animals by certain powers engrafted by nature are prestigious and prophetic. Surely, does not the rooster cleverly sing to indicate the hours, and his wings open to chase lions away? Many birds sing and chatter. The flies' sharp stings foretell rain, and dolphins frequently leap over the water to foretell storms. It would take too long to unravel all the prognostications from birds and animals known by the Phrygians, Sicilians, Arabians, Umbrians, Etruscans, and other people who followed those auguries, which were proved through many experiments and examples. In all things the oracles of the future are as much as hidden, but the greatest of these are birds that announce omens. These are those that poets say were men turned into birds. Therefore, a crow will speak, carefully overhearing and stationed in their setting or flying from the right or left, speaking or chattering or silent, proceeding and following, or passing, waiting for arrival, or fleeing or departing. All must be carefully observed. Birds that announce omens. As Harpolo said in hieroglyphics, twin crows signify marriages, because this animal bears 2 eggs from which a male and female must be born. However, if, and this is rare, 2 males or 2 females are born, the males will not couple with females or mix with other crows. Likewise, females with other males, but will only continue estranged. Therefore, if meeting a single crow, this augurs for the future that one will live their life as a widow. There is the same prediction with black female doves, who after the death of the male will always remain alone. But ravens must be watched no less diligently. They are preferred in greater things and are said to foretell the future, like crows. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher and important author, thought that if a raven croaks opposite someone, it will portend adversity to the body, fortune, honor, wife, or children. Swans, who foretell secrets of the waters, are considered because of their cheerfulness to not only foretell happy outcomes for sailors but also for other travelers. This is true unless the swans are overcome by a stronger attack, such as from eagles, whose powerful authority rules over all other birds. If the eagle speaks against them, he weakens them, since he flies higher and can see farther than any other bird, and is never excluded from the secrets of Jupiter. Eagles portend height and victory, but through blood, because they drink not water but blood. When the Locrians faced the Crotonians in battle, an eagle flying overhead gave the Locrians the victory. Hero, when first leaving for war, an eagle unexpectedly settled on his shield, which foretold his future as king. When Alexander of Macedonia was born, 2 eagles settled for the entire day in his house, which was a twofold omen, foretelling his command of Asia and Europe. Likewise, Lycius Torquenius Priscus, son of the Corinthian Demarati, who was fleeing his house because of sedation, departed Etruria for Rome. An eagle then stole his cap and flew away, and then put it back onto his head, portending his rule of Rome. However, vultures signified difficulties, hardship, and rapacity, which at the beginning of the founding of Rome was verified by experience. Likewise, they showed the virtues places of massacres 7 days before. This is because they covet a great number of deaths and gaze in that place where such things will occur, as if other parts around it were inferior. Therefore, it was the custom of ancient kings to send out a spy, who reported where vultures turned their gaze. Auguries taken from large birds. However, the phoenix promises singular happy success, which, seen renewed, was a good auspice for Rome's buildings. The pelicans, who risk itself for its children, signifies a friendly man by whose piety undergoes a crisis. The painted bird gave its name to the city Pactivia, and foretold the gentleness of the people with its color and vice. Herons are auspicious for odious things. Storks, which are friendly birds, cause friendship. Cranes, about which the ancients agreed, are always ready and were cautious of enemies that lie in ambush. The cucupa indicates gratitude because it is the only animal that repays its parents with gratitude when they are old. On the contrary, the hippopotamus kills its parents, demonstrating ingratitude and injustice. Quails, odious birds, indicate hatred. Auguries taken from small birds. And now, also among smaller birds, the talkative magpie foretells guests. If an albanilus flies past from the left to the right, it is hospitable to cheerfulness. If from the opposite indicates the opposite. Owls are always unlucky, as is the little owl, which, because they approach chickens unforeseen at night, just as death approaches unforeseen. It is therefore said that they foretell death. Yet sometimes, because they are not blind in the darkness of night, owls are said to signify diligence and vigilance in men, because an owl was approved when it settled on the spear of Hero. However, Dido saw unluckiness in owls when stirring up Aeneas, at which the poet sang, "From its height the lonely owl cries, often pleading and sending out its long weeping call." And elsewhere, the ignoble owl is a dire omen to mortals. Likewise, an owl sang in the capital when Rome things were inferior at Numania, and also Phrygalia was destroyed because of the conspiracy in Rome against them. And Almadel says that horned owls and night ravens, when they divert to unusual regions and houses, indicate the death of men in that same region or house, because of those birds delight in corpses and sense them beforehand. Moreover, dying men have an association with corpses. However, the hawk foretells conflict as sung by Naso. We hate the hawk because it always lives in arms. Laelius, the envoy of Pompey, was killed in Spain among purveyors. It was said that a hawk flew over his head and foretold his doom. And Almadel said that if members of the same species of bird are seen fighting amongst themselves, it signifies a change of kings. If, however, different kinds of birds are fighting with them and are never seen to come together, it predicts some fortunes for that region. Also, small birds arriving or departing portends the increasing or decreasing of one's family. The manner of their flight is taken into account in such augury. If it is serene, the sign is taken to be that much more praiseworthy. Melampus augured the massacre of Greeks from the flight of small birds, which, he said, you see that no bird flies through, the weather is clear. Swallows, because when they are dying they prepare a safe place for their young, predict a great inheritance, or a bequest from a death. A bat meeting a fleeing swallow signifies escape, because a bat, even though they have no feathers, is able to fly. However, a sparrow is a bad omen for one fleeing. That is because they flee from hawks and run toward the owl, but both are equally predators. Still, seeing sparrows is taken as a good auspice in love, since when these birds are aroused in desire, they have intercourse 7 times in an hour. Bees are a good omen for kings, for they show a compliant people. However, flies signify inconsideration and shamelessness, because often when they are driven away, they nevertheless return. Domestic auguries. Domestic birds are not without auguries. For instance, crowing roosters promote hope and the beginnings of journeys. For example, when Tiberius was about to be born, his pregnant mother, Olivia, took a hen's egg and kept it warm in her bosom until a rooster with a great comb emerged. Augurs interpreted this that the boy about to be born would be a king, and Cicero wrote that the Theban roosters crowing the entire night portended victory of the Boeotians against the Lacedaemonians. That augury was explained thus: because the bird is silent when conquered and crows when victorious. Auguries taken from animals. Likewise, omens of events are taken from animals and beasts with a similar rationale. For instance, meeting a weasel is ominous, meaning a hare is fearful for the traveler unless it is captured. Likewise, a mule is hostile because it is barren. However, pigs are destructive. Indeed, such is their nature, and therefore they signify destructive men. Horses show quarrels and battles, whom Virgil, when seeing white horses, Anchises explained, war you carry, O hospitable land. War arms horses, this herd threatens war. Yet when horses meet while connected to a chariot because they are drawn united together with a yoke, this signifies expended peace. Asses are useless, yet one was useful to Marius, who, when he was proclaimed an enemy in his country, saw an ass scorning the food offered to him while running toward water, which he reasoned was an augury that showed him a way to safety. He asked for the help of his friends and asked for them to gather at the sea, where they obtained a small boat and thus escaped the triumphant Sulius' threat. Whenever someone meets a female ass, it is an augury always signifying labor, endurance, and impediments. However, wolves are known as good messengers. Their effectiveness when seen by Hero or Sicily, who had a wolf snatch away his writing tablet in school, thus declaring the success of his kingdom. Yet, if a wolf sees the person first, it will mute his voice. The watchman of Consulus P. Africanus and C. Fulvius was torn apart by a wolf when the Roman army was overcome by the slaves in Sicily. The wolf also signifies faithless men and bad faith. This was known to the descendants of Romulus, who, with Remus, had formerly sucked faith from the she-wolf and kept it to themselves from the beginning, and it flowed as if by natural law to their descendants. If a lion is met, it is good, since among other animals it is the strongest and strikes fear in all. However, a woman meeting a lioness is bad because it impedes conception. This is because lionesses do not give birth a second time. Meeting sheep and goats is good, as was gathered in prodigies of the Etruscans. If this animal has any unusual color, it portends to the emperors the abundance of all things with happiness, as Virgil sings about polio. But in the meadows rams will be agreeably red, their changing fleece now purple, now yellow. It is also good to meet an ox threshing, but it is better if it is also plowing. Even if the way is broken on a journey and hindered by such an encounter, this delay is compensated by the grace of his augury. Meeting a dog is favorable on a journey. When Cyrus was abandoned in the forest, he was nurtured by a dog until he came to his kingdom. Likewise, the angel, an associate of Tobias, did not despise the dog as a companion. A beaver, because it bites off its own testicles and leaves them for the hunters, is a bad omen. It predicts that a man will inflict ruin on himself. Omens with small animals. Among small animals, mice also signify ruin. When they chewed the gold in Rome, that same day both consuls were ambushed near Tarentum by Hannibal. Locusts, if making a stand or destroying a place, hinder prayers and are a bad omen. On the other hand, cicadas promote journeys and announce the good outcomes of things. Spiders, weaving their thread from above, are said to announce the coming of an expected journey. Similarly, ants, because they learn to provide for themselves and prepare a safe hiding place, pretend security and health and signify a great army. Hence, when Tiberius Caesar saw that ants devoured a tame serpent, this sign told him to beware the tumult of the multitude. If you meet a snake, beware of a slanderous enemy, for this animal is powerful from its mouth and no other member. A snake creeping into Tarquinius's palace augured his fall. 2 snakes, male and female, were found in the bed of Tiberius. He was told by a soothsayer that, depending upon if the male or female was released, either he or his wife would shortly die. Gracchus, preferring the life of his wife, killed the male and released the female. He died a little while later. A viper signifies crooked women and wicked children, and an eel signifies a man hostile to everything. Indeed, they live separately from other fish. They are not found together with any other. Among all auspices and omens, nothing is more effective than men, and nothing is more powerful because truly nothing can be explained clearer. Therefore, diligently observe and seek his condition, life, sex, profession, structure, gestures, movements, exercises, complexion, habits, name, words, and speech. For among other animals in which so many presages are revealed, no doubt the most efficacious and clearest omens are those infused in the human soul. Marcus Tullius Cicero himself testified to this, saying that there is a certain divination naturally in the human soul that belongs to mankind eternally and allows us to recognize the sequence of all things and their causes. In the foundation of the city of Rome, the head of a man was found with his entire face. This portended the greatness of the empire and gave the name of Capitoline Hill. The soldiers of Brutus battling against Octavian and Mark Antony offended an Ethiopian in the entrance of their camp, whom they slaughtered. This was seen as an unfavorable augury, and thus their battle was unfavorable, and both Brutus and Cassius perished. Also, meeting monks is generally ominous, but more so if it happens early in the morning. This is because these kinds of men live much for the dead, just as vultures do for the slaughtered. Auspices from men are the most effective. Chapter 55. How auspices are verified through the light of the natural senses, and some rules for proving them. Auspices and auguries which foretell the future from animals and birds, we read, were first demonstrated by the theologian Orpheus. Afterward, all great nations made use of them, but they are verified by the light of the natural senses, certain lights of divination descending from above to quadrupeds, winged animals, and other beasts through which creatures they may pertain to us human events. Virgil also seemed to perceive this as he sang. Nor do I believe that they have divine knowledge or a greater foresight of the fates of things. But these sorts of natural senses, as William of Auvergne said, are more sublime than all human understanding. Prophecy is the closest and most like it. From these senses there is a certain wonderful light of divination, which is naturally infused into certain animals, such as certain dogs can clearly sense and recognize thieves, hidden men, and men thoroughly known to them. Thus they discover, find, and seize and rush upon such people with their jaws and teeth. Sublime senses of nature. Similarly, vultures with their senses foresee future massacres from battles. They congregate in places where such events will happen, as they foresee future food for themselves from corpses. With the same senses, partridges recognize their real mother, who they have never seen, and abandon the partridge who stole their mother's eggs and kept them warm. These same senses, the soul of man being entirely ignorant of them, perceive certain harmful and terrifying things, from where terror and horror possess many men, perceiving or considering none of these things. Thus, a robber hidden somewhere in a house, with no one knowing or thinking about it, strikes horror and terror and disturbs the heart of those dwelling in the house. Perhaps not everyone, because that brilliance does not belong to all men but only a few. Thus, some are able to sense a prostitute hidden in a large house while others are ignorant of the prostitute's presence. In histories, a certain Hyriscus from Egypt is named, a man with a divine nature who could recognize an unclean woman not only with his eyes but also from hearing her voice from afar. Immediately his head would hurt because that kind of thing did not affect him moderately. Likewise, William of Auvergne refers to a certain woman of his time who loved a man. When approaching a place where she stayed, with her senses, she could perceive him coming from 2 miles away. William of Auvergne also refers to a certain female stork, also in his time, who was convicted of adultery by a male who could smell it. The male gathered a multitude of storks and uncovered the crime of the female. That entire multitude judged the culprit guilty, then defeathered and mangled her. He also wrote of a certain horse who was ignorant of his mother and had intercourse with her. Afterward he understood this, and with his own teeth tore off his genitals, as if he were punishing himself for incest. Similar horses were written about by Aristotle, Varro, and Pliny. Pliny himself wrote of a certain asp who acted in a similar way, who, after coming daily to a certain table in Egypt to feed, gave birth to some young, who killed one son of the host. The asp returned and recognized the crime, killing the young, and afterwards never returned to the house. From these examples, we see how the lights of presages can descend over certain animals, such as signs of things in their movement, voice, flight, approach, food, color, and other agreements of this sort. For, according to the doctrines of the Platonists, there is a certain power engrafted into the inferior things, which for the most part agree with their superiors. From these, the tacit consensus of animals seems to agree with the divine bodies, and those bodies and effects cause their strengths whose names are ascribed by the divine. Therefore, we must consider which animals are Saturnine, which refer to Jupiter, which to Mars, and thus for all the rest, and according to their qualities, elicit their prognostications. Thus, if referring to Saturn and Mars, it is said to respond to all dreadful and deadly birds, like the owl, tawny owl, and others that are written about above. Similarly, the horned owl, because it is a solitary nocturnal and saturnine bird, is considered an inauspicious omen, about which the poet said, "The filthy bird thus comes unannouncing grief, the ignoble owl a dreadful mortal omen. Indeed, the swan is a delightful bird, Venusian and also sacred to Phobos. It is said to presage happiness, especially inauspicious for sailors. Because swans do not drown in water, as Aemilius sang, swans, in auspices the swan is always the happiest bird. There are also auminal songbirds, who make auspices through their mouth and sing, as with the raven, woodpecker, and crow from Virgil. Often the crow inauspiciously predicts from the hollow oak.
However, there are birds that predict by flight, such as buzzards, ospreys, eagles, vultures, cranes, swans, and the like. Their flight is to be considered whether flying slowly or quickly, whether flying from the left or right, and likewise how many of them are flying over in this manner. Cranes, when flying quickly, signify storms. When silent, they signify good weather. Likewise, two birds flocking together is deadly and is said to predict evil, because that is the number of confusion. Investigate the others in a similar way, transferring the rationale of the numbers here. Examining birds in flight. Likewise, also observe the teachings of these interpolations, such as from Virgil, when Venus disguised herself. She taught her son Aeneas and sang, "Unless my parents taught me empty auguries in vain, observe that happy procession of 12 swans, that Jupiter's bird, eagle, gliding through the sky, disturbs the open air. No, in long ranks they seem to settle captivating or enticing you, then overlooking. They return to play with gnashing wings, and giving a cry, they surround the heavens. That your ships and people are within sight of the harbor, or holding at port, or approaching with full sails. But the most wonderful auguries are the kind that hear and understand the conversation of animals, as we read from the ancients Melampus, Tiresias, Thales, and Apollonius of Tyana, who excelled in understanding the conversations of birds. Philostratus and Papyri wrote that once when Apollonius sat in the company of friends, he observed some sparrows sitting in a tree. Then, coming from elsewhere, a single sparrow chattered and made loud noises and flew away with the others following him. Then Apollonius said to his friends, "That sparrow reported to the others that near Rome an ass laden with wheat fell in a narrow street, and the wheat was spilled everywhere on the ground." These words very much excited everyone, and they went to test this, and thus found Apollonius' words were fact. But the Platonist Papyri in the third book of the Sacrifices said that it was a swallow. Indeed, this is certain, because every voice of each animal signifies some of the passions, disposition, happiness, sadness, or anger of its soul. That their voices can be understood among trained men is no wonder. However, Pliny tells us that Democritus named certain birds that, when their blood was mixed by an art he handed down, this would beget serpents. Whoever ate of these understood the speech of birds. Hermes said that if on a certain day on the calends of November, one goes out to hunt birds and then cooks the first bird captured with the heart of a fox, everyone who eats this bird will understand the voices of birds and other animals. Also, the Arabs wrote that they could understand the thoughts of beasts if the heart or liver of a serpent was consumed. Proclus, the Platonist, believed and wrote that the heart of a mole was good for predictions. The voices of animals signify the passions of its soul. Also, there are divinations and auspices from the bowels and entrails taken from sacrifices, the inventor of which was Tages, of whom Lucan sang. Let the entrails have no credit, yet the founder of this art was Tages. Roman religion believed that the liver was the head of the bowels, hence soothsayers searching for the future in bowels first examined the liver, which was made up of two heads, one of which was for the city, the other for enemies. These heads were collected together, and one or the other part proclaimed victory. Just as from Lucan we read in his verse of the slaughter of Pompey's men and the victory of Caesar signified by entrails. The liver is the head of the bowels. In the entrails where every sin, nothing was safe. Behold the head of the entrails swollen mass on one head. Part is corrupted and hanging withered. The other part trembles, and the veins permanently pulse. Then, the entrails completed, the heart was searched for. Because of the victim was found without one, or a head was missing in the liver, that was a disastrous auspice and were called expiatory. It was the same if the victim escaped from the altar, or made a loud cry when pierced, or fell in a different part of his body, then he should.
We read about Julius Caesar that he appeared on a day in his purple robe and sat in his golden chair, but the sacrifices twice lacked a heart. See Marius, sacrificed at Utica, and it was found lacking a liver. It was the same with the Prince Caius and the M. Marcellus C. Claudius and L. Petalius, consulted with sacrificial victims, where the liver suddenly melted away. Not much later, one became sick, and the other died in battle in Liguria. The entrails predicted this because it was thought to proceed from a virtue of the gods or the work of daemons. Hence, according to the ancients, it was always of greatest importance if something unusual appeared in entrails, as when Sulia sacrificed at Laurentum, the likeness of a crown appeared in the head of the liver, which the soothsayer Posthumius interpreted as victory for the kingdom and therefore suggested that only Sulla should eat the entrails. Also, the color of the entrails must be considered as recalled by Lucan. The color frightened the prophets, disgraced with pale entrails marked the spots and infected with cold blood, sprinkled much with bluish blood. So venerated were these arts in the past that powerful and wise men pursued these. Indeed, senators and kings did not act without auspices, but all of these are neglected by the men of today. Regardless, the authority of the fathers abolished them. Chapter 56 of Soothsaying of Lightning and Flashes, and how to interpret portents and prodigies. Moreover, of the other auguries, the revealing of lightning and flashes, and the knowledge of how to interpret their portents and prodigies, were handed down by Etruscan prophets and priests. Indeed, they set up 16 regions of the sky, and divinities were appointed for each. In addition, there are 11 kinds of lightning and 9 gods who throw them, and they created the reasoning for the significations of each part. One must be an interpreter of prodigies. However, revealing portents and prodigies, however often they happen, a great prediction is always certain. But their interpreter must be a good diviner of similarities and also a careful investigator and known of those who do business with princes and provinces of that type. Accordingly, the heavens only attend to princes, people, and provinces, as they prefigure and warn before the other stars, constellations, portents, and prodigies. Because if the same thing of a similar omen has been seen in past generations, we must consider that follow it, and consider to this, predict the same or similar thing, because the same signs are for the same thing, and like for like. Thus prodigies come before the birth or death of many eminent men and kings. Cicero recounts how, when Midas was a young boy, an ant threw grains of wheat in his mouth while he was sleeping, which was an omen of great wealth. While Plato was sleeping in the cradle, a bee landed on his mouth, foretelling the sweetness of his speech. When Hecuba was giving birth to Paris, she saw a burning torch, which would burn all of Troy and Asia. The mother of Phalaris saw an image of Mercury pouring blood on the ground, which flooded the entire house. The mother of Dionysius saw herself giving birth to a satyr, which was a prodigious dream that was proved by an event that followed. The wife of Torquenius Priscus saw flames licking the head of Servius Tullius, predicting his kingdom. In a similar manner as Aeneas disputed with his father, Anchises about fleeing after the capture of Troy, there appeared a flame licking the top of Ascanius' head, but not harming him. This portended the reign of Ascanius, so Anchises was persuaded to leave. All preceded and pretended notable disasters and prodigies. Thus we read in Pliny that while M. Atilius and C. Portius were consuls, it rained milk and blood, which foretell a strong pestilence that would fall upon Rome the following year. Likewise in Lucania, it rained iron that was almost like sponges in the year before M. Crassus was killed in Parthia. And then all of Lucania's army, which was a very numerous army, were killed. Likewise L. Palius and C. Mercalius were consuls. It rained wool around the castle of Corysanus, where T. Aeneas would be killed by Milo in the following year. Likewise, during the Cumbrian War, the rattle of armor and sound of trumpets were heard from the sky. And Livy wrote of the Macedonian War in the year that Hannibal died, it rained blood for 2 days. Likewise, in the Second Punic War, it was said that water mixed with blood fell from the sky like rain at the time Hannibal destroyed Italy. Lacedaemonians, shortly before the defeat of Leertra, heard the sound of arms in the shrine of Hercules, and at the same time in Thebes in the temple of Hercules. The double doors that were closed with bars opened themselves, and the arms that were fixed to the wall were found on the ground. Similar events agree with the similar prognostications, as in different times past something was foretold of them. Yet one must not neglect the judgments around celestial influences, which shall be widely discussed later. Chapter 57 of Geomancy, Hydromancy, Aeromancy, and Pyromancy, divinations of the 4 elements. Moreover, the elements also teach us about fated events, of which there are 4 well-known divinations that are called Geomancy, Hydromancy, Aeromancy, and Pyromancy. Lucan wrote of the sorcerers who seemed to boast of these herself, saying, "Truly the earth, air, the heavens, chaos, seas, plains, and rocks of Rhodope speak. Therefore, the first is geomancy, the moving, rattling, swelling, trembling, tearing, making deep holes, exhaling vapors, and other impressions of the earth, indicate the future. The Arab Almadel handed down these arts to us. But there is another kind of geomancy which is divined by inscribing certain forceful or chance pricks in the earth, of which we will not speculate here, but we will speak of this later among the lots. Geomancy. By hydromancy excels in prophecy through impressions of water, such as ebbing and flowing, raising and lowering storms, colors, and the like. To these are also added visions that happen in water. The Persians discovered a kind of divination that was referred by Varro, where a boy saw an effigy of Mercury in water that predicted in 150 verses all of the events of the Mithridates' war. The kind of hydromancy called lichenomancy. We also read the Numa Phileus practiced hydromancy. Indeed, he elicited the images of gods in water and learned the future from them. The Pythagoras also practiced this art a long time after Numa. There was also a kind of hydromancy called leonomancy that the Assyrians also held in great esteem. In that art, plates of gold, silver, and precious stones inscribed with certain images, names, and characters were placed into a basin full of water. It is said about this art that melted lead or wax was also cast into the water, and things that one desired to know were known as notable images. There were also once prophetic springs, such as the Patrean fountain at Achaia, and it was said that the water of Juno at Epidaurus, and many more of which we will speak later in the section on oracles. However, here we refer to the divination of fish, once captured by the Lycians in a place called Dinah, near the sea in the sacred grove of Apollo, in a hollowed-out place in the sand. When consulting about the future, one lowered roasted meat into the hollow. Suddenly, that place was filled with water, and a great multitude of fish and strange figures unknown to men appeared. From these forms, prophets predicted the future. This was rightly referred to by the Polycarmus in the Lycian history by Athenaeus. In a similar manner, aeromancy provides predictions through the impressions of air, through blowing of wind, through rainbows, halos, through mist and clouds, imaginations in clouds, and visions in the air. Divinations of fire is through impressions of fire, through comets, colors of fire, and through visions and imaginations in fire. Thus, the wife of Cicero predicted the future, that the following year he would be consul. After certain sacrifices, as she wished in the ashes, she saw that flame suddenly burst forth. In this manner, Pliny said that if fires kindled on the earth are pale and hum, this will report storms. Also, Rain is predicted if in a lamp the flame twists and flies about. It portends wind if the flames go out in lamps or can scarcely be kindled. It is the same when sparks fly out in a mass, or when the coals stick to the pot when lifted, or when the fire has subsided and the embers shatter or send out sparks, or when the ash in the hearth solidifies, and when it glows excessively from the coals. To this is added capnomancy, which is said to be from smoke, once considered the colors of the flame and the smoke, its sounds and movement, when it rises straight or slanted or rolling in a circle, just as we read in Statius in his verses. May piety be overcome, O maiden come set the altar. Let us ask of the gods above. She gazes keenly and points to the bloody flame growing from the wind, and the middle flames peaks, clear yet rises bright. Then she teaches him that like a serpent two-headed and red, the flame gyrates and rolls. From the crates of Etna and the fields of nymphs in Apollonia, auguries were taken from fire and flames. It was thought happy if the flames took that was cast into them, and sad if it was rejected. Chapter 58 of reviving the dead, sleeping, and fasting for a long time. Arab philosophers agree that some men can rise above the powers of their bodies and over their sensitive strengths, and surpass the perfections of the heavens, and receive the power of the divine intelligences. Therefore, since the souls of all men are perpetual, and likewise spirits obey all perfect souls, magicians think that perfect men, through the power of their souls, can restore their dying bodies in a certain way with their inferior souls, and inspire them again. Just as when the breath of a weasel is extinguished, the voice of their parent restores them to life, and a lion's lifeless offspring is revived by the lion breathing on them. As they say, all similar things are connected to their like. They are brought about by similar natures and capable of bearing all. Every act receives its agent. It also, clothed in the nature of that agent, and shares its nature. Hence, it is thought that this vivification is no less directed than with certain herbs and magical convections, such as we read are made with the ashes of the phoenix and shed skin of a serpent. Though many seem fabulous and impossible, they have been provided to be historically true. For instance, many have been drowned in water, others thrown into fire and placed on pyres, and others are killed in war. We also read of others who were killed, and many days later live again, just as we read in Pliny of a man who was a consul from Aviola of El Lamia, C. Aelius, Tubera, Corfidius, Gabinius, and many others. Similar Aesop the storymaker, Tindorius, Hercules, and Felice, the son of Jupiter and Thalia, died and were revived again. Also, history shows that there were many who were brought to life again by magicians and physicians, such as Asclepius, we mentioned above, of what Juba, Xanthus, and Philostratius said about Tilon, a certain Arab, and Apollonius of Tania. We also read that certain Glaucus was dead beyond all expectations, but a physician hastened to him with an herb called dragon, which is said by some to have restored his life. Others say physicians revived him with a medicine that tasted like honey, from which arose the proverb, Glaucus was revived from drinking honey. Also, Apelius referred to these kinds of rites of revivification, of which Zacchus, the Egyptian prophet, said, the prophet thus propitiated with some small herb on the mouth of the corpse and placed another on the breast, then turned toward the east or the rising of the majestic sun, praying silently and making a venerable scene for prompting earnest excitement for such a miracle. Now the breast rose, now the healthy veins pulsed, now filled with the spirit of the body, and the corpse arose, and the young man spoke. If this is true, it follows that dying souls are sometimes hidden in the body, where they are oppressed by a vehement ecstasy and freed from all corporeal actions as life, senses, and all movement desert the body. However, a person in that state is not truly dead, but rather lying lifeless and seemingly dead for a long time. Often in time of pestilence we see, when bringing the dead to be buried, they come back to life in the grave. This also happens frequently to women who suffocate from problems with the womb. The Rabbi Moses said from the book of Galen, which the patriarch translated, that this happened to a man who suffocated for 6 days, neither eating nor drinking, and his arteries were hard. He said in the same book that a man who was filled and lost the pulse in his entire body, his heart did not move, and he laid down as if dead. He said that a man who suffers an accidental fall from a high place, hears a great noise, or is submerged in water for a long time may fall into a faint for 48 hours and lay down as if dead. His face growing dusty and green, he wrote in the same book of a man who was buried 72 hours after death and thus killed, because he was buried alive. There are signs where one can recognize if someone is alive, although they lay down as if dead and surely seem to be dead, unless assisted or through bloodletting or other cures. Though these seldom happen, it is in the manner that the understandings of the magicians and physicians have revived the dead, and as once when was bitten and killed by a serpent, the tribes of the Morsorius and Pistorius restored them to life. Examples of wonderful suffocations and ecstasies. Examples of lasting sleep. These kinds of ecstasies can last a long time, though a man can be observed as nothing else than dead, such as dormice, crocodiles, and many serpents. These are asleep all winter, and while in a deep sleep they can scarcely be awakened by fire, and have seen dormice dissected and remain immobile as if dead. Then, when the members were placed in boiling water, the members showed a life. Similarly, although this is difficult to believe, we read in proven histories of certain men who sleep for a long time, continuing to sleep for many years. However, when awakened, they show no effects of old age. Pliny testifies of a certain boy who, when weary of a heat from his journey, was said to have slept in a cave for 57 years. We also read of Epimenes of Crete, who slept in a cave for 57 years, hence the adage, sleeping more than Epimenes in Damascus, wrote that in his time in Germany, a weakened peasant slept under a mound of hay through the entire autumn and then winter and continued to sleep. Then, in the summer, when the hay was gradually eaten, he was discovered awake as if half dead and out of his wits. It is the confirmed opinion of the 7 sleepers who slept for 196 years. In Norway, there was a cave in a lofty seashore, as Paul the Deacon and Methodius the martyr write. 7 sleeping men lay sleeping for a long time, without any corruption, and often people assembled to strike them. Finally, neighbors set a penalty so that they would stop hurting them. Moreover, Xenocrates, who among philosophers is of no small reputation, thought that this long sleep was a certain natural penalty to which that certain souls were obliged by eternity to be appointed. M. Damascenus himself proved that there were many possible reasons why that is entirely natural and should not be thought absurd, because with some there are certain agreements, such as many being without food and drink, do not make excrement or without decay and corruption, and are able to sleep for many months. Whether this may happen from a person accidentally drinking some poison, contracting a sleep-inducing sickness, experiencing a certain deep fear, or similar causes, men sometimes sleep many days, years, or months according to the intentions of remission of the power of their soul. Physicians say that with anecdotes taken in small portions, one can hear a long fasting, as, for example, Elias, who was given a certain food from an angel, could walk and fast from the power of that food for 40 days. Ioannes Bacchadius said that in his time there was a man in Venice who each year fasted without food for 40 days. What is more wonderful, at the same time in Lower Germany was a woman who did not accept food for 30 years. This may indeed seem incredible to us, but it's confirmed by recent things, a miracle in our age. Brother Nicolaus, the Saxon from the Helvetii nation, lived without any food in the wilderness for 22 years before he died. wondrous examples of hunger. As wonderful is a certain man named Philinus, mentioned by Theophrastus, who had nothing to drink or eat except milk. There are serious authorities, as we read, who describe certain herbs of Sparta, with which the Scythians could endure for 12 days without food or drink, if they only but taste it, or hold it in their mouth. Chapter 59 of Divinations through Dreams. There is a kind of divination that happens in sleep, that is, in dreams, and this is proved by the traditions of philosophers and authorities of theologians, the examples of history and the daily experience. I say dreams here by these are not phantasms or sleepless visions. Indeed, phantasms and sleepless visions are empty and are not divinations, but instead arise from the remnants of wakefulness or disturbances of the body. Often the body is oppressed or has fortune, whether favorable or unfavorable, that forces the weary mind to remain awake, so that even though one sleeps, one is cheated of proper rest by contrary circumstances. Dreams. Therefore, what I call dreams here are spiritual imaginations caused by celestial influences, which are beneficial to the soul and body. Indeed, the rules for interpreting these were discovered by astrologers who wrote about questions, yet these are insufficient because these kinds of dreams come to be used by many men with many qualities of spiritual imagination and disposition. Whereover, one cannot use the same common rule for each interpretation. But according to the opinion of Synesius, when there are the same accidents, and similar things are similar to their like, then the same or similar visions often happen or are pointed to the same or similar opinion, passion, fortune, action, and events. Finally, as Aristotle said, the senses confirm memory. However, from memory, the same thing often produces experience, and more experience gradually accumulates as skill in science. One must approach dreams with a similar reasoning. Synesius said that everyone must observe their dreams and then the events of their life, committing these to memory and paying attention to certain observations, noting what seems to happen in such events when asleep and awake, and accumulating many kinds of rules to oneself regarding these things. When these are gathered, a certain divinatory skill and the interpretation of dreams gradually grow, providing one's memory does not fade. But the most effective dreams are when the moon runs through the ninth sign of the nativity, or during the solar revolution of that year, or alternatively, in the ninth sign from the sign of perfection. But the truest and most certain divination is not a natural or human skill, but instead a purified mind, being divinely inspired. However, we will consider and discuss prophecies and oracles elsewhere. Chapter 60 of frenzy and divinations that happen when awake, of the power of the melancholy humor, which sometimes also allures demons in the human body. Moreover, divinations not only happen when sleeping, but sometimes while awake. A relaxed mind is stimulated by divinatory impulses. Aristotle spoke of frenzy, which comes from the melancholic humors, as related to this kind of divination, as he teaches in the treatise on divinations, saying, ones who have melancholy, because of their vehemence, are far better at conjecture, quick in their imaginings, and most easily receive impressions from the celestials. And in problems, he said that the Sibyls, the Bacchides, the Nicaratus from Syracuse, and Ammon were natural diviners and poets because of their melancholic complexion. Kinds of divinatory frenzy. Therefore, the cause of frenzy, if it from within the human body, is a melancholic humor. Indeed, this is not what they call black bile, which, according to natural philosophers and physicians, is an impetus for perverse and horrible things, inducing more than madness, but also enticing evil daemons to possess human bodies. Therefore, it should be understood that here we are using the term melancholic humor to refer to natural substance called white bile, rather than black bile. Indeed, this white bile, when kindled and burning, stirs up frenzy and brings to us knowledge and divination. This process is especially helped by the influence of some celestial, especially Saturn, who is cold and dry just like a melancholic humor and has a daily influence on the melancholic person, increasing and preserving those tendencies. Additionally, since Saturn is the author of secrets, contemplations, and separation from all public business and the highest planet, his soul revokes outward offices and is always secret. He rises from below, pulls himself higher, and grants knowledge and predictions of the future. This is what Aristotle intended in his book, Problems, saying of melancholy, some are made as if divine predicting the future, and some are made poets. Melancholics possess a genius. He also said that all men in any excellent science very much stand out as melancholic. Also, Democritus and Plato confirm, saying that there are some melancholies who have such an excellent genius that they were seen as divine rather than men. Thus, many melancholics at first stand out as undeveloped, inept, and insane. As they say, Hesiod, Ion, Tynechus of Chalcis, Homer of Lycurgus, were often suddenly seized by a frenzy, and as poets retreated and sang certain wonderful and divine things, which they themselves scarcely understood. Of this, the divine Plato said in Ion, many prophets also their attack of frenzy, as relaxed, do not fully understand what they write. Yet each art is treated correctly in frenzy, because each artist, by reading them, decides this. The command of the melancholic humor. Additionally, we read that the command of the melancholic humor is so great that the force of celestial daemons is also sometimes seized into human body. These daemons prompt and inspire men to rave and to declare many wonderful things, as mentioned by the ancients. It is thought that this happens under a threefold difference according to a threefold apprehension of the soul, that is, imagination, rational, and mental. Therefore, they say, when the soul is impelled by the melancholic humor, with nothing crossing the bounds of the body and chains of the members is entirely transferred to the imagination. It suddenly becomes a home for inferior daemons, from whom often wonderful manual skills are received. Thus we see the most undeveloped of any man suddenly become an exceptional painter, an architect, or otherwise the possessor of some skill without training. When daemons of this kind portend the future to us, then they show disturbances of the elements and changes of times, such as rain, storms, floods, deaths, famine, and massacres, occurring in the future and the like, just as we read from Aelius Gellius about the priest Cornelius, who in the time of the conflict in Thessaly of Caesar and Pompey was seized by a frenzy in Pordue and foretold the time, order, and outcome of the battle. However, when the soul is entirely turned to reason, it becomes a home for middle daemons. Hence, natural and human things obtain knowledge and prudence. Thus, we see some secluded men suddenly become exceptional philosophers, physicians, or orators, moreover, predicting the changes in kingdoms and rebuilding the world, as with the Roman Sibyl. However, when the soul entirely rises into the mind, then it becomes a receptacle of sublime daemons. From them, one learns divine secrets, for example, divine law, angelic orders, and information for better understanding eternal things and the salvation of souls. However, one predicts future prodigies or miracles, future prophets, or changes of law according to God's providence. Thus, the Sibyl predicted the arrival of Christ a long time before his birth. Thus, Virgil, understanding that Christ was about to be born, remembered the Sibyl of Cumae and had Pollio sing, "Now the last age of the Chamaean oracle has come. The great new order of the ages is born again. No, the maiden returns, Saturn's reign returns. Now new races descend from the heavens above." And somewhat later, suggesting that original sin would be void, said, "You lead, if any traces of our crime are void, the earth freed of perpetual fear." And next, he will take the life of a god and see the divine, and they will see him mixed with heroes. He will rule a peaceful world with his father's virtues. And he adds that the fall of the serpent and the poison of the tree of death, or the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, will be gone, saying, the serpents and the deceitful poisonous herbs will die. Yet he implies that some small remnants of original sin will remain, as he said, yet some relics of ancient crimes are near. Finally, with great excitement, the offspring shouts. He honors the race of God with these words. Dear race of gods, great son of Jupiter, see the world's weighty dome wavering, earth, the wide sea, and deep sky. Look, rejoicing in the coming age, oh, let the last parts of life remaining to me, the spirit to proclaim how great your accomplishments will be. Also, there are certain predictions which are divinations confined between the middle of the natural and beyond the natural, as in those who are near death and rehabilitated by old age. People in such stages sometimes foresee the future because, as Plato says in the Republic, when they are less shackled to their senses, their understanding is more acute. Because they are close to the place where they must go, the chains are, as it were, a little more relaxed and not entirely liable to the body. Thus such people are easily illuminated by divine revelations. Chapter 61. Of the forming of man, of the outer and inner senses of mind, of the threefold appetite of the soul and the passion of will. It is the opinion of certain theologians that God did not immediately create the body of primeval man, but was assisted by the celestials, who composed and formed them from the elements. This was supported by Alcenius from the doctrine of Plato, thinking that God is the highest creator of the world, and that because of this all the gods and daemons he created were immortal. The other kinds of mortal animals were created by younger divinities, by the mundane of the highest God, because if he creates these, they would also be born immortal. Therefore the gods lent and bound earth, fire, air, and water to each other in certain portions, making one body from all, subjecting souls to their ministry, assigning each of their powers to each province. They assigned them to certain lowly and humble places, such as passions in the breast and desire in the womb. The more noble senses they placed in the head, as it is in the summit of their entire body. Then they created the many organs of speech, which outer senses respond to the elements. But the senses are divided into the outer and inner. The outer then are divided into 5 notable parts, which equally have 5 organs or subjects, as if they were certain foundations. They are assigned and disputed thus. They are to be collected in the most eminent parts of the body, and likewise the purest. Indeed, the eyes are arranged in the order of the highest place, and are the purest. They are related to the natures of fire and light. Then the ears hold the second place and purity, and are compared to air. The third position belongs to the nostrils, which hold the middle between air and water. However, the next is taste, which is denser as nature, similar to water. The last position is touch, diffused through the entire body. It has a density like earth. But the purest senses are those that are not close to the senses, but can perceive from a distance, such as seeing and hearing. Smell, through the medium of air, is perceived when not near. However, taste is not perceived unless close, but touch is according to both methods. For it is perceived when near the body, and just as sight distinguishes through the medium of air, thus also touch can perceive through the medium of a stick or rod, sensing hardness and dampness. However, touch is the only sense common to all animals. But certainly man possesses this sense, inasmuch as in touch and taste man excels over the other animals. But in the other 3 senses, some other animals prevail, such as dogs, who can see, hear, and smell more acutely than man. Likewise, lynxes and eagles can see more acutely than many other animals and man. Man excels over the animals with taste and touch. However, the interior senses, as Avarius said, are in 4 parts. The first is called common because it first collects and perfects all that is drawn through the external senses by images. The second is imaginative power,
whose duty is, as it perceives nothing, to retain images accepted from the previous senses and pass them to the third nature of senses. The third is fantasy and the power of thought. Its work is to accept images, to perceive and judge the reason and nature of those images, and thus distinguish, connect, perceive, and judge by the fourth power, called memory, which is entrusted to protect those images. The kinds of fantasy are wandering, arranging, pursuits of flights, passions to action, but in type, thoughts are intellectual understandings, virtues, discipline, reasoning, deliberation, and choice. But this is what shows us the future in dreams, imaginations that are sometimes called intellectual imaginations. Indeed, as Iamblichus said, these are the last traces of intelligences that belong to all powers of the intellect and which can fashion all forms, likenesses of species, and operations and visions, or transmit the impressions of other strengths into others. These indeed vibrate the senses and arouse them into belief, which is from the true intellect. And in the second place, it offers to belief. But from itself, the intellect receives images from all, and through their quality, it appoints them according to their particular likenesses. It forms all actions of the soul and adapts the external to the internal, and also imprints impressions on the body. Sense organs in the head. These senses have their organs in the head. Common sense with imagination has the front portion in the brain. Although Aristotle placed the organ of common sense in the heart, the power of thought has the top and middle parts of the head, and then memory has the back. Again, the organs of voice and conversations are many. Accordingly, inside the breasts, between the ribs, muscles, breasts, lungs, throat, arteries, jaws, and especially those that are the gristle for vibrating strings, the spectrum of the tongue, and all those small parts and muscles that are the organs for blowing. However, the special organ for conversation is the mouth, in which conversation, words, and speech are formed and shaped. The tongue and windpipe together are the plectrum, and the palate makes the sound. The teeth and mouth open like the vibrating strings on the lyre, and the noise is above for good melodious or uniting the cheeks. The mind has a double nature. Over the sensible soul, which exhibits its powers through the organs of the body, the incorporeal mind occupies the highest place. It has a double nature. One side of that nature presides over inquiry into the order of nature, causes, qualities, and progressions. It is satisfied in the contemplation of truth, and is therefore called the contemplative intellect. The other side is the nature of power over mind, which distinguishes by consulting those things that must be done, and those that should be avoided. The entirety of this consultation and action is maneuvered and is therefore called the active intellect. Therefore, nature set up this order of powers in men so that through the exterior senses we might recognize corporeal things, and by the interior senses the likenesses of bodies, as well as those things abstracted by the mind or intellect, which are not bodies and not like them. Like the threefold order of the powers of the soul, there are three appetites found in the soul. The first is natural, which is a certain inclination of nature towards its limit, such as a stone has a downwards nature that belongs to all stones. The other is animal, which follows the senses and is divided into the irascible and concupiscible. The third is the intellectual, which is called the will. This is different from the sensitive, which is through those things that can be offered to the senses, desiring nothing unless comprehended in some way. However, the will, although by it all things are possible, because it is free in essence, it can also attempt the impossible, such as demons striving to be equal with God. It is therefore altered and depraved with continuous pleasure and pain, while it assents to the inferior powers. The threefold appetites in the soul. From its depraved appetites common four passions, which similarly sometimes affect the body. The first of which is called delight, which is a certain softness and compliance of mind or will, where just as the senses extend sweetness, it most willingly consists, obeys, and yields. Therefore, this is defined as an inclination of the mind to achieve pleasure. The second is called effusion, which is the remission or disintegration of virtue, that is, when, beyond delight, the entire power of the mind and intention of the present sweet goodness dissipates, descends, and diffuses itself and brings about its enjoyment. The third is called pride, that is, the eagerness or recognition, greatly valuing the attainment of a certain good for oneself, possessing oneself highly, exulting in this, and craving idle glory. The fourth and last is called spite, which is a certain pleasure of evil to another without any benefit to oneself. It is said to be without any benefit to oneself because if one is happy at some evil suffered by another because it proves useful to one's own self, this is better as it is out of love for oneself rather than malice towards another. For these four passions, born from a depraved appetite of pleasure, are found as many pains opposite to the passions, such as horror, sadness, fear, and resentment of another's good without detriment of himself, which is called envy. This is sorrow at another's good, just as pity is a certain sadness of another's misfortune. Chapter 62 of the passions of the mind, their origin, difference, and kinds. The passions of the mind are nothing else than certain movements or inclinations coming from the apprehension of something, as it were, good or evil, or agreeing or not agreeing. Apprehensions of this kind are threefold, that is, sensual, rational, and mental. After these are three passions of the soul. Whenever these passions follow the sensitive apprehension, they then consider the good or temporal evil under an agreeable or disagreeable, delectable or offensive rationale. Such passions are called natural or animal. On the other hand, when passions instead follow a rational apprehension and thus consider good or evil under a reason of virtue and sin, praise and approach, usefulness and uselessness, or honor and disgrace, they are called irrational or voluntary passions. Whenever they follow a mental apprehension and consider good or evil under a rationale of justice and injustice, or truth and falsehood, they are called intellectual passions or conscience. But the subject of the passions of the soul is the concupiscent power of the soul, and is divided into the concupiscent and their irascible. Each considers good and evil, but differently. Indeed, the concupiscent power, whenever considering good and evil absolutely, causes love or desire, and to the contrary hatred, or they consider good as absent and thus causes lust, or a feeling of loss, and evil as absent, but as threatening, and thus causing horror, flight, and aversion. Or they consider good and evil as present and advancing, and thus with good rising as delight, joy, pleasure, then with evil sadness, difficulty, and pain. But the irascible power considering good and evil under the rationale of difficulty for gaining or obtaining, whenever fleeing or expelling, this sometimes rises with confidence and thus indeed causes hope, then boldness, whenever with mistrust, thus arises desperation and dread or fear. And whenever that irascible power rises in vengeance, this only happens around past evil, such as with inflicted injuries or attacks, and causes anger. And thus we find 11 passions in the mind, which are love, hate, loss, horror, joy, pain, hope, desperation, boldness, fear, and anger. Chapter 63. How passions of the mind change one's own body by exchanging accidents and moving the spirit. Fantasy or imaginative power has a ruling power over passions of the soul when they follow sensual apprehension. Indeed, they have their power according to different passions, first altering and changing the individual body in different ways with perceptible changes, modifying accidental qualities in the body, and moving the spirit up or down to the outside or inside, and producing different qualities in the limbs.
Thus spirits are expelled in joy, retracted in fear, and moved to the brain in modesty. Thus in joy the heart gradually grows outward, and in sadness it gradually contracts inward. This likewise happens with anger or fear, but in a sudden way. Anger or lust for vengeance produces heat, redness, a bitter taste, and a flux in the belly. Fear induces cold, trepidation in the heart, and a failing voice and pallor. Sadness induces sweat and a bluish white. Pity, which is a certain sadness, often induces an evil effect in the body, as it affects other bodies seeing it. It is likewise widely known that among some lovers there is such a strong bond of love that when one suffers, the other suffers. Likewise, anxiety induces dryness and blackness. Also, physicians recognize that such great heat of amorous lust stirs up in the liver and the pulse. From that opinion, the name of one's beloved causes the lover to be seized in a heroic passion. Thus, Nausistridis recognized that Antiochus was captivated in love for Stratinus. The passions of mind sometimes bring death. Additionally, it is undoubtful that passions of this kind, when violent, can cause death. This is plain to all people. Excessive joy, sadness, love, and hatred sometimes kill men, and also often lift sickness. Thus we read that Sophocles and Dionysius and the tyrant of Sicily each received an announcement of a tragic victory and suddenly died. Thus also a mother, when seeing a son returning from the battle of Cannae, suddenly died. Everyone knows what sadness can do. We also know that dogs often die from excessive sadness from the death of its owner. Sometimes from these kinds of passions, lasting diseases follow. In other cases, ailments are sometimes cured. Some people, when looking down from heights, shake from the excessive fear, become dizzy, weaken, and lose their senses. Sobbing and fever sometimes follow epilepsy. However, when they recede, sometimes certain wonderful effects emerge. Such was the case with the son of Croesus, who was born from his mother mute. Violent fear and desire shook out his voice, which nature denied long ago. Thus it often happens that due to a certain sudden accident, life, senses, and sudden movement of members leave and then suddenly return. Also, what such a noble spirit connected with a violent anger can accomplish is shown in Alexander the Great. When he was surrounded in a battle in India, he was seen to have light and fire pouring from him. We read that the father of Theodoric sent out sparks of fire from his entire body, so that sparks of flames jumped out with a noise. Things like these sometimes also appear in beasts, such as the horse of Tiberius, who projected flames from his mouth. Chapter 64. How the passions of the mind change the body by the imitations of likeness. Also, of the transformation and transference of man, and the strength of imaginative power held not only in the body but also in the soul. The passions mentioned above sometimes alter the body through imitation according to the virtue that has a similarity to the thing changing it, which vehemently moves the imagination. For example, numbing and freezing the teeth from some sight or sound, or because we see or imagine another eating sharp things, as seeing another yawn also makes one yawn, and upon hearing the name of something sour, the tongue becomes sour. Also troubling, when seeing something foul corrupts the stomach and causes nausea, and some will faint when seeing human blood. Some, when seeing bitter food presented, will perceive a bitter taste. William of Auvergne wrote that he saw a man who, by only seeing medicine, was moved to purge as often as he needed to. Yet this was not with the substance of medicine, not tasting it, and not by its scent coming to him, but only by seizing its likeness through imagination. Of the wonderful power of imagination. Sometimes human bodies are transformed, transfigured, and transported, indeed, often in dreams and also sometimes while awake. Thus, Cypus often he was chosen as king of Italy. With exceeding admiration considered the fighting and victory of bulls. With that on his mind, he fell asleep at night, and in the morning he found that he bore horns, and they were from nowhere other than from the invigorating virtue, stimulated by vehement imagination, elevating horned humors in his head to produce horns. The stigmata of Francis. Indeed, vehement thought, while violently changes the appearance, paints a representation of things thought about in blood. That blood is nourished from itself and impresses itself on its own members, and also sometimes on others, just as the imagination of a pregnant woman imprints into the fetus notable things she desires, and the imagination of one bitten by a dog impresses onto their urine and the image of a dog. Thus, many will grow old suddenly. Some, from the dreams of one night, have grown from boys to complete men. Also, according to this, are the many scars from the desires of the kings, Tegebort, and the stigmata of St. Francis. The former, while greatly fearing rebuke; the latter, while vehemently meditating on the wounds of Christ. Thus many are transported from place to place, crossing rivers, fire, and inaccessible places. That is, when any kind of vehement desire, fear, or boldness impresses on the spirit, mixes with vapors, and moves the organ of touch in their origin together with imagination, which is the source of local motion. From here they stir up members and organs of movement to move, and are moved, without error, to the imagined place. Indeed, not by sight, but from inner imagination. So great is the power of the soul in the body, that, in whatever direction one imagines or dreams, the body likewise elevates and is led. We read many other examples in which the power of the soul in the body is wonderfully explained, such as what Avicenna wrote of a certain man, who whenever he wished could inflict his body with paralysis. It is said of Gallus Vibius that he once fell into madness, not by accident, but reaching it by judgment. Or, while imitating madness, his thoughts were lured to the character of madness, and the simulated madness become true. And Augustine, referring to certain men who could move their ears at will, and who could move the top of their head entirely downward to their forehead and back again when they wished, and others who could sweat at will, it is likewise notable that some can cry at will and shed tears abundantly. Some are found who can bring up what they have swallowed whenever they please, little by little, as if from a purse. And today we see many who can imitate and portray birds, cattle, dogs, and men with their voices as if they are invisible. Pliny wrote many examples of women changing into men. Similarly, Pontanus testified that in his time certain women, Caetana and another, Amelia, changed into men after many years of marriage. But no one ignores how much imagination can do in the soul. Indeed, it is closer to the soul than the senses, and therefore imagination acts more in the soul. Thus, women, by introducing certain magical arts, strong imaginations, dreams, and suggestions, often bind and love anyone close to them. Thus, it is shown that Medea, from only dreams, was inflamed in love for Jason. Thus, the soul, sometimes through vehement imagination or speculation, is entirely removed from the body. This is just what Celsus wrote of a certain priest who, as often as he pleased, was able to remove his senses and lie down as if dead. When pricked and burned, he could not perceive any pain, and lay immobile, without breathing. Yet he said afterward that he could hear men's voices, if they were crying out loudly as if it were from far away. However, he will discuss these separations in more detail later. Chapter 65. How the passions of the mind also operate outside of themselves in another body. Passions of the soul that follow imagination, when most vehement, not only change one's body, but also move across to operate in another's body. Therefore, certain wonderful impressions are produced in elements and external things, and also certain illnesses of the mind or body can thus be taken away or brought. Passions of the soul are the most prominent cause of temperament in one's own body. Thus, the soul, strongly elevated and inflamed by vehement imagination, brings health or illness, not only in one's own body, but also in another's body. Thus, Avicenna thought that a camel can be killed from the imagination of anyone. Thus, when one is bitten by a rabid dog, the figure of a dog appears in their urine. Thus, a lusting pregnant woman can act upon another's body, afflicting the fetus in the womb by marking it with the thing desired. Thus, many monstrous generations are produced from pregnancies with monstrous imaginations. Such a case was referred to by Marcus Damascenus at Petra Sancta, a town situated in the confines of Pisa province,
that King Charles, Emperor of Bohemia, was offered a girl whose entire body was shaggy and covered with hair like a wild beast. Her mother had a certain religious dread of the image of John the Baptist, which was near her bed during conception. This afterward affected her pregnancy and produced such a child. The phenomena I have described does not only occur in men. We may also see it happen in brutish animals. Thus we read that Jacob, the patriarch, throwing twigs in the water, discolored the sheep of Laban. Thus peacocks and other different birds, when laying together, imprint their color upon each other's feathers from the power of their strong imagination, which produces white peacocks when the birds are lying together in a home with white linens hanging nearby. How white peacocks are produced. Now in these examples it is shown how the affection of imagination, where it intends most vehemently, not only affects one's own body but also another's. Thus enchanters who desire to destructively bewitch men harm them with a fixed gaze. Avicenna, Aristotle, Algazel, and Galen assent to the same. Indeed, it is known that a body is most easily corrupted by illness from the vapors of another body, which we plainly see in plague and leprosy. Again, vapors of the eyes are of such great power that they can bewitch and corrupt those who are near. The bacillus and catoblepus kill men with their glance, and certain women from Scythia among the Illyrians and Trabali kill with their gaze when they are angry. Therefore, no one should marvel that the body and soul are one can affect the mind of another, since the mind is by far more powerful, stronger, more fervent, and moves more strongly than vapors exhaling from the body. Nor are bodies lacking through the means by which they operate, and nor is the body less subject to another's mind than to another's body. In this way, it is said that a man, with only his disposition and character, can act upon others. Therefore, philosophers warn us to flee far away from consorting with evil and unfortunate men. Accordingly, these souls are full of noxious rays, poisoning those near with ruinous influences. On the contrary, they teach that we should strive to consort with the good and happy men, because their closeness is more useful to us. Indeed, such as scents come from asafoetida or musk. Thus, evil comes from something evil, and from the good comes something good, jumping to the nearest and sometimes persistently infusing things for a long time. Reason is more excellent than imagination. Even if the passions mentioned above have such a great power in imagination, the power of reason is in our final assessment, certainly greater, inasmuch as reason is more excellent than imagination, and much greater in the mind. Indeed this, when the entire intention of the mind is fashioned to the superiors for some benefit. Often one's own body and another's body are affected by some divine gift. We read from Apollonius, Pythagoras, Empedocles, Philolaus, and many prophets of our sacred religion that wonders have happened in this way. Of these we will expand later in our discussions on religion. Chapter 66. The passions of the mind are most helped by the proper timing. The passions of the mind are most helped by the proper timing of the celestials, and how the perseverance of mind is necessary in all works. The passions of the mind are very much helped by the heavens, and become helpful and very powerful inasmuch as they agree with the heavens, or as a certain natural pact, voluntary election, or free will. As Pliny said, one who chooses what is better seems no different than one who has that nature. Therefore, it is greatly conducive in any work for receiving the benefit of the heavens, if in our thoughts, disposition, imagination, election, deliberation, contemplation, and the like, we excel in being harmonious with the heavens. Passions of this sort vehemently excite our spirit toward their like and suddenly expose us to our superiors, which signify those kinds of passions. Then, because of their dignity and closeness with the superiors, our thoughts capture the power of the celestials much more, and do so to a much greater extent than any material thing can. Indeed, our mind, through imagination or reason, can conform to some star by a certain imitation, so that it is suddenly filled with the gifts of that same star, as it were, becoming a reticule of its own influence. However, the contemplating mind, inasmuch as it removes and separates itself from all senses, imagination, nature, and deliberation, recollects itself, unless it exposes itself to Saturn, which is not of the present investigation. Indeed, our mind works much through faith, which is a firm link, a fixed intention, and a vehement application of the operation or undertaking in whatever thing cooperating with and giving power to the work that we intend to accomplish, so that an image of the virtue being received is made in us in a certain way and creates things in us or from us. Therefore, we must vehemently aspire, imagine, expect, and firmly believe in any operation and thing applied. Indeed, it will be the greatest help. It is verified among physicians that a firm belief, undoubted hope, and love for healing and medicine are conducive for greater health, sometimes even more than medicine. Because of this, since the power of the medicine and its effective strength works, the strong intellect of the physician also works. It is powerful for changing qualities in sick bodies, especially when one has faith in that physician. Such faith disposes them to accept the virtue of the physician and medicine. Therefore, you must steadfastly believe in magical operations with confidence and, consequently, have no doubt or hesitation in your mind. For, as a firm and persevering belief makes wonderful operations, and also sometimes false operations, so disbelief with hesitation, which is a medium among two extremes, dissipates and breaks the virtue of the mind of the worker. From this it happens that one is frustrated and deprived of the desired influences of the superiors, whereby without our mind having a stable and solid virtue with our things and operations, little can connect and unite. Chapter 67. How the human mind can connect with the celestial mind and intelligences, and likewise with them impress certain wonderful virtues on inferior things. Philosophers, especially the Arabs, say that the human mind, when made attentive by its passions and dispositions towards some work, connects with the mind of the stars, and also with their intelligences. Likewise, that connection is a cause, as certain wonderful virtues are infused into our operations and into things, because with them is an apprehension and power in all things. This is so because there is a natural obedience in all things to the stars, and this has the natural effect of motivating movement toward that which the mind strongly desires when it is aligned with them. Accordingly, it is verified that the mind is affected by the art of certain characters, images, incantations, sermons, and many other wonderful experiments. All natural things have an obedience to the human mind. In this way, whatever is dictated by the mind to be vehemently loved has an efficacy for love. Whatever is dictated by the mind to be strongly hated has an efficacy of harm and destruction. It is similar in other things that affect the mind with strong desire. Indeed, anything which then acts and dictates from characters, figures, words, sermons, gestures, and the like, helps the appetite of the soul and acquires certain wonderful virtues. In such a manner, the mind is moved by the soul of the worker, which is overtaken in that hour when the right celestial influences are in operation, and the appetite of the soul is greatest. Indeed, our mind, when carried in any great excess of some passion or virtue, often seizes for itself a stronger, better, and more appropriate hour of opportunity. Thomas Aquinas acknowledged this in the third book of Against the Gentiles. Thus, many wonderful virtues cause and follow certain wonderful virtues through great affections in those things, which the soul then dictates to them in that hour. However, know that these kinds of things come for nothing, or at least little, except to their originator. Indeed, they pass to those inclined toward them and to those who originated them. This is the way through which their effectiveness is discovered. A general rule. And it is a general rule that all minds which are more excellent in their desire and disposition bring about things more suitable to them, striving for things more effective and powerful. Therefore, whoever wishes to work in magic must know and recognize in their own soul its quality, virtue, measure, arrangement, and degree of power in the universe.
Chapter 68. How our mind can change and bind inferior things to which is desired. Also, in the minds of men there is a certain virtue for changing, attracting, impeding, and binding things, and toward that which it desires. All things obey them, and when they are carried in great excess by some passion or virtue, in such an amount that it overcomes that which it binds, indeed the superior binds the inferior, and changes it to itself, and the inferior by the same reason changes toward the superior, or is otherwise affected or stirred. For this reason, things whose superiors hold the qualities of some star by a degree bind, attract, or impede things which have an inferior according to how they agree or disagree with each other. Hence, lions fear roosters because the inherent solar virtue agrees more in roosters than lions. Thus, magnets draw iron because, in their order, they have a greater degree of the celestial bear. Thus, diamonds impede magnets because, in their order, they have a greater degree of Mars. In a similar way, when suitable celestial gifts are exposed to many by the affections of his mind as well as through due application of natural things, if he becomes stronger in a solar virtue, he binds and draws inferiors in admiration and obedience, in the order of the moon for servitude or illness, and Saturn for silence or madness, and Jupiter for exhibiting veneration, and Mars for fear or discord, and Venus for love or joy, and Mercury for persuasion and compliance, and the like. The root of bindings. However, the root of bindings of this sort is a vehement and boundless affection of the soul with the concourse of the celestial order. But disillusions or impediments of these sorts of bindings are made through opposite effects, and those more excellent and stronger. For as the greater excesses of the mind binds, it also loosens and hinders. Finally, where you fear Venus, place Saturn opposite. Where you fear Saturn or Mars, place Venus or Jupiter opposite. Indeed, astrologers say that these are unfriendly and greatly oppose each other. Understand this by causing different and contrary effects in inferiors. For indeed in the heavens where nothing fails, where love rules all, hatred or enmity can do little. Chapter 69. Of Speech and the Virtue of Words. It should now be plain that there is a great virtue residing in the disposition of the mind. Additionally, you must understand that there is no less virtue in words and the names of things, and there is a great virtue included in speech and orations. It is in this that we chiefly differ from beasts. We are called rational not from mere reasoning, which obeys according to the soul, and which they say contains affections, and which Galen also said we have in common with bestial animals, although one greater, the other less. But we are said to be rational for the reason that the voice is understood in words and speech, which is called enunciative reason. This is the part that far surpasses the other animals, for logos is pronounced in Greek for reason, speech, and words. But logos is a twofold word that is internal and spoken. The internal word is a conception of the mind and moved by the soul, in which the power of thought is made without a voice. For instance, in dreams we seem to speak and discuss, and while awake we often run through an entire speech silently. But the spoken word has a certain quality of action. Speaking, the breath of man and opening of his mouth produce vocalizations coming forth from his tongue. By obedience to natural laws, the corporal voice connects to the speech of the mind and intellect, making it an enunciator and interpreter of the conception of our intellect to the listeners, which is what we speak of here. Which words have the greatest effectiveness? Therefore, words are the most suitable medium between the speaker and listener. They convey with them not only a concept, but also the virtue of the speaker, which is transferred and accepted by the listener with a certain efficacy. This often occurs with such great power that it not only changes the listeners, but also certain other bodies and inanimate things.
But those words which express greater things, for example, intellectual, celestial, and supernatural, have greater effectiveness than the rest and also more mysterious. When represented by a worthy tongue and established by a more sacred authority, indeed these are signs, representations, or sacraments of heavenly things. And established by a more sacred authority, indeed these are signs, representations, or sacraments of heavenly things. Such words hold a supernatural power. Explaining the virtues of things causes the power of those virtues to be engrafted to the words spoken, and thus they act as a vehicle by which those virtues are prepared and set forth. Chapter 70 of the virtue of particular names. Nearly everyone testifies that the names of particular things are greatly necessary for magical operations, for the natural power of things proceeds first from objects to the senses, then from the senses to the imagination, and finally from the imagination to the mind, where indeed it is first conceived, then pronounced through the voice and words. Therefore Platonists said that the voice itself, or words, or names, are formed with its parts from the power of the thing under the form of the signification. Some ancillary life, first conceived in the mind as if from a seed of things, created again through voices or words, as if producing a birth, and finally kept in writings. The particular names of some things are certain rays. Hence magicians say that the names of particular things are certain rays, always present everywhere, keeping the strength of things, inasmuch as they are the essence ruling the thing signified. This essence discerns and recognizes things through names, as if it were through particular and living images. Indeed, as influences from the heavens and elements with the virtues of the planets, the highest maker produced different species and particular things. Thus, according to the same influxes and influences, the qualities of the particular names of things are reverberated and imposed by He who numbers the entire multitude of the stars, calling them by their names, of which names Christ elsewhere says, "Your names are written in the heavens." Therefore, knowing these celestial influences and qualities of singular things, the Creator first assigned the names of things according to their essence, as it is written in Genesis. Because God brought all things He created into the presence of Adam, so that he could name them. As He called the thing, they were named, which certain names surely contain wonderful powers in things signified. Therefore, all signifying voices first signify through the influences of the celestial harmony, second through the application of man, although more often otherwise by this and by that. However, when both significations coincide, in some voice or name, assigned from the celestial harmony and from men alike, then it is a double virtue, that is natural and voluntary. Those names are made most effective for acting as often as they are mentioned in the appropriate place, time, and solemnity, with an exact intention in disposing the matter and from the nature given by them. Thus we read from Philostratus that when a certain Roman girl died on her day of marriage, she was presented to Apollonius. He touched the maiden and carefully inquired into her name. When he knew it, he pronounced something occult, so that the girl lived again. Also, there were Romans who, in observing their sacred rites when besieging some city, diligently inquired into the particular name of the city and the name of the god who guarded that city. When they learnt it, the Romans then summoned the god guarding the city with certain songs and cursed the inhabitants of that city. Thus, finally, with the gods absent, they conquered the city, as Virgil sang. The gods who ruled here and stood have all departed and abandoned their altars. However, song, when invoking gods and cursing enemies, and when assaulting around cities, if one wishes to know, may be found in Ligsby and Macrobius, as well as much from Serena Simonicus in the book Hidden Things. Chapter 71 of complex speeches and songs, and the virtues and bindings of incantations. Beyond the virtues of words and names, other greater virtues are found in complex orations from truth contained in them. They impress a greater power, by changing, binding, establishing, and being used, it makes them shine more. Fighting against them strengthens and solidifies them more. However, these virtues are not in simple words, but rather in phrases from which something is affirmed or denied. Of this kind or songs, incantations, curses, orations, invocations, entreats, appeals, exorcisms, and the like. Therefore, in composing songs and operations for attracting the virtue of any star or god, one must diligently consider which virtues, effects, and operations each star contains, and engraft them in the songs. This is accomplished by praising, extolling, amplifying, and adorning that which the star typically brings about and influences, while suppressing and rejecting that which the star typically destroys and impedes. Pray and implore for that which one desires to gain, reprimand and detest that which one desires to destroy and impede. With that method, you must compose an ornate and elegant oration to the song, with distinct resolved parts and with agreeable numbers and proportions. Additionally, magicians decree that one must invoke and entreat the stars from the names of that same star or god to which such song holds. From their wonders or miracles, by their courses and ways in their sphere, through their light, from their noble rulership, through the grace and clarity that is in them, from their power and wonderful virtues, and from similar things to these, as from Apuleius, Psyche entreated Ceres. I ask you, from a fertile right hand, I absolutely pray, by joyful harvest ceremonies, by silent secret chests, by the winged chariots of your dragon servants, the furrows of these Sicilian fields, grasping chariots, clinging earth, illuminating nuptials of Proserpina's descent, your daughters return to luminous discovery, and other things silently held in the sanctuary at Eleusis and Attica. Additionally, with the many names of the stars, they also order us to invoke by the names of the intelligences residing over the stars, of which we will speak more in their place. But if one wishes more of these examples, we must search the hymns of Orpheus, of which nothing is more effective in natural magic, if due harmony is used with full attention with other circumstances, as wise men know, but we must return to our subjects. Therefore, suitable songs of this kind, duly composed for the rule of the stars, full of meaning and feeling, recited with suitable vehement affection, and then according to their signification, to the number and proportion of their parts, to the form resulting from their parts, and through the impetus of the imagination, accords a strong power in incantations, and immediately transfers into the thing enchanted to bind and direct it in the direction the affection of the speech and incantation is intended. However, the instrument of the incantation is a certain pure spirit, harmonious, warm, breathing, and living. It brings with it movement, affection, and signification. Its parts are composed and endowed with sense, and finally conceived with reason. Therefore, from this spiritual quality and by celestial similarity, besides what has been said, and also from the appropriate time, songs receive from the heavens excellent virtues indeed, more sublime and efficacious than spirits and vapors evaporating from vegetable life, from herbs, roots, gums, aromatics, fumigations, and the like. Therefore, when magicians enchant things, they often blow and breathe into them words of songs, as if breathing the virtue of the spirit, so that the entire virtue of the soul is directed into the thing enchanted, disposing it for accepting said virtues. And it must be noted that all orations, writings, and words, as by their customary numbers, proportions, and forms, induce movements. Thus, besides their usual order, they also proceed or write backward for bringing about uncustomary movements. Chapter 72. Of the wonderful power of incantations. They say that incantations, or songs, have such great power that it is believed that they can overturn all nature, just as Apuleius said, "With a magical whisper I have turned back rivers, bound the lazy sea, ceased the winds, restrained the sun, drawn the moon's dew, plucked out the stars,
destroyed the day and extended the night. And of the same Lucan sang, the courses of things are held back, and the long night delayed. The day hesitates. The heavens do not obey laws, numbed, and, heading into danger, the universe hears the song. And somewhat earlier, the Thessalian song flowed into hardened breasts, bring a love not sown. And elsewhere, the mind polluted by drinking no poison perishes by enchantment. Likewise, Virgil in Damon, songs can even bring down the moon from the sky. With songs, Circe changed Ulysses' champions. By a song, a cold snake in the meadows is destroyed. And I have seen Maurice move sown corn to others' fields. And Ovid in Untitled said, songs strike barren wheat, vanishing into grass. Waters cease when songs strike a fountain. Through songs and oaks acorns and grapes of vines fall, and fruits fall for no reason. If these are not true, there would not be such strict penal statutes with laws sanctioning against those who enchant fruit. And Tybala said of certain enchantresses, I've seen her draw the stars from the sky. With her songs she changes the course of rapid rivers. With her songs she parts the earth and the dead from their graves. She elicits and summons bones from the warm pyre. As she pleases, she dispels gloomy clouds from the sky. As she pleases, she summons snow in the summer. All of which the sorcerers seem to boast about herself in Ovid, when she said, at will the banks of the rivers marvel. Their fountains revert, I calm and stir and shake calm seas. With songs I banish the clouds and gather them. I raise and expel the winds with my voice, and with words and songs. I break the viper's jaw and have up rocks and oaks from the living earth, and move forests, and by any command shake mountains, cause the earth to moan, and the dead to leave their sepulchres. I draw you also, moon. Also all poets sing, and philosophers do not deny the songs bring about many wonders, such as banishing crops, collecting or causing lightning, curing illnesses, and the like. Cato, in Rustic Things, used certain incantations against illnesses of beasts, which are recorded in his writings. Likewise, Solomon was experienced in incantations of this kind, as Josephus testified. Celsus Africanus likewise wrote about Egyptian doctrine, that the parts of the human body, just as the number of decans of the signs of the zodiac are 36, are attained by an equivalent number of demons, each of which supports and protects its own part, whose names are called in the name of their homeland, and are invoked in incantations to restore impaired parts of the body and restore health. Chapter 73 of the virtue of writings and of making imprecations and inscriptions. The purpose of words and speech is to articulate the interior of the mind, to bring forth a secret inner understanding, and to spread the will of the speaker. But writing is the highest expression of the mind. The cadence of style and tone, recapitulation, position, conclusion, central agreement, and composed by a habitual repetition, which is not accomplished by voice alone. Whatever is in the mind, in voice, in word, in speech, in conversation, everything and all of these are also in writing. Thus there is nothing that is conceived in the mind, pronounced in voice, and can be expressed, that cannot also be written. Therefore magicians command that in any operation one must make imprecations and inscriptions, with which they may express affection. For example, if herbs or stones are collected, he must mention what use it is for. If one makes an image, they must speak and inscribe what effect is to happen. Indeed, of imprecations and inscriptions, Albertus in Speculum likewise does not disagree without such things. Our works would not be brought into completion, as an ordinary agreement does not cause an effect, but the act causes an ordinary agreement. We find the same teaching, which was the kind used by the ancients, in the testimony of Virgil himself, where he sang, "First 3 threads in 3 different colors I tie around you and around the altar 3 times. I lead the image." And somewhat later, tie 3 knots in 3 colors, amaryllis, tie amaryllis, and in this manner you say, "To Venus I tie these chains." And in the same place, as the clay hardens and as the wax melts with one and the same fire, thus Daphnis, our love. Chapter 74 of the proportions, correspondence, and reduction of letters to the celestial signs and planets according to various languages, with a table indicating this. God has given man a mind and speech, which, as Hermes Trismegistus said, our thought to be a gift of the same virtue, power, and immortality. However, the omnipotent God himself, by his providence, divided the speech of men into different languages. Indeed, these languages, according to their diversity, they have likewise received different and individual letters for writing, constant in their certain reliable order, number, and figures, not accidental by chance nor from the fragile will of man, but divinely disposed and formed, agreeing with the celestials and the divine bodies and virtues themselves. However, among all languages, Hebrew is now notable as the most sacred of all writings. In the figures of Hebrew characters, vowels stops and accents points, just as consisting in matter, form, and spirit. The positions of the stars were first noted down in the seat of God, which is heaven. According to these figures, as Hebrew teachers testify, are the most fully formed letters of the celestial mysteries. Such mysteries are shown through their figure, form, and signification, then through the numbers signified by them, then through the various harmony bound in them. The more secret Hebrew Macubulan assert that everything can be explained from the figures of their letters, forms of their characters, and their signature, simplicity, composition, separation, crookedness, direction, defect, abundance, largeness, smallness, crown, opening, closing, order, changing, connecting, revolution, points, tops of the letters, and computation of the numbers signified by the letters. This is because these characteristics proceed from the first cause and repeatedly renew themselves hereby. Hebrew letters are the most sacred. Additionally, Hebrews distribute the letters of their alphabets in 3 ways. That is, the 12 simple, 7 double, and 3 mothers, which they signify as characters of things, the 12 signs, 7 planets, and 3 elements, that is, fire, water, and earth. For air is not an element, but is like a glue, and spirit for the elements. To these they arrange points and tops. Therefore the names of all things are appointed from the characters and points of these letters, and thus from the aspects of planets and signs, and likewise from the elements, the Maker, the Spirit, and truly all that have been and will be, signifying those things that are produced, and just as a certain sacrament and vehicle for explaining things, they bring their essence and strength everywhere with them. These profound perceptions and sacraments are inherent in these characters and figures, and their numbers, structure, order, and revolution. Origen, therefore, thought that names translated into other languages retain little of their own power, because they do not retain their natural signification. Indeed, only original names, which are rightly imposed because they naturally signify, have a natural function. It is not so in those names which signify only from pleasure, that do not have the function they signify, but as they are certain natural things in themselves. But if there is first in causal language, whose words have a natural signification, it is agreed that this is Hebrew, whose order is indeed profound. It is held as a root, and its letters are known to resolve. They are the standard and rule of any perfected invented language. Therefore, there are 22 letters that are the foundation of the world, and all creations that are named in it. All that is said and created in the world is obtained from their revolutions, names, and strengths. But the investigator must search them,
for a long time by combining single letters, until which time the voice of God is revealed and opens the most sacred text of the letters. Indeed, voices and words have efficacy in magical operations, because in them the first magic nature exercises is the voice of God. But these are of a higher speculation than what is handled in this book. But now we return to the distribution of letters. As those the Hebrew three mothers are, the 7 doubles, then the remaining 12 are simple. There is an equal rationale among the Chaldeans. From these, other languages likewise limited and distributed their letters with the signs, planets, and elements in a certain order. For instance, from the Greek, A, E, H, I, O, Y, Omega respond to the 7 planets, are attributed to the 12 signs of the zodiac. The other 5 represent the 4 elements and world spirit. However, Latin is similar to these, but they are signified in another order. For instance, the 5 vowels, A, E, I, O, U, and I and U consonants are ascribed to the 7 planets. However, the consonants B, C, D, F, G, L, M, N, P, R, S, T preside over the 12 signs. The rest, that is K, Q, X, and Z, make the 4 elements. The aspirant H represents the world spirit, and Y, which is a Greek and not a Latin character, and only serves Greek words, follows the nature of their language. However, do not ignore Hebrew letters, which, according to all wise men, are the most effective. They have the greatest likeness with the celestials in the world. The letters of other languages are not so effective, because they are more distant from them. Surely the following table will explain their disposition. Also, each letter has double numbers in their order, that is, extended, whereby how many letters according to their order are simply expressed, and then collected, which then are gathered with all the preceding letters and their numbers. Then they also have integral numbers, which result from the names of the letters according to the various ways of numbering them. Those who recognize the power of numbers can elicit wonderful mysteries in each language by their letters and collect prophecies from the past and future times equally. Additionally, there are other mysterious pairings of letters with numbers, but all of these will be abundantly discussed in the following book. Therefore, we will end the first book here. Following is a graph showing the many signs and plots and their planets and associations. End of Book 1. 3 books of occult philosophy.